Welcome in, boys and girls. Dad is here to run the Friday free-for-all. There will be order as Cody Lashney is out in the streets taking care of business with his draft tech guru. Look at that Tony Catcheries right there. I know about that stuff, man. Look, it's the Friday free-for-all, the C3 Panthers Podcast, bringing you the opportunity to be the host of the podcast. This is a place where any fan can get up here. All we ask that you is just not a flasher. That's all I ask from you. So what we're gonna do is, if I'm not as well versed with some of the people that we've got in the background, some of the people that kind of cycle in, so we'll need you to show your cam, prove that you're a Panther fan in the background. Dad ain't playing, but I know these kids are gonna be playing around tonight, having a good time as the second round of the draft counts down. Not only are we going to be watching the draft, talking about what the Panthers are doing in this Friday free-for-all, but we've got an on-scene correspondent and Maddie 316 there. Look at this view, folks. Here, if I could put it up. Look, we're going to be watching the announcement of the Panthers pick live from Kansas City. Holy cow. It's an exciting day for Carolina Panthers. It's an exciting new era. We'll start with my co-host, CK, a.k.a. Cody. New era, new quarterback, new member of the family. You're home. Congratulations. The baby looks beautiful.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. We're happy to be here. It was certainly a lot smoother this go around than the first go around, so it was awesome to have that happen.
Don't get conned into having another.
Hold on.
Look, the baby's making an appearance. Baby appearance here. So look, this is what happens with people with kids, folks, is 2, you feel like a super parent. Yep. You can handle 2. You go from 1 to 2 and you're like, this is easy. No problemo. Super parent. Oh, look at the little baby.
Oh my goodness.
Oh man, they're so small.
BK, does she still have that new baby smell?
Oh, look, you know what? That's what the Tampa Bay fans look right now, crying.
I'm telling y'all, there's something about a brand new baby smell that is intoxicating. I have no idea what it is.
You know why, Greg? It's an evolutionary thing, so you don't kill them.
It could be.
It really truly is.
So intoxicating, the smell of a new baby. I have no idea why.
You want to be nice to them because they smell good. Look at that little beautiful baby. That's a Panther fan.
Yeah, it is.
Congrats. Look, you're going to feel like a pro parent with 2. Don't get conned into 3, because once you go to zone defense, things get real. I always say having one baby is a hobby. 2 babies is fun. 3 babies, man, good Lord, you're just trying to keep your sanity and stay off of antidepressants for as long as possible. The C3 Panthers Podcast is in the house. It's the Friday free-for-all, and the crew's in here. Greg, man, look at that mister.
Oh, I try to make the Friday shows, man, especially after the draft. I've got to, but it's just a crazy night today. Is it weird that I feel almost more anxious today than I did yesterday? Like yesterday, I felt like I knew it was going to be Bryce Young. Today, man, there's so many possibilities. Porter Jr. is still available.
I know.
My friend at work is a Steelers fan. He's told me that he's read online today that everybody is calling the Steelers for that 32nd pick right now.
Yeah, a lot of people are wondering why they didn't take him in the first or some different things. But yeah, he probably will go there at 32nd. Man, thanks for being here. I know you've got your podcast, Geeks Chasing Squirrels Through the Multiverse, at 9 o'clock, folks. And you're right. You know, Greg, the reason you're more anxious, I'm not. I'm playing with house money right now. The anxiety is gone for me. And let's go to Chad Morales here. Chad, from the Bayou, I know that Saints fans are probably crying right now because we got the best coach and the best quarterback. Man, how you feeling a day removed from getting Bryce Young?
It's almost like a breath of fresh air. It makes you wonder, okay, what next? Because ever since February, it's just been positive news. So now it's kind of like it's infectious, and I want to be here, and I'm so happy to be here. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else, and I appreciate you having me on.
Man, you're always welcome. Part of the family, part of the gang online that Anthony Piccarello really started. Anthony, you started our gang, bro. The C3 gang is like, first of all, I'm kind of it's been one of the coolest things that happened to the C3 community in a minute. But B, I'm also secretly mad I didn't come up with the idea.
Yeah, man, it's awesome. It's a great community. Is it my turn to talk? Is this what you were leading? Yeah.
We're just kind of
Well,
popping around here.
Yeah, man. I think today, like Greg said, is more interesting than yesterday. I personally knew Bryce Young was going to be the pick before it happened, but I'm interested to see what they do today. As Greg said, he basically said everything like I was going to say. Like Joey Porter Jr. is who I want them to pick, but quite honestly, I think you could go so many different directions with this. There are a lot of the teams in the first round reached on a lot of players that you could have gotten in the second round. So there's still a lot of great value that the Panthers can get at pick 39.
Which is wild since there wasn't a ton of this is kind of a thin draft overall. So guys, if you guys don't know about the C3 gang on Twitter, people have been putting C3 in their Twitter name, but I know sometimes that might be a lot. I think too, you could gang up and put it in the bio, hashtag C3. I think could be something if you don't want to put it in front of the name. JJ, the baby of the house, how you doing, my man?
Don't call me the baby.
Nah, the baby. You know what? You're at the perfect age, homie. You're at the age we all want to be at.
Yeah, I'd love to be 19 again.
Yeah. But big Panthers fan, always got a great insight. Thanks for being on the show, man.
Oh, absolutely. Hey, Tony, I do remember you saying last year when we played the Steelers how their fans always take over our stadium, and then you mentioned the Cowboys do that. But this year, I'm heading to the Cowboys-Panthers game at the bank, and you think that shit finna happen again?
Oh, I don't know. You start out. Look, I tell you this: is you get Bryce Young, you start out 3-0 or something like that, something crazy like that. Look, it did not take long for Cam Newton to brew excitement in Carolina. And look, when we're talking about Panther fans like you guys who are on here on the Friday Free for All, who live and breathe Panther football on Twitter, you consume all the news, you get me the information before I even see it, and I feel like all I do is talk and read about the Carolina Panthers. We're like this regardless, but there are a group of fans out there, and rightfully so, is that not everybody can devote every second of their life to a sport. They will, when the first couple of wins, it's going to settle in, and all of a sudden, that's when that excitement will flame. And we saw it with Cam Newton. Panther Pickle, man, the old hat of the bunch, but always a Friday Free for All faithful. Thank you so much for being on the show. How you doing today? A day removed from us picking number one.
I'm doing great. Had all day off today. I'm doing really great. Just to catch up, a few minutes ago, they said that about 2 minutes ago, they said there was actually 4 teams trying to trade up for the Steelers. The Commanders, the Falcons, and a few others.
Well, that's basically a first round pick. It's pick 32. If the Dolphins didn't forfeit.
There's a bunch trying to trade up. I'm assuming it's for quarterback, but who knows? So
all right, perfect.
Let's go get that edge rusher today.
Yep, there you go. We've got Maddie 316 bringing us that pick in just a moment. Chuck, welcome back to the C3 Panthers Podcast, the Friday Free for All. Good day, man. I felt like today I just woke up with just the future ahead of me, man.
I felt the same way. It was ecstatic. I wasn't even thinking about going 11:30 to go see Bryce Young. When I seen the photos and when I seen the video, this is so surreal. It's like,
goodness.
This fan base doesn't want to fuck it up again like we did with Cam. They know what's important. They know that we're going to put everything into it. And this day is important. As you know, tomorrow, this is when the really draft begins. I always love the first round, but I love the 4th and 7th round. That's where you get the gems. That's where 60% of your team is made. So this day is important too. So let's get that, probably an offensive guard. Like you say, I like your philosophy. I would always draft an offensive guard in the first 3 rounds.
Somewhere. Just keep adding.
Somewhere. Keep on adding.
Big boys. Even if it's a defensive lineman or something, always add the big boys to the stables. Co-founder of the C3 Panthers Podcast, Joe Riolano in the chat. Love you, brother. He said this, is that it only took 1 week for Panther Nation to go nutso when it came to Cam Newton and the Carolina Panthers. And when I say not just Cam Newton, it's just about the excitement about the team. And I'm telling you, having that quarterback, having that direction, that stabilizer, it's kind of like our North Star now that we get to chart our course towards, right? And Cam, look, there could not have been a season of disinterest more than that year of 2010. I know that one year, I guess right before we got Pep was a very similar. I think we went 2-14 right before Peppers. Or did we get 2 wins even that year? I can't even remember if we got 2 wins that year, but we were 2-14 in 2010. I was at the Panthers. It was a home game against the New Orleans Saints. The New Orleans Saints beat us 33-3. We stayed there for the entire game. We paid $45 for the 4th row at 45-yard line to sit at Bank of America. Now it was on the Saints side. We made the Jumbotron twice. The people at one of the girls that was with us in our party won $350 worth of plane vouchers in a fan contest. Why? Because we were the only fans that said we go to one game a year and we're just going to stay to the end. We stayed to it. It was a miserable sight 2010. And 1 year later, and you had the lockout too, which did not breed a lot of interest in NFL overall, right? And it really kind of dampened the whole season. And like Joey said, one weekend, boom, Cam Newton has a big game and Panther fans are filling out the bank. So to come back to your question, JJ, man, we start off hot and the bank will be rocking.
May I add to that?
Yeah, go ahead, JJ.
Chuck, I'm sorry, I can't remember your name.
Go ahead.
It's Chuck.
On the bottom right. The whole thing with Bryce Young, it just, I don't know about y'all, but I'm just flourished. I can't keep a smile off my face. I think it helped that my guy CJ, as an OSU fan, went too. But seeing the videos after of the handshake, how Bryce's reaction to CJ, but it's just nice. You always said it, Tony. Cam gave us that feeling every Sunday. We have a chance. And it feels like we finally have another guy who can install that belief in our fan base that we have Bryce Young. This guy can get us through and get us somewhere, hopefully to the promised land. At least get us a win on Sundays, and he'll always give us a chance. And that's the biggest part, that we have something to rely and fall back on again. And it's, again, a great day to be a Panther fan.
And JJ, I want to add on that too. The most happiest loss I ever had as a Panthers fan was Cam Newton's first game. He threw for 411 yards.
One of his best passing games ever, too.
Best passing game ever. And I said,
it was his best. Yes. Sorry.
No, because we have hope. That's hope.
Yeah.
That's the franchise quarterback.
Excitement.
Just by
optimism.
The way, the Steelers have made their pick.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, wow. It's already. Oh,
yeah.
Pickle, you keep us in abreast of that. You keep us abreast of the picks as they come in, folks. You guys keep monitoring Twitter and letting us know.
Okay. The Steelers are taking Penn State cornerback Joey Porter.
Yeah.
Yep. I figured they wouldn't give that up.
He goes where he actually goes where the stadium he grew up. His dad was a linebacker there, wasn't he?
That was that was.
He was a good player too.
Yeah, he was.
Keep in mind they got this pick for Chase Claypool
from the Bills.
A tail end first round pick for Chase Claypool, who's probably going to be third on their depth chart now.
Can I ask a question?
Is he still in Chicago? Yeah, go ahead, Greg.
Anthony,
what's
the
up,
dream
man?
scenario is still alive. The dream scenario is still alive. It's a couple more picks. Michael Mayer.
Oh,
well,
yeah.
That's going to be my question. I was going to ask all you guys here, like left on the board. I'm looking at the best players left. Me personally, I want Mayer, I want Musgrave, or I want Washington. So this next pick, based on the top players left, who do y'all want?
Ojulari?
Listen,
Ojulari or Mayer?
Okay,
I'd say
I can argue Ojulari.
I'd say Ojulari, Mayer, or Cam Smith out of South Carolina.
I'd be all right with Mayer.
Cornerback.
I'd be all right with Mayer.
Yeah.
I think we need. I know we got Hayden Hurst, but I
Well,
think
think of him as an offensive weapon, not just a tight
Right.
end.
right, and that's
Well,
the thing.
Washington-
That's
Well, Darnell Washington's like a 6 offensive lineman. I mean, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. I mean,
I'm
Nah.
concerned he's too big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Mm.
I mean, like it's like you look really awesome, but standing beside everybody. But do you know how hard it would be for him to get out of his 3-point stance in like 4 years? There was there's a guy. Google this guy. Actually, I'll pull it up. He used to play for the Carolina Panthers. He was on the Panthers. Matt Willig. Does anybody remember him? Willig. Let me see if I spelled it. All right. So this guy, he was an offensive lineman for the Carolina Panthers on their championship, the 2003
hold on. Sorry. I saw a rumor on Twitter that the Panthers may be interested in Brian Branch, safety / nickel corner.
Oh,
another
really?
safety.
Why do we need another safety? No.
We got a lot of safeties.
We're
Nickel
trading.
corner. He plays nickel. That's rumors are floating out.
That guy was supposed to be a first round pick. Like
That
he
guy's
could
an
just be-
actor.
I'll tell
Yeah,
you,
he's an
rumor-
actor now. He was in Dexter. He's been in a bunch of
He's
stuff.
been in a bunch of stuff.
But he's
yeah.
like 6'9". He was an offensive lineman. Anyway, my point being is that's
Oh.
what they remind me. He played Andre the Giant in a show recently. He was in Dexter, the episode in the very first season where he killed somebody by the chickens, but he was the guy that they taped him up and he broke through the tape, and Dexter had to use like 2 more rolls of duct tape to keep him down. Anyway, he's so big. I just don't even see players like that in the NFL, honestly, anymore, or that often.
I think you don't see players in the NFL without their shirts off.
Well,
What it is. I think there are I think there are plenty of
and
players
being
in
on the
NFL
offensive line is so. I mean, gosh, it's just big. Anyway, Darnell Washington, that's my one concern. And was he really super productive in Georgia,
No.
or is he just kind of a guy that's really
Well,
made
yeah,
people in the?
no, that's
Oh, the Titans have traded up. The Titans have just traded.
Chuck, you broke
Yeah,
up for a second. What'd you say,
Will
Chuck?
Levis.
ooh.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, Will Levis.
I think they're
probably.
taking
Yeah, they're going
Well,
after a quarterback.
I'm sorry, but that assessment is not fair because he was playing next to an all-world tight end who was a generational prospect and
Bro,
Brock
the guy that
Bowers.
can't even
So
go,
to say-
but he can't even play till go to the next year, right, Bowers?
Yeah, he can't even go to next year.
That's
So,
crazy.
You can't really say Darnell like his production. I mean, because
Yeah, a
you know,
lot of mouths
why-
to feed there, right? A lot of mouths to feed. You're right. So the Titans have traded up.
Yes. Yes.
You know who
Well,
they're
now,
getting? You know they're not going to go Will Levis, Hendon Hooker, man.
Ooh,
I
Hendon
heard-
Hooker. Hey,
Look, Tennessee. That's what I would do. I think
Yeah.
Hendon Hooker goes before
Yeah,
Will Levis.
the
Will Levis is
Rams
basically-
also the Rams also had Hendon. Well, the Rams and the Raiders had Hendon Hooker as their 3rd best quarterback in this class. So
Yes,
so
the
the
Rams-
Titans are probably, if the Titans going after Hooker, they're probably trying to get ahead of the other 2.
The Rams will probably take whoever's left if there's a quarterback left at
Yeah.
36.
but didn't the Titans just draft a quarterback last year?
Malik Willis in the 3rd
Yeah.
round.
They already-
So they just
tried
saying
to
he's a
trade
bust?
him. They've
And
already tried
weren't
to trade
we
him.
wanting to trade up for him last year?
There were fans saying take him at
No,
6.
I don't remember if they traded up or not.
Pickle. There are reports saying that they have lost all faith.
Oh,
in Malik Willis.
Oh wow! The
Yeah.
pick is in. The Titans are taking Will Levis.
Ooh.
Wow.
Okay, I was wrong.
Wow. Okay.
Oh,
You know what?
That-
Is Will
that-
Levis really
yeah.
made a mistake in not going to the draft today? Because the only pictures that we're going to have of him are the ugly face pictures,
Yeah.
the sad, the memes, and all of this. But
Did you see the
today, if he's picked that high, like he was the second, what is this? The second pick
Second pick
in the second
yeah.
round, is that all of a sudden the crowd's going to clap for you? You show some mental fortitude and some toughness. He fled adversity. Not a good look.
There was a video, too, even before the draft, of him saying, "If I didn't believe I was going to be a high pick, then I wouldn't go or accept the invite." But he ended up going, so he believed that, and then ended up not going. But
we
I
ended
also
Hey,
want to
Tony.
say, because plenty
You
of
guys
picks
know
this
this
year.
guy, Jaquan?
Yeah.
You guys know Jaquan F by any chance?
I do not.
Jaquan, you're in the green room. If you can, please turn on your camera just to give me some faith that you're a Panthers fan. And also, how about this? Tell me in the chat what your least favorite team is in the NFL and the player on that team that you hate the most of history, and I can gauge if you're a real fan of the Panthers or not. And not that I care if you're not a Panthers fan. I just need to make sure of some other different things. Like, I don't want to see your junk right now.
Quick thing, just real quick. Bryce Young will end up playing Anthony Richardson, CJ Stroud, and Will Levis this whole year. So it's going to be we're going to be playing all the rookie quarterbacks this year.
He's gonna
Almost like it was planned, right?
Yeah, I know, right?
Almost like it was planned out.
Yeah. Do y'all realize in the same division you have CJ Stroud, Anthony Richardson, and Will Levis in the same division?
Let them have fun. Let them have that.
Yeah.
Let them have that
Oh, I
3 or
just-
4 years.
yeah.
All right.
Quarterbacks. Let them
I
have
just
fun.
In the
realized
same
that.
division.
I just
Yeah.
realized that.
Can y'all hear me? Trevor Lawrence to be better.
Yes, Jaquan, welcome to the C3 Panthers podcast, the Friday free for all, man. How you feeling as the Panthers got their quarterback?
Man, I just had a quick question. What's this nigger doing here? Go back to Africa, nigger.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. What the hell?
Welcome to
Okay.
America here.
Yeah. Goodness gracious.
Dan
man.
from
People are
studio.
fucking crazy, dude.
Guys, why do
Good
we gotta be
Lord.
like this? Why you
Jesus.
gotta like just ruin? Look, Dad's here, and why do people come on the internet and do stupid shit like this?
Yeah.
They don't have to. Have
I must. You know what? I would have rather for you to show me your junk.
Hey, listen, they didn't have. He doesn't have any to show. To be first and foremost. Second, if he's going out there and doing that, and he's afraid to turn his camera on, that tells you how much of a coward he is.
He's a
Yeah.
big pussy.
That's a fact.
Pussy.
Pussy, bro.
What I'll say. Pussy.
Pussy, bro.
That's right.
All right, this is
Wow.
what Cody has to deal
Real
with.
jaw dropper. Yeah.
You good, bro?
This is sorry, for the listeners, sorry for the panel. Cody is the one who runs this show, and he's very good at he's gotten very good at filtering out this. Go ahead, Chad.
No, you good, bro?
Am I good?
No. The gentleman.
Oh yeah, Chuck, are you all right, man? Yeah,
Good,
I'm
bro.
sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah.
I heard it, but I didn't even see the person, individual. It does.
Nah, he
didn't have his
fucking
camera on.
man. Don't
Yeah,
even,
they're
don't give him
internet
the mind.
trolls.
Yeah, he's a
Internet
fucking
Chuck,
idiot.
I don't know if you've been on the show. I don't know how often you've been on the Friday Free for All. Cody, he'll every now and then he'll send me a message. He goes, "Should we delete the stream?" And somebody will get up here, they'll put their camera up and they'll look at you, and then they'll put porn on. So they bomb. These people make a living or get their jollies off bombing live streams around the internet. So
Yeah.
it's all right. Now I've learned is that he said Houston Texans.
No,
Davis Mills.
what I was
should've
about to
known.
say is that I'm ignoring that, but
Y'all aren't gonna believe what the next pick is.
All right, go ahead, Chuck. You're
Oh,
breaking up a little bit
gracious.
though.
God.
Wow. Mercy sakes.
Hey, Chuck, back out of the stream real quick and come right back in. It might help your connection.
Oh,
right,
Sam Laporta.
Hey, we
y'all
all know
just
how the narrative is that we got fleeced for the number 1 pick.
Nah,
I
we
think I
didn't.
might have mentioned.
Nah.
Obviously, we didn't. We did not. Real ball knowers know we didn't. But the narrative, I promise y'all, it's gonna be all over the news, and everyone's gonna talk about it come like week 8 or 9. The Bears should have drafted Bryce Young. It's gonna be the narrative.
Well, they should have.
They're
You're
not
probably
gonna
right.
say,
Yeah.
"Oh, the Panthers robbed the Bears." They're not gonna say that. That's way too much credit towards the Panthers.
Yeah.
But they're gonna say the Bears made a mistake by keeping Justin Fields. That's what the narrative's gonna be. And they're also gonna laugh at the Bears for Jordan Love being better too, but that's a different convo.
Yeah,
I'm
man. I
embarrassed
said like this is Justin Fields last year. They passed on Bryce Young for him. If they get a chance to draft Caleb Williams or Drake May, they're gonna draft him. So he's got to prove himself this year.
Chuck's back.
Now,
Where-
can I ask y'all, everybody on this panel, like I'm coming to terms with Bryce Young, and like I'm accepting him. I want him to be that guy for the next 15 years. I'm buying his jersey next week if it's available. Okay.
Oh, I pre-ordered it like an hour.
Yeah,
ago.
I'm going to buy his jersey. I'm behind this guy 100%. How good would y'all have felt if we had the first pick next year, though? Do you feel like
The
we missed
Raiders
out?
are
Do you feel
now-
like we're a year off?
I really don't think
The
don't
Raiders have
have our
traded
pick.
up. The Raiders traded up, and they're now on the clock.
But what do y'all think? Like, there's two elite.
Well, let's
damn
start
sure
with
elite
Chuck.
We don't
quarterbacks
Let's start
coming
with
out
Chuck
next
since
year. Yeah.
he had. Let's check Chuck's connection, which it sounded good.
Can you
Chuck,
see me?
what do you think? Were we a year ahead? What the hell is that noise?
Can you see me?
Oh, that's my dog.
No, we
see you
cannot
now.
see
We
you.
can hear
It's
you, though.
black, but I can hear you good though.
Okay. So here's the thing. I don't think with Bryce Young, you're going to finish number 1 overall. You're not. Unless someone gets injuries, knock on wood, that's not going to happen. What I do think is going to happen.
You mean in the division?
No, I'm talking about we end up with the number 1 pick, right? But they go.
That's
Oh,
not
I
going to
got you.
happen. There's
Yeah.
no chance at that.
That's
No,
the-
I just mean I would rather have next year's first round pick than this year's.
Oh,
is all I'm
because
saying. Yeah.
Well. I mean, the only thing will be with receiver or wide receiver. But here's the thing: we're going to have money next year. So basically, in the situation that T. Higgins rumor about him getting paid, it hasn't happened yet. The rumor about Justin Jefferson getting paid, it hasn't happened yet.
They're
So
playing.
still a situation that is still afloat with that. And once wide receivers like to see a situation where they can best win. Oh, your quarterback's not getting paid as much, so I can take all the money for. Bryce Young is not going to get paid as much. So people around the league see that and gravitate towards that. So I don't feel like not having a first round pick next year is going to hurt us. It's not. I don't think so.
I agree with that. Like, I totally agree. I think when you listen to what Tepper said, he said we wanted to get a quarterback this year. I just don't know how many more years he could have gone without drafting a homegrown product. That's just my opinion.
And here's the thing, though. And you talk about excitement. All of us are exciting. Man, I can't keep on smiling. Tepper wants that because he wants to secrets out. He wants to build a new stadium.
The Raiders got.
Oh yeah.
So
Hey,
well,
y'all know how bad I've ragged the Rams over their draft, trading up and doing all the things they've done for years. Well, the Raiders are getting ready to take Hendon Hooker. That means the
Mayer.
Raiders will
they
have.
took Michael Mayer.
Did they? Well, still,
Yeah.
okay.
Oh, wow.
Some people are saying it
But they
was
just
Hooker.
lost. They lost that big tight end. Al, I'm about to bring
Waller?
you in just 1 second. Yeah, Waller.
Okay,
I did
well,
I wanted to go to your point, Greg, on this. Oh, he dropped out. Greg, I'm not going to be baited. Not that you're baiting us into that. Like, next year is the better year.
Master, what now?
Every year we hear next year's quarterback class
Agreed.
is better. And then we get into that year, and then they go, next year's the better year. Last year we said that. And then this year they said that.
Do y'all
This
This
see?
year was way better.
And
than
we got
last
the number
year.
1 guy this year. That's all
I
there is
want
to
that
it.
shirt.
Look,
Yeah,
here's-
put it up there again.
I want that
You
shirt.
see it?
What is it?
Yeah.
Bryce, what does it say?
It's,
Bryce-
it's
oh,
just
Bryce
a
Young.
Bryce Young, like electric shirt. I don't know.
Oh,
It
wait
looks
till the
He
shirt I
is-
make.
fuck.
Well,
He's
I'm
just
almost done
gonna
with
be-
the shirt.
he's
Wait till the shirt
too
I make. It's gonna be way better than
marketable.
that.
Yes,
He's
and
so marketable is that I bet you the only thing that Bryce Young is disappointed in is that he's not in a slightly bigger market. Imagine how much money you'd make. But you know what? Maybe it's perfect. Maybe Carolina is the place for a guy like him, where the nice guy, the nice community, everybody, every commercial, every player he's gonna love Charlotte.
He's in
Yeah, I'm not
Absolutely.
gonna. I'm a
Charlotte
little
is the-
upset. I'm a little upset. Michael Mayer just got selected. A little upset.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
kind
I'm
of too. I
telling
kind of
y'all,
wanted
there
him.
are some solid defensive backs on the board, though.
Yeah, but I mean,
Look,
Darnell
I mean,
Washington.
it.
I mean, I don't know.
No, like they can take Washington. I just think they're probably going to go defense. Just
Probably.
I-
Yeah, I think so too.
I think they have
Who's
to go
a corner?
edge or linebacker.
What's a cornerback? Well, Ojolari's still there, right?
Ojolari's still
Yep.
there. Yep.
Yep.
Like, I mean, I think
Yep.
that I know the tight end is intriguing to us, but it's not immediate need, right? Is that, and then you have guys
I don't know.
too.
It's kind of an immediate need, man. A blocker and a receiver.
Well, we
That's
just got
crazy.
Hayden Hurst. We invested in Hayden Hurst on a
Right.
3-year deal,
I'm
so it's
probably
not like we.
good
Pick a 6
blocker.
offensive lineman.
Hurst is a good receiver. Like we're good enough to go another year without investing. in
Right.
tight end.
We're better than we were last year already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you then right now, Tony. Right now we have Luke Musgrave, who's a tight end, Darnell Washington, tight end left, who I feel we should pick one of those guys, and Ojulari, OLB.
Ojulari.
I'm all Ojulari.
You're all Ojulari? Okay.
Yeah, is it from what I've heard too? Is I think he would be very good in a 3-4 defense. He would be an outside linebacker, right? In a 3-4.
Hey,
Yeah,
on the real,
Drew
though,
Sanders.
go ahead, Pickle. Go ahead, Pickle.
We also have Drew Sanders available. Now you'll find him as a linebacker, but he started out as an outside linebacker who can blitz. But they moved him inside, and he plays extremely well on the inside. So he's kind of like Luvu. He can play inside or out. He's available.
There is
I like
one
him
guy
quite a bit.
in 2025 that y'all need to keep an eye on. His name is Harold Perkins. He's a linebacker out of LSU. The dude is a fucking Luke Kuechly. That's
Oh, I heard about him. I heard about
Keon White?
Talking about him.
He's a dog.
What about Keon White, defensive end, Georgia Tech? Like, we're looking for a defensive end the opposite side of Brian
The
Burns.
Raiders, the Rams, according to Albert Greer, the Rams are taking TCU guard Stephen
Avila.
Nobody wants Hendon Hooker.
Yeah, that's bullshit. Stafford is.
Well, I think it's the age. It's the age and the injury.
No, but you know what, Tony? We put a graphic up last week.
He's
Hendon Hooker was
25
the
and he's
number
already
2.
throwing.
Hendon Hooker was the number 2 rated quarterback when you weighed everything else out. He's the number 2 guy.
Well,
and
then that's a
nobody's
miss.
taking him.
Then
that shows
then are
you
these
right there.
organizations off? What's wrong with them then?
No, but that
what's
shows you
wrong?
right there that these organizations
but
don't
business,
look at
though.
just the stats and the
But
things that come up in the
business,
draft.
There's business though, because he's 25 years old, a 4-year contract.
Y'all know.
He's got 12 years if he's 25 years old. 12 years. Come on, seriously. Let's not say bullshit.
Cam
12
Newton
years.
didn't go no 12 years.
Cam Newton didn't, but now quarterbacks are. Quarterbacks are going into their 40s now.
Who
Come
goes
on.
12 years except Tom Brady?
That's,
Who goes?
yeah, I mean, there's Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, Matt Stafford is up there.
You said who goes 12 years except Tom Brady? Plenty of NFL players go 12 years. Not many go 23.
Are you
like
talking about
Brady
Hall of
did,
Famers?
but many
Or
go 12
GOATs?
years. 12 years is kind of the expectancy of a player if you're going to play in the NFL.
Yeah, but a
No
lot
matter
of
what
times
position.
they come in at 21, though. I mean, when you hit 30, your athleticism really drops.
Bullshit. No, that's how it's on how you take care of yourself.
You're
LeBron
as
James is
athletic
38
as you
years
were
old.
when you were 29.
No, fuck that. LeBron James is 39 years old and still a top 10 player in the NBA.
Yep.
It's all in how you take care of
He's a
yourself.
unicorn, bro.
Right.
He was also the most athletic motherfucker in the history of the world when he was
Hugh Jackson
18.
is in his 60s and looks better than most 20-year-olds. It's
Hey,
all in how you take care of yourself.
Greg,
Period.
for somebody who's arguing the exception, you sure aren't giving Bryce Young that same benefit of the doubt.
Fair point.
Greg, what's the
No. I said I was behind Bryce Young. Okay, I didn't like him
Sure.
because of his size, but I'm behind him now. But there's a big difference in you saying how long somebody's career is going to be, and somebody who's coming into his career that is insanely undersized. You're talking about two different things there.
My argument is you're saying that people remain. You're talking about the outliers that remain super athletic beyond 30. And I'm just saying that when we talk about the outliers of people who have been undersized and still can perform well in a professional sport, that's what I'm talking about.
And
I get that, but I want to look up the average age of professional NFL athletes because I'm willing to bet it's over 30.
Under 30.
I'm willing to bet it's over 30.
I bet under. I'd take the under. A couple of names. One name I want you guys to keep an eye out for, and I know we all cheer for people that we know that are kind of important to our. Oh, look here. Whoops. Look, is Maddie's here. We're gonna put him in and make sure. You guys let me know when we get close to the 39th pick so I can make this full screen.
Yeah, we're at 36 now.
Watch out. Listen for this name in a couple of years. Keaton Mitchell. Keaton Mitchell is a running back out of ECU, and he runs like a 4.2, 4.3. There's another running back that came out of ECU a long time ago that went to the Tennessee Titans, and people wondered how his game would translate. And he ran the fastest 40 time in the history of the NFL Combine at one point, and that's Chris Johnson. And Chris Johnson, boy, in the first preseason game, ripped off a 70-yard touchdown. This guy was so lightning fast, he made pros look slow. Keaton Mitchell is that guy. He probably goes tomorrow somewhere in the 4th, 5th round, but watch out for that running back. That's a little creeper of a name to look out for. The Panthers, though, at 39, what we need here more than anything is we need a guy that's going to contribute.
Right away, he's probably going to have to get thrown in there.
Derek Hall to Seattle.
Tell us about what do we know about Derek Hall?
There's so many players on the
pass rusher out of Auburn. Okay. You know, the Seahawks really know how to draft players. I feel like they have a good fucking war room.
And honestly, Tony, can I ask you, with you're talking about their war room, I'm looking at Carolina, and do we have a good training staff as far as physical training? Because we are insanely lax with injuries.
I think probably every team is like
and
that.
No. I don't think every team is. And bad decisions on whether you should rehab or have surgery every single year. Do we have a bad training staff?
Dude, I honestly think it's not that. I think it's just the same players get injured on our team.
JJ, we got to mute your mic if you're not talking, just because you got a lot of road noise.
Atlanta's on the clock. I guarantee you.
Oh shit!
You think Darnell Washington? No, they've got Kyle Pitts.
They did, and they just picked up B.J. Ojolari too. So
they should go Hendon Hooker. They should go Hendon Hooker.
They just traded.
They might go Hendon Hooker. To be honest with you, they might go Hendon Hooker.
Why am I so far behind?
We traded?
No, the Falcons did. The Falcons.
The Colts have traded. This time they're moving down with the Falcons.
Yeah. I mean, they could take Hooker. I hope not. I'd have to hate him then.
No, he's not a Panther.
I don't like anybody on the Falcons or the Saints. And
they might go Ojolari. Honestly, they need defensive pass rushers.
All right, or Keon White. I know people aren't going to like this.
They got who?
No. Oh, go ahead, Anthony.
I was just going to say, Brian Branch is one of my favorite players. If we land him, no one will be upset because I think he's a good nickel cornerback and he's a beast. But listen,
the Titans are they're not the Titans. The Falcons need an offensive tackle as well.
That's true.
Damn, dude, you got Atlanta, Carolina, and New Orleans back to back.
What's that, JJ?
I said, man, let the Falcons take that bum Hooker, bro. I'm telling y'all, he ain't in.
Shut up, JJ. Nobody asked your ass.
Give it time.
You're an Ohio State fan. What the hell do you know?
I was correct. Hold on. Tony, remember this. In a year, give it 2, give it 3. Don't matter. You will be telling me I was correct. Hendon Hooker was a bum. Pickle didn't know shit. All right, and that's it.
Yeah, JJ, you want me to call G Baby come over and slap your ass?
They, but I mean, what are they gonna do? Are they gonna rock with Ritter?
Ain't nothing to worry about there.
Are they rocking with?
Yeah, they probably are.
Yeah. Which I felt like they are ready to give up on, but you guys were right. You guys, some people said this earlier in the chat, brought up that Malik Willis, that already done. The Titans have gave up on him. Man, that's how desperate we were for a quarterback. I was ready for the Panthers to take Malik Willis in the first round last year, and that's a desperation. That's like you ain't been laid in so long. You will sleep with anybody.
Pick is in.
Taking Icky.
Look, I'm like so far behind.
We're on the clock.
I don't like his shit.
I don't know who they took. Though.
Look. In the NFC South right now, we are all in position. Every team to build their franchise in the future.
Brian Branch is on the board. The Falcons took an O-lineman, Matthew Bergeron.
Yeah, he's a good swing tackle.
So what pick are we at right now?
39.
Right now.
This is
us coming up next. Yeah, we're on the clock.
Well,
I see us cheering, or did they already announce it?
I'm behind y'all, so I don't know. No.
Well, I'm talking about.
It says can't unmute your guest because they. No, I think they're just cheering because it says we're on the clock. He said he said he's gonna unmute when the pick is in right here.
We should all just be quiet and listen to it. Yep.
Oh, this will be the most real time.
Yeah. I'm not gonna look at my phone. I want to see who it is.
Well, luckily your phone's not going to matter. We're going to have it before anybody reports it.
Literally, yeah. It's going to be at least 4 seconds ahead of whatever you're going to see on whatever streaming service you have. Yeah.
Boy, Cody is gonna laugh at me because I'm so mad about that crap happening on the show.
I'm kind of mad about it too.
Should have known.
I
should have fucking known.
moron, but yeah, I'm pretty mad about it too. Not gonna lie.
You gotta identify random people that you've never seen before, letting them on the show. I mean, that's just ridiculous.
Well,
I'm not mad at you, Tony, but I'm pretty mad about it because somebody's that big of an asshole. You know?
Yeah. We have to say camera. We have to have your face.
Unless we know you already.
Traded up. Hold on, Someone on
we're
Twitter
trading
said
back.
The Dolphins traded up.
We're trading back. Slideshow says.
A Dolphins fan.
Well, of course, it's a Scott Fitty. It's a Scott Fitty special. He's recouping more picks.
Look, Pootie Tang asked how many seasons will Bryce Young last. Bro, I feel you, man. That's my question too. Yep.
Yeah.
Hopefully,
I wouldn't care if we traded back. Really.
JT says how long?
Hey man, if you don't love somebody here,
hold on. JT says how long did Luke last? I've got to address this. I've got to address this. You're right. Luke didn't last long, but that was happenstance. That was him having so many concussions. He decided he would rather be with his family and be cognitive the rest of his life than.
And Matt Rule came in. There was some other things. Like if he was.
You're talking about two different hits, and Luke Kuechly is still playing right now.
I don't even care. I'll take 8 years of a guy being an all-pro, like if we get 8 years of Bryce Young making the Pro Bowl and
first ballot Hall of Famer.
We need to take this 1 year at a time. Y'all are speculating too much. Like, oh, he's not gonna last. Like we just.
I think he's gonna be fine. I mean, look, we have. All right, here it is.
Oh yes, let's go! What a pick! What a pick!
Hold on,
the pick is in. I am shocked.
Can't hear it.
No shit.
Have they announced it yet?
Shit. Good fucking pick. Let's go, baby.
Love it.
I want. Oh.
Okay.
Oh mercy.
This was the guy.
I mean.
Are they not announcing it?
Oh my god, I'm so fucking happy. Holy shit.
Did we take that?
He has AJ Brown potential. He has.
Yes, we got the Ole Miss. We got Mingo.
We got Mingo.
Yes, we got Mingo.
Yes.
Let's go, baby.
Shit, guys. Holy shit.
Yes.
Underrated.
What is crazy is that Twitter breaks this pick before the pick is announced.
I know. Yes.
How is that even possible?
I don't know.
That happens all the time.
Yes, they.
But did the War Room link it?
Oh yeah, maybe.
Here it is. Here it is.
Wow, what a pick. That is a smart pick.
Yes. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let's go.
Charlie, this is Charlie Weiss's favorite. Charlie Weiss on NFL radio said this was his favorite wide receiver.
Are they celebrating, or have they even announced it there yet?
I think they've announced it there.
We
know it now, so they've definitely announced it there.
They're
dancing because they like it. Yeah.
All right, Jonathan Mingo, who has been, T Money loves him a lot. We're talking about now. Tell us a little bit about. You guys tell me about Jonathan Mingo.
He's a big body stature wide receiver. He has a similar build to whatchamacallit. Anthony just said his name.
AJ Brown.
The other wide
AJ Brown got drafted in the same exact position. These Ole Miss guys get overlooked every draft.
They are big body, fast.
DK went here too.
Yards after
yes, 3 years in a row. So what does this mean though? Is one of our receivers getting moved? We have like 7 receivers now. We have.
Y'all been screaming for
Get rid of everybody behind TMJ. Period.
I mean, y'all been screaming for wide receivers yesterday. Oh, we have to have a wide receiver. We have to have. Now you got one, so be happy about it.
I wonder.
I'm not being mean. I'm like you though. If you calculate all the wide receivers, chances are all of them ain't going to fit on game day. So
yeah, Shi Smith.
Y'all screamed and yelled for a wide receiver, so now you got one. Sound like
we're probably going to keep. We're going to keep
interesting.
Adam Thielen, DJ Chark, TMJ, obviously Mingo now. And
does Mingo do? Ask me this: does Mingo do returns?
No. I don't think he does.
I tell you
think he's
this. I
fast
guess
enough.
We got Demir Bird on the return.
Exactly,
Yeah.
dude. We have so many. I guarantee one of them is moved in this draft. Like I think there's so many. You have what? Leland,
We're not
Clark?
gonna keep. We're not. Hold on. We're not keeping Laviska Shenault or Shai Smith. That's just a given.
Oh, I'm not
Well,
talking.
those
I'm
dudes
really
are-
not
actually
calculating
you
Shai
could
Smith,
keep
so.
you could keep Laviscus Chenault.
Yeah.
But you would actually you would put him more into the role that who's the guy that plays for Atlanta now that started Cordell Patterson?
Cordell Patterson.
Yeah. Yeah. Now Laviska Shenault.
No, Shai Smith is done.
Yeah, he's cooked. Get him off the team.
Laviska's
I have no idea
cooked
why
too.
Cody likes him.
Yo,
Laviska's
wait,
cooked. I don't know
Stu,
why
J.
y'all
Stu.
like him.
Yeah, Jonathan Stewart says it.
Jonathan Mingo, let's go, baby.
That's awesome. All right, I'm gonna
so
find
far
his,
behind. We're making the pick right now on my feed.
Wait.
Hey, we had that guy on the show.
Yo, no, it's so funny because yesterday they said David Tepper was like, "Oh, well, we don't really need to draft a wide receiver because of Bryce's quote unquote distributing skills. They must value this guy really high." But I heard David
Tepper just played media yesterday. That's what that sound like. David Tepper played the media yesterday. Either that or David Tepper.
I think he was just misspeaking a little bit.
Yeah.
I think he was just speaking. All right, so here, Jonathan Mingo, according to Dane Brugler's draft guide, The Beast, was the 12th ranked receiver in this. He's 6'1", 220 pounds.
Oh yeah, this guy is AJ Brown body build.
Listen to this. This is actually, you know what? He might turn out to be the best one. Look at that, 4.46 40. All right,
4.4, a 4.4,
4.46 at the combine. He
Didn't
didn't even run it at his pro day. It was so good. It says this. It says strengths, well-built athlete with body strength and large mitts. Uses his frame to keep defenders from the catch point on slants, and when working back to the football, has a smooth stride to gain a step mid-route. Not sudden in his route breaks, but uses coordinated sync to sustain momentum. Never complains about catches or playing time, according to head coach Lane Kiffin. Came back from injury to start every game, set career best as a senior. Summary. Actually, here's the weaknesses. Lacks noticeable twitch out of his breaks and faces a lot of contested windows. Overall, he's this is what he says. He's a long strider who needs a beat to build up his speed and must fine-tune areas of his game, including his efficiency at the top of the stem. Overall, Mingo has only average deception and separation quickness, but his size, pacing, and competitive ball skills, he has the body control and upside that has the attention of NFL teams. He's starting potential in the right situation. I like this player in the NFL, though. Body, fast. Like, you don't always have to be the fastest dude, but big-bodied and speed together.
From Notre Dame, New Orleans.
Hey, I need you guys to cover it. I gotta take this phone call real quick. Cody, CK, you guys lead while I'm give me a second.
Well, can I cover it real quick? And I just want to go ahead and say right now that we have 155 people in the chat room right now and 56 thumbs up. Hit the damn thumbs up, man. It's free. It's easy. You're here. You obviously like what we're talking about. Hit the thumbs up. It's very, very simple. Just go ahead and do it. One click. And there you go. And while you're at it, go and hit subscribe too.
Yeah. Come on, Twan Don, hit that like button.
You got no reason not to.
Sideshow, hit that like button. I'll let you hit that like button.
So quick. Okay, so do y'all see a scenario where we still find a way to trade back in, or is that?
Dude, there are some good players on the board.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
We gotta remember, we traded up for Bryce Young. How much is Scott Fitter trying to give up this offseason?
What can he trade to trade up? Like, there's nothing.
He wants to win now, though. They want to compete.
If this confirms what it is they're going to use their money to spend on the defense.
That could be true. That could be true.
Darren Gant 1 minute ago said Mingo feels a need since Adam Thielen is the only wide receiver under contract past the 2024 season.
Exactly.
Well,
So
Ringo is now too, by the way. Just so you know, he's on a
yeah,
5-year
that's what I
rookie
said.
deal.
That's what I
Or
say.
4-year
So
rookie
he
deal.
feels
Yeah.
the need. Now, I thought, is this Marshall's 4th year already?
Third.
Third.
It's gonna be his third.
Hmm.
Oh,
So
okay,
he has,
It's
right.
gonna be
But
nice
past,
so next year
past
is
next
his,
year. So
yeah, next year.
yeah, because remember they
year,
wanted to sign DJ Chark to a 3-year deal and he refused.
Dude, this dude
He only
is
wanted
like
a 1 year, but they
literally
wanted
AJ
him a
Brown.
3-year.
This dude
So
is
does
literally
this
Because he wants
confirm?
to come prove his ground right here and make money and get paid next year is what it is.
Yep.
And he may get paid by us, but DJ Chark is betting on himself. He's betting that he can come in for 1 year and blow it out of the water and get paid by us or somebody else next year. Period.
He
And
tried
I
doing
respect
the
that.
same thing last year.
Yeah.
Well, I never thought about this. The AFC, I mentioned it earlier, but I didn't mention the other quarterback. Picture this: the AFC South quarterbacks are Trevor Lawrence, C.J. Stroud, Anthony Richardson, and Will Levis.
Not Trevor Lawrence. He's not in the AFC South.
Yes, he is.
He is.
Yes, he is. He's with the Jaguars.
Oh, AFC South. I'm sorry. I was thinking
Yeah.
AFC South. Yeah.
Yeah. That's wild right there. Wow, that's.
Well,
It is
Bryce has
crazy.
to. Well, Bryce has to play Derek Carr, Baker Shitfield, and what's his face?
Yeah.
Desmond Ridder.
Desmond Ridder.
Yeah.
Weak ass. Yeah. Well, we already got the best quarterback. It's all right.
That is crazy, though. I was not
We best be
expecting
getting
that.
some defensive players.
AJ Brown was definitely a little bigger and bulkier coming out, though.
We don't get defensive players. The offensive guys going to be wore out before the middle of the season.
I just wonder if we're gonna. I mean, from 39 to 93 is a huge gap.
It is.
They'll use our cap. We'll use our cap.
I mean,
Look, I am totally fine to be done with this draft. I'm not gonna lie. Totally fine to be done with this draft and build up for next year. I'm telling you, man, we can rebuild whatever we have to have in free agency. Okay, we have a solid wide receiver now, a solid quarterback,
Cardinals
a solid running back. I mean, we've got a good offensive line. We've got a fair defense. I'm fine for just building for the future and going forward with that right now. To be honest with you.
Well, okay, if they don't go defense, with pick 93, that tells you they have to be on a phone with an edge rusher. There's no way this team is going into the season with just a giant hole on the opposite side of Ryan Burns.
I mean,
I don't believe that.
Maybe they're expecting
they may do, but a lot of the edge rushers, people want to talk about Lloyd, and they're real high because he's available in free agency. Pay the man whatever he's asking for. Give him a blank check. That's nice, but he hasn't stayed healthy for a complete season in a couple of years now. He's in his mid-30s. I mean, he's not going to come in and carry 2 years. So, I mean, there's a lot of these guys setting up free agents are free agents for a reason. They're not free agents just because they don't want to sign with nobody else.
Hold
They're
on
free
a
agents
second.
for a reason.
Is Mingo Ole Miss?
Yes.
Yes.
Guess who else was Ole Miss?
DK and AJ Brown.
AJ Brown. So not only do you say he plays like him.
Yeah, that's what I said. Like they produced that same big body, 220
They have a
fast
similar
receiver.
build.
It's just a species of a build, pretty much.
He's also very agile. Like I can notice that his footwork's pretty on point. You know, it's not like he's DK where he's like slow with his feet sometimes.
Right. What's awesome is like it's almost like they have the same draft profiles that they repeat every year for guys, and it's like good technique, physical, ready to contribute immediately. This is AJ Brown, and then weaknesses, not a burner, could have separation issues. That's like the same exact profile that we just read for Mingo.
It literally, and those are definitely not AJ Brown's weaknesses no more.
Remember when Sheena Quick was talking about I don't know if y'all heard, but she speculated that what if Jeremy Chin's a trade piece? I'm not saying it, but to get back into,
I wouldn't be surprised.
Luke Musgrave to the Packers,
so makes sense.
Wow.
God, 39-93 is so far.
I know it stinks.
Hold on, Anthony. You said earlier teams were picking late round picks early. Bro, you should have just called them out. The fucking Lions suck.
No, I did. I said that yesterday. I think you might have got. Yeah, the Lions terrible draft. I said that they just reached on so many players. Who else? The Packers still don't know how to draft a first round wide receiver. They just don't fucking do it. I don't know why. They never did it for Rodgers. They're expecting to do the same exact thing for Jordan Love when JSN was there. I think the Bears are another stupid team. The Bears got a tackle that was rated like the fourth graded tackle when they had Jalen Carter fall to them. He's the best player in the draft.
People are really shitting on the Bears, but I don't mind the pay. In my opinion, he could have easily been rated the best tackle. But in my opinion, like if people are going to give the Bears hell for trading and getting something and getting someone to protect the right side of their quarterback, then they got to give the Seahawks some shit for not taking them when they are the worst run defense I've seen. Like, and we know they're terrible at stopping the run. And they drafted a cornerback over potentially the best player in the draft.
And I thought drafting JSN was not a smart thing to do either. I like JSN the player, but you have DK and Tyler Lockett. I don't know.
They don't have after those two. They got no depth, and even then, like Tyler Lockett's a burner and DK is cool and going up for it. They don't have someone who can consistently separate. Along with no tight end who's a reliable safety blanket. So it's that's JSN's literal job. Route running, yards after the catch, extending plays, like a reliable safety blanket for Geno. Then you have those two guys on the outside. Man, it's going to be hard to stop Seattle.
I feel like we should be able to get our T-shirt. Maybe we should go with our T-shirt idea off of Jonathan Mingo.
Oh, definitely.
I can
use that last name.
Yeah.
Bingo for Mingo.
Mingo. Yeah, there's a lot of different things out there. Yeah.
That is the longest that LSU hasn't had a player come off the board since God knows how long.
They
Joe Burr. Since Joe Burr. No,
I'm joking.
No. I mean, I've never seen the first LSU Tiger go at 39. Never seen it.
Dude, maybe they were drafted right. Maybe they
you should have saw it this year.
Maybe that we drafted Bryce Young now. Maybe Leonard Floyd will take less money and be like, "Oh,
Tony." I feel like if Mingo's better than DJ Moore, you won't let us hear the end of it.
I won't.
No, but Tony, then you can't say anything because you're a bird guy. So if Mingo comes in and he trashes Bird, then
I can say everything. Yes, I can. First of all, Damiere Byrd was an undrafted free agent. I can like players. I can like players and not think they're the greatest player ever. But I mean, people did act like DJ was a top receiver, and I don't know if he's a very good. He's very good. He's a very productive player.
Best, in my opinion.
He's a very productive player.
Yeah. Steve Smith says Mr. Consistent to Jonathan Mingo.
Dude, he stamped every.
Cody's not here. We can talk all the shit about Matt Corral we want to.
Yes. Let me start.
Let's get it in.
Yeah.
I'm starting it out right here.
I'm going to trade Matt Corral for a late second round pick. Yeah.
I'm starting it out right here. Where Jonathan Mingo was getting the ball thrown to him by Matt Corral, and now Matt Corral's going to have to. Matt Corral's.
Oh my God, Mingo. Wait, Corral
wait, hang on. Anthony's trying to say something. What?
Yeah,
I was just saying. So Matt Corral is Jonathan Mingo's teammate. He was throwing him the ball in 2021, and now he's going to have to watch Bryce Young throw Jonathan Mingo the ball, and it's like, dude, oh my gosh.
Matt, you know what? Matt Corral ain't off the roster yet.
Oh my.
No, I know. I'm not saying like there's anything like I wasn't saying. I just said like Matt Corral's going to have to watch.
This Jonathan Mingo pick might be a pick to satisfy Matt Corral. You never know.
Chris Mortensen, I think this is what I was trying to think of. Something like this is Man Mingo instead of Mandingo, Man Mingo. I feel like that's something we gotta have something like that.
Mondongo, a big Mondongo.
Cody's gonna use the Mingo pick as a smokescreen for Bryce Young.
Can I say that in the chat? Oh, sorry. In the chat right now, Mr. Wiener Schnitzel says basically Matt Corral officially throwing one pass to one of our wide receivers. Yes, that's probably his entire career. And by the
Hey,
way,
at least he'll have somebody to throw with on the sidelines.
Yeah, I love the
Oh
name
my
Mr.
God,
Wiener
come
Schnitzel
on,
because
Tony.
Wiener Schnitzel is so effing good. Oh my God. I went to culinary school to learn how to do Wiener Schnitzel. Just letting you know.
Is
So
that
I
the fried
love-
pork thing?
It is. Yeah,
It's like a
veal.
fried pork.
Veal,
Oh,
actually,
veal.
yeah. Yeah.
Bruh,
It's like
the
so good,
Panthers
though.
fucking Twitter kills me.
Why they upset?
Updating our status to it's complicated, taken, and then they clicked off single and ready to Mingo.
This new marketing team is amazing. I'm
Bro.
telling you, Matt Rule held back all of this, man. It is
Yeah,
amazing.
Isn't it kind of crazy to?
Hold on,
Camp
hold on.
Confidential.
Matt Rule made one smart move in his entire lifetime as a Panther, and that was not drafting Malik Willis or any of those quarterbacks last year and getting Icky. That was his one good big brain move.
I mean, he did draft Derek Brown and J.C. Horn. I'll give him credit for that.
Chad, be real.
Yeah.
Be real. We were the worst run defense ever. We just needed a defensive tackle. He was the best available.
And we needed an offensive tackle.
But it's smart making that move, right? Like, you're
we
right.
also
That's what we
needed a
needed. But he
quarterback.
made that move. He pulled that pick.
Yep.
Yes, but like some teams, like, okay, there's a reason why all these guys like fell last year is because no one had them graded as first round picks. No one had them graded as second round picks. If Matt Rule really took him at 6, then yeah, he doesn't belong in even college football because I'm pretty sure I could have made.
Well,
that
we were sitting. I mean, maybe I was sitting here saying like I'm ready to take a risk last year.
Yeah,
I wanted us
Tony's
to
right.
pick.
Last year on this podcast on the draft night, there was plenty of people saying,
Yeah,
trade back
I mean,
in the
and I
first
was
for
one of
Malik.
those.
Yeah.
I was one of those people. I was one ready to take him in the second. And it was at the same time, I just wanted somebody to have some sort of direction. But I still go back to this. I know you guys keep saying J.C. Horn. J.C. Horn is a great pick, but he did that. I mean, we Justin Fields is still going to continue. This is the first time. No, now we have to drop it because we have Bryce Young. But until this year, we've had to have kind of say, man, would we have been better with? Maybe the best thing is us not having Justin Fields is it might have kept Matt Rule's job a little longer.
Yeah.
I think first of all, as much as I love Fields, I have his Buckeyes jersey. I didn't really want him. I didn't think he was going to be a great NFL passer, and I believe with Cam, I've fully realized when we had Cam, you win in the NFL more with your arm than ever before. In nowadays age where you throw more, and unfortunately, you just need that not pure pocket passer because you want someone to escape when things get tough behind the pocket, but I just didn't believe in Fields to truly make that NFL leap as a passer. But not even just that. It's not. I don't get on the J.C. Horn pick for passing on Fields. I wanted Michael Parsons. It's not revisionist history. It's not none of this hindsight BS. I was literally going into the draft. I wanted Penei Sewell, who went the pick before, or Michael Parsons.
I did
and
too.
That's why sometimes I get upset because J.C. Horn has played 40% of his snaps in 2 years. 40%. He's a great player when he's on the field. There's no doubt. Arguably the best player.
1 second, Pickle. 1 second. Greg, the stat daddy, the bat daddy, you got to go prep for your show. Tell them where you're going and where they should check you out after the Friday free-for-all.
Yeah, man. If you're interested in the Friday free-for-all, I'm doing the Geeks Chasing Squirrels Across the Multiverse at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on YouTube. Just check out GCS Podcast. We're doing episode 179 tonight. We have a special guest tonight to come on to talk about every week, not every week, but every week or two, we have a guest come on to promote their comics. Tonight, Boobs is the comic promoted. So if you want to come on, check that out. It's pretty cool. It's a husband and wife creator, and they have a comic called Boobs. It's exactly what you think. It's going to be fun to talk about. We're also talking about Titans this week and Sweet Tooth. So
can I add on quickly, Greg?
Yeah.
Can I add on? Also on Thursdays, I'd say me, Greg, Jay Stubbs, and Kevin, and hopefully Drew, we go live and talk about the NBA playoffs. So if you do want to join, it's on Geeks Chasing Squirrels as well. So that's something to look forward to if you just want to listen in about a different sport for a change. But yeah.
And it's a fun time. And Anthony, I will say, man, you are a fantastic podcaster. I love working with you. And guys, check out Panthers Central Podcast because he's got some good stuff going on there. Like, you're amazing, man. I love being teamed up with you right now to do some stuff. Yeah.
Lakers play tonight too. Just side
Lakers play tonight, 10 o'clock. That's right. So I'm going to be kind of distracted tonight. Wow.
Are you
rocking, I know.
Are you rocking on StreamYard, Anthony?
Yeah, I am.
You know what? We need to talk about kind of bringing you under a C3 umbrella. Not you still have your own independent channel.
Oh,
we're gonna start thinking about making a network because we can parlay our own StreamYards to where people don't have to pay for their own StreamYards and things like that. You can still do your own stuff. We'll talk about that. Greg, have a good show.
Thanks, man.
See you, Greg.
Catch y'all later.
I like this Mingo pick a lot. I think this is one of those picks right here, and that where it's easy to say, oh, he wasn't one of the top-rated wide receivers, and all we do is look at mock drafts and we just look at the listings that other people put out there. But I had a lot of reservations about some of these early receivers in this draft class because I feel like you're drafting a certain receiver that has a ceiling of what they can truly be, unless they are just some sort of phenomenal outlier. And what I think about that is I think of drafting a guy like a Zay Flowers, who I hope is going to be great. But I think it's harder for a DJ Moore to be a dominant receiver in the league than it is for an AJ Brown to be a dominant receiver in the league, just because of their skill set and their ability.
And that's the biggest thing, Tony. That's why AJ Brown, DK, they fell, because they don't possess those flashy like speed traits and stuff like that. They're just an old-fashioned big receiver, but typically that can get you farther sometimes, just based on like your talent and how big you are.
Ran a 4.3 though.
Yeah, I mean Mingo ran a 4.4 at like 2.
That's a good speed.
Like that's still a good speed to be drafted like late second.
What did Justin Jefferson run?
4.6, 4.5, 4.6. Yo, Steph Curry giving Bryce Young some love.
Oh yeah, that's lit, man. Yeah,
he ran a 4.43, so really right around the same speed. All right, we got a couple. We've got a couple more spots on the panel, guys. If anybody wants to jump in, the link should be pinned. If not, I'm gonna.
Please be some civil.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to see your face, and I'm gonna have to see some Panther gear at this point. I'm not taking none of this. Like, I'll let Cody deal with this nonsense. I'm too old for that shit.
This Mingo clip, these clips, and he attacks the football when it's yes, definitely. He attacks the football. That's what I've noticed, and he's just not stiff. He seems fluent when he's like trying to put a move on the defender when he has the ball after the catch. But
that's what these top tier receivers do in the NFL, JJ. They don't let the ball come to them. They go up and get it.
Detroit.
That's a good pick. That's saving their draft.
Yeah, facts. Like that's literally saving their draft, man.
People, hold on. People gave them a lot of shit, and I know I just called them out for it too. But like, these are all players that everybody was like, "Oh, they're gonna be a good player." They just don't like it that they got picked in the first round. But if they hit on those picks and they're fine in the NFL, we're gonna look back and say, "Yeah, Detroit did fine for just believing in the guys they wanted."
Yeah, I mean, if they turn out to be great players, no one.
But they always do this, though. They draft. They did this in the early 2000s. I feel like when they went a wide receiver 3 years in a row. Remember Charles Rogers and Charles John? They had like these two. And then they did again. They've been doing it for the last 5 years. They've been picking running backs in the first round. They've been picking running backs forever, and they can't get their guy. I just feel like they're panicking. Why is Swift? I guess what they just want somebody who's a
Swift's
hammer.
On his last year.
Okay.
I feel like that's why. And he can't run up the middle, kind of like Jahmyr Gibbs. And Gibbs has way more breakaway speed. So
this right now is a Bryce Young supporting cast. And guys, I got to tell you, I've been so focused on the quarterback discussion, maybe the quarterback throw into the receiver. I have forgotten arguably the most important addition our offseason, Miles Sanders is going to be a really great piece to this offense. And is it a while that it's kind of, to me, just gone a little bit under our radar, our attention. But right now we're talking about running back Miles Sanders, Terrace Marshall Jr., Adam Thielen, DJ Shark, Laviska Shenault, Jonathan Mingo, Hayden Hurst. There's some weapons there. And somebody was saying, why do you bring in a Mingo if you can't fit him in? I don't know if DJ Shark is a every down type of receiver.
Hell no.
Who,
He
you
might
know?
be hurt too.
Shark.
Oh,
Shark.
I'm telling you, I just looked at this clip that TFB sent to our free for all chat, and this dude may be our wide receiver one by the end of the season.
Is it the one where he caught it on his nameplate?
Yes.
That's what made me.
Man.
Yes.
Disrespect.
That's why I was like, oh my god.
God, what?
Y'all going in there deep. But it's draft day, so if you're going to be hyped up, might as well be hyped. If you're going to overhype it, might as well overhype it.
I hope we get another Camp Confidential, man.
Yes,
Hey,
go ahead. I just wanted to say yes.
No, you go, Anthony.
I was just gonna say, like, yeah, the Camp Confidentials are awesome because I want to see like how they thought through this whole process with the quarterback, and like I just want to see if anyone else was like really close. Yeah, I don't know if they'll show, because that's kind of disrespectful to show the rankings and stuff like that, you know?
Yeah, but I guarantee you AR was QB2.
No, I'm being for real. Like Will Levis ranked as like their QB5 or like something like that.
Who put that up?
No, nothing. We were just saying like, so last year they had a Camp Confidential, and Matt Rule was showing.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
he was writing out the board of like where everyone was gonna go, and he actually predicted the first like 6 picks. So I was just gonna see like maybe they do it with the quarterbacks and like see how where they had him ranked. Clearly Bryce Young was 1, but I just want to see where they had the other ones ranked. I don't know.
You guys, did you guys hear what who's the Indy GM speaking of?
Oh, this is a good point. If Mingo is better or it can be anything close to DJ Moore, we won in every regard.
Yeah. Like, I think he has more potential.
I don't think it's going to be as hard to replace DJ Moore as people think. He has been a volume. Oh, no, he's got earbuds on. He's got earphones on.
Okay.
He was asking if we were being too loud.
Oh, no, you're good.
Fuck them kids.
We can be excited all we want about.
Here, listen to this.
Maybe that's her way of saying keep pounding, y'all. Come on. Maybe she's trying to say keep pounding.
I want you guys to see if you can and tell me what you guys think about this. This is Chris Ballard today as he got up and talked about their pick of Anthony Richardson. But before he did, he had to address something. And tell me what you guys think about this.
All the instead of bad words, all the crap that comes out about these kids. Like, it's bull. I'm sorry, but it's bull. Like, people that leak these stories, negative stories on kids, I don't agree with it. These guys work their ass off to get where they need to be, and then all week you got to read and stories and ask all, and then they got to answer questions on it. So anyway, not on Anthony, it's on some other.
He's talking about CJ Stroud, isn't he?
Yeah.
I thought had to take a little bit of a.
I've got a theory on this. Why do the Colts need to make a statement about that today when they picked Anthony Richardson?
Well, there was also,
showing support. It's just I think it's defending the players, man, because
he may have just been venting.
Okay.
Kind of
so
deal,
before you even address, so your first press conference after you pick your quarterback, you think it's important for you to go out there and talk about how it's fucked up that people leak the stories. Well, I tell you, know what I call bullshit. I think Chris Ballard was the one leaking the stories. I think he's the one doing it. I think he's trying to get out in front of this thing and he was hoping that CJ Stroud would have
Fell
followed
to
him.
4. Fell to 4.
Yeah, and then Stroud, it didn't work. And he's like this. I can't believe all y'all bitches out there leaking these stories. Why didn't you do it more?
Traded up.
I'm telling you, there's something suspicious about this to me, about this Ballard moment, because I think they were trying to get the Texans out of taking a quarterback.
He's trying to do that reverse psychology on
Yeah,
everyone.
and now he's trying to make sure he's covering his bases, bro.
Make everyone think it's not him when really it is.
I know. There's something strange in the neighborhood about this for me.
Wait, that was Chris Ballard talking? Oh, no, my fault. I'm thinking Jim Irsay.
Oh, that guy is even more
not having
a
any
little
luck.
sus. Do you see what he tweeted out? He tweeted
Oh,
out
what
to the
about Will
fans.
Levis?
Yes,
How they were
he's like-
picking Anthony Richardson?
Yeah, he said, "Do you guys want us to pick Will Levis? We could have the Joe Montana Steve Young duo." I'm like, oh my gosh, like come on now.
How
Just
cringe.
ridiculous.
God, Anthony Richardson could be awesome, dude. You guys, they need
I'm
to be
happy
excited.
for AR.
Yeah, me too. I think it's a good situation. And you know what? Probably the best that's the
JT.
quarterback they need because their offensive line stinks now. How about that?
Like
Is
that.
it? And this is why I do think we got to keep loading up with offensive linemen investing in that, because it wasn't too long ago that the Colts, because of that early years with Andrew Luck and him getting beat up, that they went all offensive line. Remember, they picked guard after guard, and they went kind of like the Cowboys from a bad offensive line to a crazy great one. But now they're back to bad. You have to keep reinvesting there.
Yep.
Cam Smith's fault. Like, I'm not trying to be annoying, but I mean, there's so many good players on the board right now. Like that chunk section between like 45 and 55 is prime. I don't know that we're gonna trade up because that's like 40 spots. He's gonna have to. Fitter would have to do something with.
8 followers away from 7K on Twitter, by the way, guys. I've been grinding since October of 2013 on Twitter for every one of these followers.
Man, I can't. One thing
you
I
let
them
know,
man,
Tony. You let them know.
I remember when I first found the C3 Panthers podcast, and it was the the first episode I watched was the Bucks become champs. The Panthers are chumps, I believe.
All right.
That was the first episode that I watched, and I have been hooked ever since. And man, what you have built, Tony, is it's remarkable.
Man, I tell you, it started in 2013, and it just was basically me and Joey just talking to each other about football. And I've always said this: is I want the C3 Panthers podcast first. It's not about me. I want it to be a place where we feel like we're on the way to the stadium, all riding in the same car, talking shit about the game and what's going to happen and this and that. And then on the way back, we're riding together, talking about the game and what's coming up. And somebody here to talk about the game and that team, Monty from the 4-Man Rush. Welcome back, man. Did you have a good night last night? I know Bryce Young was your guy. And now we got the big body, Jonathan Mingo. I don't know how we're going to play the man Mingo. We're going to have to do something with this because this is a big body receiver. And I got to say, I am a little bit T-Money put me on the Mingo's name in the creator chat. I like this type of receiver. This is the type of body. This appeals to me more than those little guys that were going in the first. How do you think about the Panthers draft as it's unfolded, Monty?
I'm excited, man. I think they did a good job with trying to add another receiver, try to add a pass catcher. I think they're trying their best to try to find somebody to replace DJ Moore. And I think that's kind of, I think there's kind of some parallels there. I'm excited. I would have liked a defensive player, but I think you got to get a pass catcher for Bryce Young. Add as many weapons as you can. So yeah, man. I want to see what we're gonna do. If we can get back up and either add a corner. That would be dope. I think there's still probably we can get some depth there, but yeah, I mean I can't complain. I'm not happy. I mean I'm not mad at all. You won't hear me complaining about it either. So yeah, I'm happy, man.
Is this really, guys? Is this really the pick that the Bucks just made?
Who'd they pick?
They took.
Is this really him?
Yeah.
Yes, yes, it is.
Mean, I guess that's how you
Yes. I just
No,
read
at
that about
first I
that
was
guy
giggling,
earlier
but I'm
today,
all
and I was
in
like,
if I'm the boss.
I want this dude. I've got to have this dude. I thought, this is my guy.
Oh my
If he's from
god.
North Dakota State, man, he's probably a big hockey guy. And
Yeah.
them dudes up
He's
there,
gonna fit in perfectly
poor-
with
poor-
Baker Mayfield.
he ain't
Yeah,
gonna know
that's
what to
crazy.
do with
Poor
that
feller.
humidity, though.
He's going down there to Florida. That ain't gonna work out well for him.
Hell no, that humidity is fucking ruthless.
Yeah.
Monty, let's kind of turn the discussion a little off the Carolina Panthers because I know what we've done is so. Look, I mean, we're excited about Bryce Young and his. Hey, I'm so happy to be here. I'm so, he's like a little Michael Jackson voice. But we're so excited about things we're doing, and on our podcast, I've always said this is that we're so hyper focused on our team, and that's why we have to go get guests from other teams because I don't look enough out. What are you seeing in this draft that's caught your eye outside of the Carolina Panthers? Are there players that have surprised you? Have teams surprised you? How have you found this draft to be so far?
Yeah, I think this is it's been an interesting draft. Like there's been a lot of trades, there's been a lot of things. Everybody's been saying coming up to this draft is going to be a lot of things that's going to be unexpected. And I think that's lived up to be true. I like the Will Levis going to Tennessee pick. I think that's a good fit for Will Levis. I think that's a good pick for Tennessee. I think Seattle has been, they've had a very good draft as well. Seattle's they're going to compete.
That was my pick.
And yes, I mean, in Seattle's they've added some weapons, man. So I think those are two teams I look at the most. But yeah, mainly I've just been focused on us, bro. I've been hoping, I'm really praying that we can trade back up in here and get a fucking defensive player, dog. Because it's like yeah. Hey, I'm looking at him. They draft a man now with no teeth, and it is funny as shit. Like he's actually funny looking as hell.
I mean, he's funny, but you know what? You don't draft pretty offensive linemen.
That is true.
I mean, it's like Dion said, and I don't know how people feel about Dion's comments that he wanted a quarterback that came from a two-parent home and he wanted a defensive lineman that was worried about getting his lunch the next day. I mean, and it might be a little crude, and that might be crude because these are real people that we're talking about. When you hear that, that's the problem with maybe that comment. But there is an air of truth about the type of violence of a personality it takes to play certain positions. And you don't want it's surprising, man. Those offensive linemen got to be some mean ass motherfuckers when they get in the game. I mean, and I know that Bradley Bozeman has been great. And it's wild when you see people like Moten and Bozeman who are like so nice off the field, but they have some kind of psychopath switch they must have to turn on when they get in the trenches. Cause that's a man's, and you guys are, and let's go back to the 4-man rush for a second. Your focal point as you guys got started, I know you're not limited to the offensive line, but when I first started following you guys, that was kind of what your go-to niche was. It's like we're about the trenches here. That's where we played in high school and college, and that's what we know a lot about. That's a man's world down there in the trenches, ain't it?
Yeah, man, and you got to be a bully. I think that's kind of the mentality. I mean, because essentially you got to think, when you think about it, you're 6'5", 6'6", in some cases 6'7", 280, 300 pounds plus. It's a bully mentality. And it really is just that. And I think that's why I look, because you're right. When we started the 4-man rush, Kev has probably been the founder of that. The trenches, and they're actually starting their own page here shortly. Dedicated to the trenches. But yeah, man, I feel like you can't be the biggest thing that we messed up was when drafting Greg Little was he was fucking soft, and you can't be a soft lineman. You can't be cute. You can't be. It's not a cute position, man. And I feel like that's what it really is. Drafting the ugly offensive lineman is a real thing.
I mean, that kind of fits the part, right?
Exactly. Right.
Man, that's great there. I was thinking too, when it comes to this Panthers team as we go forward, actually when we get back to that offensive line, how do you guys, and we'll start with Monty and then I'll just go around the horn to you guys if anybody wants to chime in. Am I the only one? Because every time people talk about on Twitter, they go, man, our offensive line is good. It's good. To me, it was good. Every time your offensive line was good, which ours has never been until last year, really, it was good. And this year is a new year. Not to say it will be bad, But just saying it was good last year doesn't necessarily equate to greatness this year.
Sure.
How much do we need to continue to monitor the offensive line, continue to put bodies in there that are talented so we don't become an Indianapolis that had a great offensive line 4 or 5 years ago, and now Anthony Richardson will be running for his life? Do you see a need for the Carolina Panthers to add through the draft, or is this something that maybe there's some guys back there? Who is the what's the one guard that everybody likes that could play center that we drafted last year?
Caden.
Yeah. Do you think we have enough bodies in the background to continue to build strength in that trench, Monty? And then I'll let other people chime in.
Yeah, I mean, I think you always have to add, like every year, I think adding a weapon and then adding an offensive lineman is like imperative, whether it be, in the late rounds of the draft or, whether it be early. So yeah, I definitely think you got to add, somebody to protect Bryce Young, and especially with Bryce Young having the concerns of being small, I think you have to do that. But yeah, I think we're in a position where we're absolutely going to, I can't stress enough. I hope we trade up, but yeah, I think we're definitely going to have to add another guard or another tackle somewhere in the draft somewhere.
Anybody else want to get in on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's imperative that you have to just always draft an offensive lineman. If I was the Panthers, I would draft an offensive guard in the later rounds. I think our tackles are fine, but I think we need to draft a guard, and then I would probably trade up for a cornerback. That's what I would do.
Listen, I've been with G-Baby. I know I don't agree with G-Baby that often, but I was with him when it came to I know we have holes on defense, but listen, this team isn't just going to pop out, win 12 games, make a deep playoff run. No. Like, we still have a lot of building to do. We have a lot of holes. I think the biggest priority is to help Bryce Young as much as possible. This is our young quarterback who's going to be a rookie this year. We can't expect him to just save the franchise year one like he's just God amongst boys. Like, I really think, like, helping him and making his start to the NFL as easy as possible is the biggest thing and the most important thing, which we did that with the wide receiver. But protecting him, I believe, is the next most important thing.
I guess what you're seeing is the difference of mentality and philosophy when you have a coach who thinks about the offense. And I'm going to put this up right here as my friend who I went on Pirate Radio 1250 today, like I do every Friday. And the host of PRL Live is Clip Brock, my buddy that I grew up with. And he's a Commanders fan. And he just tagged me in this tweet right here. And you guys, you'll probably understand where he's coming out. He said, we're Ron Riveraing the hell out of this draft. And he's retweeting a tweet from Grant Paulson. The Commanders are in no rush to address their offensive line or their offense in general, for that matter. You would think that their defense was the one ranked near the bottom of the NFL last year. That's a Ron Rivera team. And, that's where Ron Rivera,
Lord have mercy.
Cam made Ron Rivera. And Cam was the perfect type of quarterback for Ron Rivera, where he just said, Cam, do it all. And we're just going to draft defense every year. And we're going to try to win games by keeping teams under 20. And hopefully you can find a way to muster 21 points between you and the kicker.
It was bullshit.
It's a different era. It's a different era.
Under that.
Bryce Young for sure, is going to have a way better coaching staff, way better supporting cast than Cam Newton ever did. Like, that dude had to carry so much of the load on the offensive side of the ball. It wasn't even funny.
I hope that we can figure out a way to get Cam Smith out of South Carolina.
Yeah.
Never mind. The Dolphins just drafted him. Fuck me. Wow.
God damn, man.
I mean, they're from South Carolina, but yeah, we need a fucking corner, dog. Like ASAP.
Corner or edge. If they don't go edge, it tells me they have to be looking at someone in free agency.
I think how do y'all feel about Unique Ngakoue? If I'm not messing that.
Yeah. He's played with Reich too. So he's good for a 3-4.
Hey, y'all see? I don't know if I'm gonna pick behind. With Green Bay just added a receiver for Jordan Love. I think that's fucking dope. They need to start adding receivers in Green Bay ASAP.
Oh, dude, yeah, not even. That's been a need. honestly, if I'm Aaron Rodgers, I know you're just happy to be out of there, but like, how are you not pissed off that it's like it takes him leaving? It's similar to the Cam treatment. They've given him, basically you can handle the offense. We don't need to focus on that. We only need to worry about the defense, because he's Aaron Rodgers.
He's still been MVP at that. That's the crazy thing. He's still been MVP Aaron Rodgers in with the trash ass receiver room. So yeah,
They never drafted a first-round receiver for Rodgers. Never once. I think all the guys like Jordy Nelson and Jennings were second-round picks. So
Devontae Adams was too.
Here's a couple of things on our new wide receiver. I love this guy already. First, Mike K reporting that Mingo says the Panthers told him that he would be picked if he was still there at 39. Sounds like he made a major impression during his pre-draft visit. And they asked Mingo how he could help Bryce Young. He said, "I can turn a little 5-yard hitch into an 80-yard touchdown." Count me in on Mingo, bro. I love this guy already.
He also said
like
that
AJ Brown.
He basically also said he's happy to be on the same side of be on the same team as Bryce because he said he's a game changer and he lost to him 3 straight years in a row. So
can we also talk about the fact that if you guys recall, they were talking about how a wide receiver stuck out like more than anybody else.
Is him?
I mean, you got to think it's him because the fact that we told him that if he's there at 39, we're taking him.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, a lot of teams some teams do that and they lie, and some teams do that and they actually mean it. We actually meant it.
I would just keep my mouth shut if I didn't mean it. I mean, I don't know why you would tell somebody that in general because you don't know what's going to happen. But
like when the Bears said they were taking Patrick Mahomes and then took Mitch.
Did they really say that?
Yeah,
did that really happen?
Mahomes' dad. Yeah, this past year, Mahomes' dad said the Bears GM told him that they were picking his son, and then they didn't pick him.
And they got Mitchell Trubisky.
The Cowboys also told Jalen Ramsey they would pick him, but they picked Zeke instead, and he fell 1 or 2 picks. So that's a real thing.
I'm gonna be honest. I wasn't the biggest fan of this wide receiver draft class. I know G Baby's a big fan of Addison, but outside of JSN, who I thought was gonna be most NFL ready day one, Mingo definitely had the most wide receiver 1 upside on terms of playing on the outside. Just because I don't feel like any of the others can play the outside, and I'm not a big fan of Quentin Johnson at all.
Yeah, I'm just not scared of replacing the DJ Moore production. I'm sorry. I'm not scared of it. I think it's a lot. First is DJ Moore's greatest seasons came with the worst quarterbacks, and they just throw it straight over to him every time. Just his volume greatness. I don't know. He's a tough receiver. Yeah, I think he's a good piece, but I don't think it's like all of a sudden our offense is going to churn to a halt. Actually, you know what? It can't churn to a halt. It was never started.
Yeah. That's what I didn't like about how people are saying we got fleeced, because, I mean, his production can easily be replaced, but at the same time, I just feel like DJ was way more of a security blanket than people expect. And like I said before, when it came to helping the quarterback by any means, if DJ became the second wide receiver on this team, that's a great thing to happen if DJ Moore is your number 2. So I just feel like if we could have had a 2-man attack when it came to wide receivers with DJ, that's what I always wanted.
Yeah, you need a compliment. You need a compliment. Joe Person said this, Chad, you'll like this, is Jonathan Mingo said he was at a draft party tonight in his hometown of Brandon, Mississippi. On the menu, crawfish.
That's what's on the menu for Sunday.
I've never had crawfish.
Never?
I wanted to. I was in New Orleans and I tried to go to this grocery. There's this one grocery store you said everybody goes to get it at, and they get it's just like a little, you just get them steamed there and you walk out with a bag and go eat them in the park. And I got there a half hour after they closed or something on like a Sunday. But what is that? Poor man lobster?
No, man, that's $1 million lobster, dude.
Yeah.
Anytime you go to a bowl, it's a lot of fun. If you're ever in New Orleans, man, your door's always open, and I'll take you to get some damn good crawfish.
Do you eat the heads? Do you suck the heads?
Oh man, you got to be. No, I don't suck the heads.
Okay, all right.
No, but like you tear the tail off.
Yeah.
And all the juice is inside of their bodies, and you just suck the juice right out of their bodies.
Just shoot that.
Shoot it. Hey, but on the real, man, that's not even the best part, in my opinion. The corn, the veggies, all the
like the sausage, the Low Country boil. Is that what
love that shit, bro.
Fun. You put the newspaper out, pour it all on the table, and just have a good time.
Have a good time. If your nose ain't running, you ain't having a good time.
They ain't hot enough. You got to pour some more of that Tony. How do you say? I call it Tony Catcheries.
Tony Sacheries.
Sacheries. All right.
Yeah. Oh yeah, man. I would love if I could figure out a way to bring like a crawfish boil up there, but it's not in season during football season. But man, that would be fun.
We do what we call the Low Country, which is the South Carolina version, but it's got shrimp. And I mean, sometimes I've had people throw lobster, like crab legs, but it's usually just shrimp, sausage, corn, potatoes.
Oh,
and that's a ton of, and that's what you rock with.
Hey, but I will say this. So I've been to Belvoir, North Carolina, right side out of Greenville.
Yeah, it's like 15 minutes away from me.
Let me tell you, bro. Bee's Barbecue is the best barbecue I ever had in my life.
That's in Greenville. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. This place? It's world renowned. Yeah. But it's like you look at it, it looks like, I mean, it's crazy. They're one of the few restaurants in North Carolina that can still cook their crap the way they do. Like they've been grandfathered in because they cook all the barbecue like in a smoke shack out in the back, and they have to walk it in. They only take cash, and they close when the food is gone, and they close by like noon every day. It's like people are waiting. I saw this one time of like a 90-year-old lady walking down the side of a highway, bro, with a walker to go to Bees, bro.
Yeah, dude. Bro, hey, okay, so my daughter's mother is from Belvoir, North Carolina, and so every year for Christmas, I would go up to Belvoir, and I every time it was Bees Barbecue or Park.
Yeah, good stuff, man. I love some Eastern North Carolina barbecue, just like the Carolina Panthers are going to love themselves some Bryce Young and some Jonathan Mingo. That might be a connection that we're hearing for a long time. But also, and not to put the wet blanket on any of this, is the Panthers have been searching for that type of wide receiver in the second round for a long, long time. Long time have we been picking Brandon LaFell's. We've been picking Devin Funch's second round, Terrace Marshall Jr.'s. A lot of these big-bodied receivers in the second round, and none of them have kind of really found their way to, arguably Brandon LaFell, the best out of all of them in that list. It shouldn't be hard for Mingo to top those guys. But boy, if we could find a gem, and I think, who was it that said it earlier? I think it was maybe Chad or Chuck earlier when he was here said that, the draft is really made in these third rounds and things. I don't know which round it's made in. Is like here. My always thought about the draft was this: is you can't miss on your first, right? I mean, like if you miss on your first, and it's going to hurt you for a long time. But if you can find a win, a real, like a guy who would have been redraft in the first, in like the third, that's how teams really win. If you look at like a Travis Kelce,
Richard Sherman,
these guys that all of a sudden you look back at it and you go, they should have been different. Alvin Kamara, third round. So if we could just hit on Mingo or a star in the third, that's really going to make this important to us. And when is our next draft pick? What round is it?
Third, 93rd overall.
And they're just doing the second round tonight?
No, second and third.
Oh, we're second and third tonight, and then what?
Yeah.
Then all the other ones tomorrow,
right?
So no draft on Sunday. Okay.
You really got to think that this team has a plan for edge rusher. Like, I know
they're gonna have to go into free agency.
Yeah, and there's Leonard Floyd, Ngakoue, or Jadeveon Clowney. Now, Jadeveon Clowney is kind of at the end of his road with all the injuries he suffered. But why don't you take a chance on Ngakwe? I think edge rusher is a position that like it's hard for a rookie to come in and make.
Chiefs trade up with the Lions.
Oh yeah, I just saw that. It's hard to make an edge rusher like step in from day one and be really effective. Like that's just a really hard position to play. So.
Yeah. No, I agree. I'm more interested in getting a guy in free agency.
Mm-hmm.
Steph Curry shows love to the newest Panthers member. What he's playoff? What is? Oh, he's running the football play.
Dude, what the fuck? Oh well. Yo, shout out to my fiance. She girl.
It's okay. Take your time.
No, I can't, bro. It like 2 seconds, bro. Oh my! All right, shout out to her. Whew.
She must be walking around in something skimpy for him.
Very much so.
I know that look. I've seen a man look like that. I've had that look.
Like it's like one of those like, hang on, guys. I'll
yeah, you just go ahead. We'll cover for you. You can come back grinning. He's gonna come back grinning. But you know what? Now he can't go because now he's got to make it last longer so we don't make fun when he comes back.
No, dude,
like,
20 seconds.
Oh, that was quick.
20 seconds, bro.
And with the and Chad is on the clock.
Holy shit, man.
Oh God. Now
she's actually said that she's gonna get a Mingo jersey.
There you go. She's ready to mingle.
Yeah, man. I'm getting 2 Bryce Young jerseys. If anyone in the free for all saw how much money I won last night.
How much
Cody,
money
take the lead for me. I gotta go check on my kid real quick.
Hold on.
All right, we'll
What
do.
did you say, Chad?
How much money did you make on that?
All right, so I told my dad to
flex, bro.
I told my dad to take. So my dad's a Panthers fan, but he's like one of those Panthers fans that hasn't given a fuck about the team since Cam Newton was here.
Yeah.
So he's like, "Who do you think we're gonna take?" He's like, "It's really looking like CJ Stroud," and I'm like, "No, take Bryce Young." So he took him at like plus 300, and he gave me some of his winnings. So. Yeah, I'm not going to say how much. Go in the chat. You can see for yourself. I don't want to say it publicly, but
that's understood.
Yeah,
okay.
You can go in the chat and see. But yeah, it was awesome, and I had to pay Cody because I lost that bet, but that was fun.
Oh, did you bet like $25 for CJ going too?
Yeah, bro. Because literally every report that was coming out was saying that they were going to take Anderson. And I had like they smoke screened the fuck out of everyone, man. Like last second, they took Stroud. But I mean, I don't blame him. He's the second best quarterback in the class. So
I don't know. For a while, I've always had them when they will get. Well, technically, they still got Will Anderson. Technically, they did.
They overpaid for Anderson, though, bro.
Yes, they did.
They overpaid for Anderson. Like Stroud, okay, yeah, take him there.
Yeah,
but
that pick number 3 was way too expensive. Listen, this I know that this was a guy that they wanted. Don't get me wrong, but there's a reason that. Listen, I mean, they almost paid as much as we did to move up to 1.
Yes, for an edge rusher, they paid for. Like
who they believe. Well, technically, it's not even just that. You got to think like, what if they just if they didn't trade up, they could have just taken Will Anderson. So it's right. A potential franchise quarterback and potential.
I get what you're saying. Because either way, they would have had to trade that price for CJ Stroud if they took
I know you keep up a little bit with the NBA. It's like when the Clippers traded for Paul George. It's not just Paul George. It was Paul George and Kawhi Leonard, So,
yeah. I get what you're saying. Well, the NBA.
I mean, I think with the Texans too, they just got to say, at least we're trying right now. And why not?
Oh, for sure.
Why not do that? Like, I mean, instead of being like, oh, we added 3 players and whatever, just go get 2 star-ass players and make your fans excited.
You know who really another winner of the draft was the Cardinals, bro. they have too many needs, but at the same time, they got a guy who's gonna protect Kyler Murray, and they got a lot of assets for that number 3. Like, you know, it just takes one thing at a time to build up your team. So,
yeah, like most times that's a thing when you're picking top 3 like that. Most times you take a quarterback. So the Cardinals didn't take a quarterback. They recouped assets and got the offensive tackle that they potentially were going to take at 3. If they couldn't have gotten a trade, I guarantee they would have taken Paris Johnson at 3 regardless. So they basically just got assets and the player they wanted.
my dog, Paris Johnson.
He's a dog. He's a dog. You know who still hasn't been taken? Day-One Jones, the other guy.
He was the guy I was getting on in the chat saying I confused him with Paris Johnson. No, Day-One Jones is not it. I'm gonna be so real.
Is he your right tackle?
Right side, yes, I saw him on the right side so many times. Just false start, either just get straight up cooked off the edge because he was too slow moving to his right. Either he's a big mother chucker, but like he would get bullied sometimes. I saw Aiden Hutchinson out technique him a lot of times. Edge rushers can hit him with finesse, all types of moves. I don't know. He's gonna need a real cooking, real lesson. He gonna need that oven time like 3 times extra to learn in the NFL.
Jonathan Mingo says he's excited to go against J.C. Horn every day in practice. Go against the best,
too.
Make you better.
Yeah, we're ready for him. I'm really excited about that.
Just don't hurt JC in practice,
bro. He's an AJ Brown clone, bro. What?
All right, so the Chargers got. What's that?
A fire
extinguisher.
Hey,
Jonathan Mingo.
Hey guys.
That's awesome. I told you, this is my favorite player already.
Hold on. Bryce Young
just posted on his Instagram for the first time since being drafted. And he said the caption was
time to work, baby.
Yeah,
dude, this guy is serious.
All right. Do you guys got anything to say about this edge rusher that the Chargers got, the Tupatola out of USC? The Kansas City made their, it says the pick is in. I'm just looking at the tracker. Have we already got who they're picking?
6'2", 220. God damn.
Who?
Mingo.
Oh yeah. He's legit, dude.
6'2", 220. Oh my.
That's a wide receiver body, man. 4.46 at the combine. So he ran such a good 40 at the combine. He didn't run it at his pro day.
I don't like when people bring up 40s, honestly, because I feel like these guys get faster in the NFL regardless. Like,
well, that's just straight line speed. It's a sprint speed, but it does tell us if they're not fast or not. You know what I'm saying? Is that usually it's like, hey, man, you're tall and big and you can run a 4.4, man. I'm all in.
Mm-hmm.
It is kind of interesting that Bryce Young took out the University of Alabama in his Instagram bio, but did not put Carolina Panthers.
He's probably in the process of it.
I would hope that he just paid people to do that shit.
Probably.
To run his
just started following the dude. This kid has been like in every commercial. He's been bombarded by our media team. I mean, the dude was in Charlotte today, like because Cody probably lives like 10 minutes away from where all this was happening, but there were tons of fans they had there. He was like walking like the red carpet at the Oscars type shit. I'm serious. It was crazy.
He is going to be beloved here. Like he is so just a fantastic person. One dude that, a Saint fan down here told me today, because he listened to the like just him talking and everything. He's like, man, I'm not used to a Panther quarterback just not coming off of as this cocky asshole. Like he seems like a genuine dude. And to me, like, I guess hearing that was kind of like, man, like that's pretty cool, because I thought the same thing with Drew Brees. You hear Drew Brees talk and it's great and everything. And I like Drew. I hated playing against him, but I like Drew. But
he just tweeted out.
What's that?
He just tweeted out, keep pounding.
Oh,
keep pounding. So
hey, he gonna need to get used to that.
He's probably just getting to sit down for the first time.
Oh
yeah, he's probably exhausted.
Exactly. Like, yeah. Yeah, bro. This
You
dude
know,
is
I get what you're saying, Chad, about and I don't want to take away from him because he's well spoken, right? I
Yes.
just don't only want. I always got mad when people, just because Cam wasn't always polished, and like we all knew what he was saying. He would miss you. I would just feel like this is like, I don't think I could do a great job. Like the expectations people put on some of these people, like we couldn't live up to those ourselves. But man, I'm telling you, Bryce Young is so polished of a speaker, and it's not rehearsed. That's the other thing that's really weird about it, is like, it's not like, oh, here are my same talking points I go over. There's an authenticity and a genuineness about it, a realness that comes with it. And that is awesome. I would ask you guys, I think Cam Newton was our first superstar. I think Julius Peppers was the Panthers' first star. I think maybe Steve Smith was our second star. I think Cam was our first superstar. Is Bryce Young, and I think Cam Newton was a superstar from day one.
Yeah.
Is Bryce Young, was Cam that awesome? Or was his personality, was his body and personality so big? Is Bryce Young a superstar or a star?
I think that he can become a superstar. I think it's going to take, consistency of great, quarterback play.
He would have had to, maybe if he won the national championship.
Right.
Cam was coming off of like
the though. He did win a Heisman.
He did.
And one thing that I do love about how Bryce, like, he won a national championship, but he didn't win it,
right.
Mac Jones won it. I think that that's going to make him hungrier to get, like, he's never tasted to be a champion. Like he got, like, he was a backup and, he was young. So he, I don't know. Maybe I'm
like Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, like Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, or Patrick Mahomes, maybe. I mean, Patrick Mahomes wasn't a superstar from. I think people in the chat are saying it. Panther Gal says to be determined. 704 Moneybag says if Bryce Hall ball, he is a superstar. I think that's right. I think just Cam was coming off such an epic season in college football, and he's the #1 pick. He's such a phenom athlete. That was a special moment. And I'm not trying to, and I know people are always going to be irritated with me because I will always compare Bryce Young to Cam until he supersedes him. And that's what it's going to take for me, for him to supersede him, is like he doesn't have to win Offensive Rookie of the Year right away. That's not like, but like Cam did do that. Cam did get this team to the Super Bowl. Cam did win an MVP. And I know people say it was 1 year. And Cam, there was some shortcomings to Cam's game. And people, they would always talk about his accuracy, his footwork, and some different things, but also they forgot sometimes what he did do for us. So I can't wait to see what Bryce Young does for us. And I hope more than anything, he does the one thing Cam was unable to do, and that's to put the Lombardi in the bank.
Yeah, man. If he wins us a Lombardi, like, as much as I love Cam, he would surpass Cam.
Oh yeah, definitely.
100%. You would have to retire that jersey too, or retire his number.
Yeah.
The first Super Bowl has to mean so much to a team.
Yes, it does. And it's going to mean so much to us because both Super Bowls that we went to were both heartbreakers.
Yeah, man. I felt like we should have at least come out of those games with one Super Bowl.
Yeah, but I will
at least
say
the
this.
second one.
I would have rather lost both of those Super Bowls than the way the Falcons lost theirs.
Well, at least we've been to Super Bowls. I think there's teams that haven't even been, and we've been around
27, 28 years?
28 years. Like, that's not even, we're a extension team.
Thank you.
There's
everybody's dropping out by accident.
If we won that Super Bowl in the 2015-16 season, it would have really capped off to be like one of the best teams of all time.
Yes, it would have.
And we really would have been cemented in NFL history as like one of those teams. Granted,
I mean, like, the drop off would have been catastrophic, but still, I mean, like, I just feel like we would have been cemented in NFL history as one of the best teams of all time. And Cam Newton's legacy would look, oh my God, it would just, he wouldn't get nearly the hate he gets. Because nowadays, when it comes to talking about sports, it's always about ring culture. What did you do? What did you accomplish? And a lot of the things you do don't get justified if you were the quarterback that doesn't lead your team to a championship.
Yeah, and it shows you how one thing can change the course of. It's like that. That's why they don't want you to time travel.
Exactly.
Like you go back and you change one thing, it just alters the whole timeline. Is that one thing? It's actually, and I actually have one other one that for that same team, I think that would have altered the trajectory of Cam Newton's careers. I think if we would have if Graham Gano would have made that field goal in the first game of 2016, where Cam Newton leads them down in the fourth quarter against the Denver Broncos. We cap off a win there. I think the whole trajectory of that team could go different. Now, I mean, obviously Michael Orr gets hurt. Cam Newton would later get hurt and some different things. But there's these small things. And like my boy Kevin's talking about in the chat, he thinks that the 2003 Super Bowl is the one we should have won. I tell you this is, you know, but the Casey out of bounds does hurt. But that doesn't necessarily, we were capturing some momentum there. But I think this is that the Patriots were arguably a better team than we were in some ways. Maybe not. We weren't supposed to be there.
No, it was just
in that game. You know, I mean, like it was such a wonderful story. I don't know. I felt like it maybe came by. That was a great game. That was a great game.
We beat the greatest show on turf, as they called it.
Yep.
Yeah.
The Rams.
What a season.
Then we beat the Eagles 14-3, thanks to Ricky Manning Jr. What did he have? 3 picks that game? 4 picks that game?
Yeah. I mean, he had an insane postseason that year. And then the Deshaun Foster run. If you want to feel God, I mean, he ran 40 yards and broke 5 tackles, and he really only ran 4 yards. It was like
iconic.
God, it was so great. I told him I had him on the show. I did this thing. I used to do this series called "Where's That Cat Now?" And I told him, I said, when I'm having a bad day, I just watch that YouTube clip.
That's a good way to deal with a bad day, man. Because my first game I ever watched, it was Carolina Tampa Bay. It was like the final score was 12-9, and I don't remember if it was Brinson Buckner or Chris Jenkins, Mike Rucker or Julius. I can't remember.
You said 12-9.
It was 12-9.
Tampa Bay. It's Tampa Bay. We blocked 2 field goals or 2 field goals and an extra point. We blocked an extra point and then came down and And that was actually, I think, the moment that team took off, to be honest. It was kind of earlier in the season, maybe. Like,
didn't they also come back, or didn't they kick a game-winning field goal against the Colts as well and the Texans?
Yeah, that's the original Cardiac Cats. I mean,
that was the first game I ever watched.
I
was 8 years old.
Where do y'all think Hendon Hooker goes? There were people saying that, like,
he might go end of the first round. Yeah, they're tripping.
Yeah, like I thought that was crazy.
People who actually watch his film and tendencies realize he's just. I'm sorry, I hate to break it to y'all.
Maybe the Rams in the third round.
Miami got Cam Smith. Isn't that your boy, Anthony?
No, I wanted him in Carolina because of the South Carolina connection with J.C. Horn. That's the thing, like. You had to give up that 61st pick in the trade, so like this is the gap we have to deal with, like from 30.
Yeah, but Miami's got some real players, dude. That team is legit.
I don't know, man. Their D line can get exposed sometimes. Like they don't have reliable defensive interior or linebackers to stop the run, nor do they.
But they just went and got home, man. Their secondary is straight.
It's good, but it's kind of like I wanted us to get Ramsey, but I don't think Ramsey's elite Ramsey anymore. I think he's
no matter what, you have to stop the run and run the football. And the Dolphins just don't do that at an efficient enough level, let alone a good or elite level, in my opinion.
No, but
I wanted to add on.
Oh, go ahead, JJ.
I wanted to add on back to that Cam Newton point. I look at Cam Newton in the light of Matt Ryan, Matthew Stafford, Phillip Rivers. I think he should be in the exact same tier as those guys. And people all the time want to say those guys are Hall of Famers, but Cam isn't. I don't think any of them are, in my opinion. I don't think
agree.
Eli Manning's a Hall of Famer. I just think he'll get in off of 2 rings and beating Tom Brady and his last name being Manning. That's really why I think he's going to get in.
I think he has at least an argument because of that. You know, it's like, is that the rings and some things. I think Phillip Rivers is the big fraud of the bunch, personally. I mean, I think it's like number based. I mean, look, Blake Bortles had some big numbers and he stunk.
Oh, yeah, he was trash. But after going to the Hall of Fame a few years ago, like in 2019, I really realized, like, what did these guys do? What did they accomplish? How many things like Cam Newton has a relatively great argument to say he had just as big of an impact to Carolina as Matt Ryan for the Falcons, Phillip Rivers for the Chargers, all these other guys.
More.
Exactly. Your impact to the game. Like, passing numbers are cool, but Cam Newton makes up for a lot of that in his rushing statistics and NFL history as a quarterback.
Yeah, and that 2010 Carolina Panther team before Cam got drafted was horrendous.
Dog shit.
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
So
I tell you this, if Phillip Rivers, like, look, I don't like Phillip Rivers, one, because he went to NC State, and I'm an ECU fan, and NC State's like the stepbrother, the older stepbrother down the street. But like the other thing that people look is he didn't have any success in the playoffs.
5 total playoff wins.
And let's talk about this. Let's not act like he didn't have any talent. This motherfucker had talent. He had the best. He had Tomlinson. He had a tight end in Antonio Gates. Yeah, I mean, like, he had talent.
Years with Antonio Cromartie and some other guys. Like, he had, even in his later years, like in 2018 when the Chargers went 12-14, they were one of the most talented teams, honestly. Now their head coach is terrible, but I just feel like Anthony Lynn, when he was the Chargers, he was never good, honestly. I said that then, but
I like this. My boy Kev said Cam is a Hall of Famer, and he is not a Cam stan either. He is critical of him. So
I don't think he will make the Hall of Fame.
Right, I agree.
But I just feel like his case, he gets way too much, like, he gets too much pushback. Like, when you ask, should Cam be a Hall of Famer? Most people would be like, no, definitely.
He needed one more push. He needed one more push in the playoffs, like a deep run.
She'll make this funny.
And that would have helped.
Like, because I just feel like, he has just as much of a reason as some of those other quarterbacks, but people will just look at, like, passing overall statistics and will just say those other guys deserve it more. When I feel like in the Hall of Fame, in terms of making the Hall of Fame, it's more so about your impact than it is what you produced necessarily, if you get what I mean.
All right, so the Bengals got a corner in DJ Turner. The Bills.
Oh, they pick up DJ Turner?
Yeah, Osiris Torrance, guard, goes to the Bills. For Florida, Luke Schoonmaker, tight end, Michigan. Is that Washington guy not gone yet? Darnell Washington?
No.
Wow. Right. That was interesting there.
He's
the
not
Jags are on the Jags pick is in via San Francisco, Carolina. Good look at this is a complicated. The how did they get this pick here? It's through a trade. It says via San Francisco, Carolina, Chicago, and Jacksonville. So I wonder if Jacksonville's trade with the Carolinas back when we got Henderson somehow was then used with these. That's wild.
Y'all know that Darnell Washington's still on the board?
Yeah, that's, I mean, is in fact Luke Schoonmaker just he was talking to his wife. The Luke Schoonmaker, Michigan
just
tight
said it?
end.
Oh, you what?
Yeah, because Dallas picked a tight end and it wasn't Washington.
My fault,
Schoonmaker.
No, it's all good, bro.
CK, welcome back. We are waiting anxiously as we're approaching the end of the second round here. Things are moving. Right. 3 more picks. You said when we were picking in the 90s, you said?
93.
God,
The Texans are on the clock. The Texans trade up.
Let's go, Keegan.
The Texans have moved up to the Eagles spot?
Wherever. I'm currently watching the Golden State game. I'm looking at it on my phone.
Yeah, I mean, you and me both, Anthony.
Choose.
I kind of want Sacramento to win to push this to 7, but
Man, me too. I felt like after game 4 that they were gonna switch on the next 2 games.
It says that they draft. I'm seeing they draft Juice Scruggs. That's what I'm seeing on
the Texans.
Yeah,
The
I
Texans?
like that. Yeah.
Oh,
Center,
maybe I'm behind.
Juice Scruggs.
Wow, that's
Good.
weird.
Protect CJ.
Yeah, Juice Scruggs. Wow.
Oh, the Jaguars picked that Penn State tight end. So yeah, Darnell Washington falling down that board.
Interesting here. And did BJ Ojolari go yet?
Yeah, he went 41 to Arizona.
Okay. They needed that. That's gonna help them.
They're
getting old.
Everything.
Yeah.
I keep telling, because me and Pickle be arguing about Kyler Murray, and I keep trying to tell him. I know a lot of Panthers wouldn't see it, but like what we feel with Cam, like you say all the time about Cam, is he gives us a chance every Sunday, and that's how I feel about Kyler Murray for Cardinals. And it like without Kyler Murray, they are like worse than the Texans. They are the worst football team, arguably in the past 5 years, and he does so much for that team that goes so unnoticed and just gets way too much hate, in my opinion.
Well, here's the thing, JJ. I will say this, and I'm kind of neutral about Kyler Murray. If their team is so bad to where they are picking 1 and they take Williams next year, that's gonna suck.
Is this true? The Broncos are trading up and getting in the game. They couldn't sit there and wait for tomorrow.
That wouldn't be too surprising.
I heard somebody today say, and it was in a YouTube where I was on, but that Sean Payton was taking bong grips. I mean, I know it's legal in
Denver.
Yeah, and do the rules apply to the coaching staff or just the players?
Sean Payton, pussy lip mouth looking motherfucker.
Ripping bong hits.
Yo, Tony, that might be the most factual thing you've ever said. He has the most face.
It looks like a vagina face.
Yes.
It's true. Broncos have traded up to number 63, the last pick in the second round. They're on the clock, is what I'm seeing right here. All right, good stuff. Good, fun draft. A lot of movement. This has surprisingly been a fun draft for me. I thought this would be a boring draft. The talent there, but the movement has been really entertaining here, and hopefully we're going to see somebody at the. What did you guys say? 90 what again? We're 90 what pick?
93.
93. So that's probably towards the back end of the third, isn't it?
I think, but man, if we could figure out if Darnell Washington falls to 93, are you taking him?
I mean, you got to think about it, right? I mean,
okay, so they just said the reason he's falling is because he's had knee issues, so the teams are uncertain about what his health status will be by the start of the season.
Oh,
that's what I just read.
What about you?
I don't know though.
DK, would you take Darnell Washington at 93?
Yes.
We need defense, but I mean, we'll see. I mean, if that's where they go, I'll be on board with it, like no doubt. I don't know how the defense,
especially since people were talking about him like today and yesterday.
Damn, Brian Cushing is announcing the Texans pick. I forgot he existed. That dude was an animal.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't see it with Darnell Washington panning out in the NFL. I'm sorry.
Who do you want to see, JJ?
At 39?
Yeah.
Man, an offensive lineman, honestly. Let's get a guard up in here. I know it's a weak guard class, so maybe not guard, but
whatever we can do to buff up the interior or just help out on the offensive side. Maybe we do go Darnell Washington, but honestly, I know everybody says edge. I want a reliable corner. I know this is a deep corner class, and there's full of a lot of good ones. But I don't think we're gonna get a reliable edge rusher this late in the draft, honestly. So
yeah, well, is Leonard Floyd an edge or is he a linebacker?
He's an outside linebacker, I believe.
But like in those 3-4s, they really are edges. You know, that type of player is meant to, like Brian Burns. Would you consider him an outside linebacker in a 3-4?
Yes.
See, so like it's like these terminologies are kind of just based on if they're standing up or if they got their hand in the dirt. G Baby in the chat says there's still a lot of great running backs available. Come
Chase
on,
Brown.
Keaton Mitchell.
I just say, beefing up the offensive line or getting a reliable corner. I feel like you could definitely get a reliable starter cornerback this late in the draft. Getting an edge, you want to spend a first-round pick on an edge rusher.
Yeah, but I do think, like you said, with the offensive linemen, when we were doing the mock draft with 704, and like it was around that 93rd. I said, let's look at the guards, and like the names, people are like just like underwhelming.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned a little bit.
Marvin Mims to Denver.
Word.
A lot of people like him, right? Is he related to the other Mims?
Denzel Mims?
Yeah.
I have no idea, honestly, but he could be.
And he's still with the Jets. I wonder if he kind of has a renaissance or does well with Rodgers.
He could. I don't think Russell Wilson's as washed as advertised, but that's a different argument.
Let's check out here. What does Steve Smith have to say about
Marvin? He's a fake, and the real one coming out next year.
Yeah, let's see what Steve Smith has to say here.
Jonathan Mingo, 6'2", 220 pounds from Ole Miss, 4'6". This kid can run. He knows how to work. At times, he allows the corner to get his hands on him, but it really doesn't matter because his intermediate route game is extremely high. He's just consistent over and over again, continues to make plays. He's a bowling ball. He will run around you. He will run through you. Teams are starting to pick up on him and knowing and understanding that he will bring something to the table that you will not expect. Jonathan Mingo.
Dog.
Steve Smith is getting so nice in his old age. Oh, who we got? Oh, we got D's in the house. What's up, my man?
What's up, brother?
Welcome in. Welcome in.
Shout out D's.
Yeah, man.
Good to see everybody.
Great member of C3. Welcome to the party. And let's go ahead and get your thoughts. I will say this is you can start wherever you want. Bryce Young, Jonathan Mingo. Man, this draft has been fun. It really, I don't know if I just want to be excited or I should be excited, but man, it's a good day to be a Panthers. And look at that room you're in, boy. Boy, you're a Panther fan through and through.
That's facts. That's facts, Tony. Love my Carolina Panthers. Love my brand new quarterback, Bryce Young. How happy should Carolina Panthers fans be to have the number one overall pick with that defense already assembled, with the coaching staff we put together in the offseason, and now we've got the best quarterback coming out of college football in Bryce Young. If you're not excited, then something's wrong with you here in Carolina. We got things going in the right direction.
Right now, we've got about 30 more picks, it feels like. I mean, we don't pick till 93. We added a big body wide receiver. We just saw that Steve Smith is excited about him. I'm super excited. I think Mingo might already be my favorite player on the team. Where do the Panthers, we were talking about this. Look, there's a lot of needs in some ways, and this is a luxury pick in other ways. It's like, where do we go? This is an opportunity for us to maybe, is there somebody at linebacker potentially that's there, a corner? We could always add to the stables. And then what's his name? Not Denzel. I almost called him Denzel Washington. Darnell Washington.
Yeah.
Darnell Washington could be slipping. Where do you kind of want to see the Panthers improve? And not necessarily at the next pick, but where would you like to see the Panthers really improve? Maybe not even only through the draft. Where do you see the needs at for this team?
Well, right now, the way I see it, Henry Anderson is starting on the defensive line. At least that's the way I see it. And then at edge, you're looking at probably Marquise Haynes, and those two spots are rough. And I don't think anybody wants to talk about C.J. Henderson. Those are three glaring issues that we really need to resolve. But if you look at what Scott Fitter has said and you look at what he's done so far, he did exactly what he said he's going to do. This is a sexy draft. We took a quarterback, and then we took a wide receiver, and I would not be surprised if the next pick isn't a tight end, especially with Darnell Washington slipping, because that guy is probably a better blocker than Ian Thomas coming out of college.
I respectfully disagree. Like, Darnell's good, but I think we need to go for a defense with pick 93.
Is Drew Sanders still on the board?
I'm getting a little skeptical here. Yes, he is. He is.
What?
Yeah. Like, there are so many great players on the board still.
I wouldn't go great. Really?
Good value players, for sure.
Healy Mingo corner is still on the board too.
I think Dees is mentioning this too, is that secondary, while we have it feels like safeties for days and years, you're really counting on J.C. Horn, who is, been very good, excellent when he's on the field, shut down when he's on the field, but being on the field has been problematic, whether he is actually injury prone or not, or just had, a little bad luck in that last year with that friendly fire. But then on the other side, you do have a player in Dante Jackson. And honestly, Dante Jackson is good, but not great, right? I mean, he's undersized, he can run, he's been playing better. He's tackled a lot better over the past years. He's a good ball hawk. He's a very good player, but you combine that he's struggled with injuries and he's a pretty good guy. The drop off then to C.J. Henderson, to a guy who you don't even really know if he wants to be on the field or not. It feels like it sometimes. There's a need there, and I don't know if you're going to find a big bodied guy there, but you really probably need to add some depth there, because I don't know if you can count on these safeties getting on the outside all the time.
What's his name? Chaz said Keely and Ringo still available. Definitely don't pick him. He gets cooked so often, bro.
I did see a lot of that.
Like, I know the ones I've seen is Jameson Williams and Marvin Harrison Jr. And you're gonna sit there and be like, oh, well, those guys are like future NFL players. Well, he's gonna be playing in the NFL. If he's like already getting cooked, he can get better. I just don't think like. Yeah, no, I just wouldn't pick him. But Anthony asked earlier, I think we should just go offensive line or cornerback.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is, I think the tight end guy with the Washington, if you were saying this is the sexy pick and we're making the sexy draft, like offense, I would say we're unaccustomed to this type of draft as Panther fans, right? I mean, like, the idea that you go quarterback and then you went wide receiver after, we're not used to that. So if you went tight end, it would make it a very sexy draft. And that's a name that fans like me, who are casual draft fans, are just know of, right? So I know the Washington name. I know that. And so that would be exciting to hear it. At the same time, is that you are looking for a guy in these other places. They don't need to be a star. They just need to be a guy that maybe can come in there and get better from year to year, not walk onto the field right away. And I don't know if you could expect a defensive lineman, an offensive lineman, or even a cornerback really to pierce through into the starting lineup, that caliber of player you're getting. So when you say that guy gets cooked in that case, is that, you don't want that guy in the first or second. maybe the third's a little high in some cases, but you're looking for players that you can develop and get better and put them in a system that works for them. They're not a guy who's going to come in and just be day one knocking people out of the starting lineup.
Yeah, Mike K wrote an article today that I read where he outlined who we might be taking tonight with a 39th pick. And kind of in his conclusion, he said that basically none of these guys are going to start anyway. No matter all these guys he laid out throughout the article that we could be picking at 39, they're just depth pieces anyway. So basically it doesn't move the needle, and that's what I was concerned about coming into this draft. If the draft being too top heavy and the guys at the bottom just filling out the roster, if not just waiting to get cut.
I do think that Mingo could be a starter though. And maybe, like we said, I said we're unfamiliar or we're unaccustomed to this type of draft. We might be unaccustomed to the old Ron Rivera. Maybe we're too conditioned by the Ron Rivera era where it's like, oh, you're going to come in and earn your spot and you got to grind and get your 10,000 reps before we get you out there. Maybe this team would be more willing to say, you know what, we're ready to put Mingo out there early instead of waiting for this so-called developmental period. And I know Terrace Marshall Jr. was dealing with injuries early on, but I feel like we should have been putting him out there. When he was out there, he was getting shit done.
Yeah, he was going over people.
He's been better than Robbie Anderson day one. I'm going to stay on that.
I agree.
What nobody say. And I know if I said that shit in 2020 when Robbie had 1K, I'd have got laughed at the following year when we drafted TMJ. But, like, nah.
He was averaging, 25 yards a catch through 3 different quarterbacks last year? TMJ?
Yeah. He had like 25 catches for almost 500 yards. Like that, he's
was really high.
Looks like, but he's got strong hands. He's big, lengthy. He can burn you down deep. Like I think he's got all the tools really to be like a really reliable number 2 in this league, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Who could even 1 year, I'm not saying consistently, but who can maybe 2 out of 4 years put up close to a K or even make that barrier of 1,000 yards, but he definitely has the tools to be good, and then like go off in a contract year or whatever.
JJ, you know these guys better than I do. How does Mingo compare to a DJ Shark? Are they both the same or are they different?
I didn't really know Mingo all that. I knew he had a great frame and obviously he has speed, but I didn't really watch nothing until like an hour ago. So, but when I was watching him, it looked like he's not very stiff. When you watch like DK Metcalf, he's stiff but bulky. When even AJ Brown at times can look a little stiff. He feels like he's a little more agile than either of those guys. And when I watch him,
God, Al, we got a lot of wind noise there.
Yeah,
Al, I don't know. We're gonna be able to get you on. It's so windy, man. You can't even hear.
That's
also Tony. I'm gonna jump off for a bit. I got some stuff to do. I'll probably be back by the next pick since it's not for another like 30 picks.
Oh, whoa. Nope. Oh my God.
What happened? Did we trade up?
No, look at this stupid ass motherfucker in the green room. You guys can't see it. Like, what the fuck do you guys do for a living? You guys, can you guys not see the green room?
I can't. No, they can't, but I could, and that was
there was a
interesting.
Yes. All right.
What's going on today, man? Like, what happened in the green room?
They know. They smell. The fresh fish with Tony running the Friday free for all. It was like,
speaking of fresh fish, Tony, I sent you something on Twitter that you could probably throw up on the screen. It's the call to Jonathan Mingo.
Awesome.
Oh, that's all right. I'll be back.
Okay.
All right, Anthony.
All right. Peace out, boys.
But no, I just hope that Jonathan Mingo can like eventually become faster in terms of actual play speed. I don't like to rely on the whole 40 time a lot because play speed is always going to be more reliable.
Game speed, right? Steve Smith said game speed, nobody could catch him.
Yeah.
Just and to kind of build on what JJ was saying about Mingo, D's, is that Mingo's comp, they say, is AJ Brown.
Okay. Got a big build.
Yeah, big body. So here we go. Let's see. We're gonna add Panther Pickle in here. Here, I'm gonna do this. Because I'm learning the people here. Let me see. Al, how you feeling, bro?
Man, I'm good. Is it still too loud, bro?
No, it's a lot better, man. So we got you on the show here. Tell us how you're feeling about the Panthers draft so far.
It's all right. I mean, it's okay. I mean, we got Bryce, so.
All right. Well, let's hear. We got Bryce. We got Mingo.
We got Bryce. We got Mingo. I mean, that's a good pickup. So, have you picked the third person yet or no? No, right?
Nah, 93. We still got about 25 picks, I feel like. I don't know what number we're on. We're going to go here as checkout. We'll see what they got to say about this. Was the call to Jonathan Mingo. See if we can hear this.
Okay.
Hey, guys, we're taking Mingo.
Taking Mingo.
Look
at them
what Kemper says at the end.
He about the door. What?
All right.
Hello.
Jonathan, it's Claire with the
Yes, ma'am.
Carolina Panthers. How are you?
Yeah, how you doing?
Good. Hey, we're I'm about to put you on the phone with our head coach, Frank. Wright. We're gonna take you, okay?
Okay, that sounds good.
Right, 1 second.
Hey, Jonathan, Coach Reich here. How you doing?
Good, how you doing?
Hey, we're excited to pick you right here. You ready?
Yes, sir.
You ready to come be a Carolina Panther?
Oh, I'm ready to go.
All right. Well, let's go. Hey, we are going to look forward to pairing you with a lot of talent around here, and you have us show us your stuff. All right.
Yes, I appreciate it, Coach.
All right. Well, hey, we're super excited to get you in here in the building. We'll follow up. I'm going to put you on with our owner, Mr. Tepper.
All right.
All right, here you go.
Hey, Jonathan, how you doing?
Good, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I got to tell you a story, just a true story. Right. I'm going to tell you this. Right before here, about an hour ago, I was on the phone with Steve Smith. And I said, who should I pick? Who should we pick? He said, Mingo.
Okay.
No
you
doubt.
know some.
You know who he is, Steve Smith. He used to be a receiver.
Oh, yeah.
Here. Okay.
Yeah, I
Just
know
make sure
Steve
you know who
Smith.
that is. Okay. Anyways,
Yes,
listen,
sir.
congratulations. We're happy to have you here. Okay.
Yes, I appreciate it.
All right, here, I'm going to give you our GM. Okay, Scott Fitter. Hey, buddy. Congratulations.
Yes, I appreciate it. Appreciate
Yeah.
you picking me.
Well, you had a great visit when you were here. We really enjoyed it, and can't wait to get you here. All right.
Yes, I appreciate it.
All right, man. Go enjoy the family.
Yes, sir.
All right, buddy. I'll talk to you soon.
Oh.
Pepper's a cornball, bro.
Hendon Hooker to the Lions.
Interesting.
Oh, I think that's a great fit for him.
Great fit.
I think that's a great fit for him. Al, can we ask you this? Where the heck are you? You're on a boat?
Yeah, I'm on a boat. I'm in San Francisco, anchor.
Don't you ever forget.
Is that what are you doing on the boat? Just chilling?
Nah, I'm working, bro. I'm a cook.
Okay. Oh, okay. I was about to say, I was like, damn, if that's your boat, we got to go do the show on that sucker.
Yeah, right. You don't want to work on this motherfucker.
I hear you, man. I hear you. So out in San Francisco, I know. Are you West Coast guy?
Nah, I'm from Florida.
Okay. All right. So the Panthers,
Broward County.
Did they get the quarterback you wanted? I mean, so being from Florida, did you want Anthony Richardson?
Nah, I wanted Stroud. I want a pure pocket quarterback. I don't want somebody running around the pocket trying to find throwing lanes and getting lit up. I'm straight. Stand in the pocket, stand tall, and deliver the ball to where it has to go to. That's what I want. That's what I wanted.
Right. So now that we've got Bryce Young, are you ready to see him overcome?
Yeah, I'm ready to see Bryce Young do his thing now. But I'm saying, like, we were complaining about Cam running around the whole time. I mean, I know this guy's running the pass, but I don't know. It looks the same to me, honestly. I want to see the man stand in a pocket, sit there, scan the field, and throw that thing like 40, 50 yards deep or on 25-yard outs, you know? I want to see him. I don't know. That's what I want to see, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Now we're here for it for sure. Panther, welcome back. Panther Pickle in the house. I was hoping that I didn't run you off.
For his boy.
Oh no. I'm trying to do 3 things at once today, so you know how that is.
What do you think about that call to Mingo? Does it ever surprise you when they don't sound as excited as you think you would be?
Yes and no, and I would lose my mind, but at the very same time, I'd have to wonder if this was really real. You know, am I dreaming? Is this really truly real? It wouldn't hit me until probably a couple days afterward, maybe. I guess. You know,
a few years ago.
yeah. I mean, it just wouldn't. You know. Yeah. So, but
yeah, I guess like it's one of those things. But I think that I would be so excited because I'm not a star, right? And I've never played in front of 100,000 screaming fans, and so it's like
for this.
Yeah, I thought it was very intriguing the way Tepper just outright told him that. I talked to Steve Smith just a while ago, and he said, "Take you," so we did. I mean, why would you tell him that? It's cool, but you know. But,
Pickle, you heard about Hendon, huh?
Yeah, it's a good spot for him entirely. The Lions won their games last year a lot to do with their defense and their run game. I'm not saying Jared Goff's bad, but Jared Goff's contract runs out at the end of this year. If I remember correctly, his contract expires at the end of this year. So we don't know what happens next year.
Great comp too for Hendon Hooker in a way.
Jared
Goff, that's the type of player he is, and a great guy that he could study under. I like you said you don't know why Tepper did that. I think that's marketing brilliance right there, is continuing to find ways to tie Steve Smith to the organization, continue to pull at the heartstrings of Panther fans here. And again, I'm just a little surprised that Mingo wasn't more pumped hearing those types of things, but I also wonder if Steve Smith is in such of the rear view for like these kids didn't grow up watching Steve Smith. It's like he's starting to be back. And as a person, I'm 41.
But they know who Steve Smith is. They know who Steve Smith is. They got Facebook and they got NFL Network. They see it all the time. They see him on TV all the time.
Right.
So they know who Steve Smith is. Yeah. He's always around.
Well, there's a lot of generation who are listening to Steve Smith on his podcast. And they're learning different things. A lot of them. It was Steve Smith who kind of doused some of those like me, or maybe even Tony, who don't get in depth into the draft players, that who Brandon Flowers was, that Steve Smith was talking about, and Steve's been going over players like that. So, it's little things like that. Steve himself said he got really in depth into the scouting area this year. So that's
I think in my opinion,
even Reich said, I think it was this week, that he did offer Luke Kuechly a coaching contract, offer him to be a coach under the team. But Luke Kuechly said he didn't know what he wanted to do yet. That seems to be his excuse. He needs to hurry up and make up his mind.
Yeah, said he wasn't ready. But I think young fans of the Panthers, and I think young people in the Charlotte community need to familiarize themselves with Steve Smith. And not only that, they should familiarize themselves with Muggsy Bogues too, to go even a little further back, because I think a lot of comparisons there are going to be drawn with Bryce Young.
Right.
I hope Chad's going to be okay.
Bro. You good, Chad?
I've kind of had some questions about the Steve Smith move into podcasting. Like, I wonder what he leaned real hard into the NFL Network. Is this continuing to expand his brand? Is that what it is? Or does he think that's the future? Some of those things right there.
I have a
I think so.
Kev, what's up, brother?
Not much, man. I just got done eating a burger. And let me tell you, this burger had pork, ham, a damn onion ring on it. Oh, my God. I think I might have a heart attack tonight.
Did you go to see the Panthers pick?
Yeah, and I was very let down, but.
Yeah?
I just felt he was a reach. Not for the player. I don't know nothing about players, so I can't really judge him, but I just felt like it was a reach.
Oh, just based on what you've heard from other people, like what the talk has been about these draft picks. But yeah, man, I think AJ Brown, somebody on the podcast up here said the same exact pick that AJ Brown went.
Another volunteer off the board. Where's Pickle at?
Right here.
Well, who was it?
Byron Young, Raiders.
Where'd he go? Where?
Raiders.
The Raiders.
Las Vegas.
Poor fella.
Nathaniel Dell went to Houston. Nathaniel Dell out of Houston just went to Houston.
Nice.
Bro,
Good for nice.
Right at home.
But then when I first heard the pick for the Panthers, I was just like, oh.
Okay.
It was
how was the environment
They
there
said
today?
they said he had a good visit.
There was it was less people, a lot less, which is good. There's like an upper crowd and there's a lower crowd where the ground level is. And the upper crowd, they didn't have a screen for us the first day. And I went out there, they had a screen right there, like over the fence, so you could see the actual stage and everything.
Yeah, you were like looking with binoculars yesterday almost. Yeah, it's Maddie 316 that's down there right beside everything.
I saw that. I was gonna live stream the pick, but then I saw he had a better view. So I was like, all right.
How is Kansas City the city? Fun?
Oh yeah, definitely. Everyone's nice. We just went to Jack Stacks barbecue. Oh my god.
I hear you.
Yo, what's the barbecue like?
Oh, barbecue's dope. Dang.
Barbecue there is not a specific thing like it is in North Carolina. So if we say barbecue in North Carolina, we mean pork.
Oh, wow.
You talking about barbecue? I made some Carolina spicy sauce, like some Carolina barbecue sauce today with chicken for dinner, man. What? That shit was fucking hitting.
We had burnt ends.
I hear you. How many people you had to cook for, Al?
Oh, I only got to cook for like 9 on this ship, like 11. It's so simple. I mean, it's a chill one. Usually it's like 26, 27 people, but I have 2 people that work under me on those ships. So
what kind of ship is this? Like what kind of ship is this that you're on right now?
This is an integrated tug and barge. So it's a barge, and we push in like diesel fuel around or whatever kind of fuel they got up there right now.
For workers. I got you.
Yeah, I'm cooking for workers.
I wonder what they're thinking about the draft. They must all be, I wonder, probably a broad range of football fans down there.
Some of the Lions fan got really pissed off after they took that tight end.
Yeah?
Like he was right next to him just fucking screaming.
Running back.
Well, they've had a kind of a difficult draft, right? Is that the Lions are really making up for their draft, I feel like, today. Or
not really.
They took
what was it that you guys said that that pick saved their draft?
No, he was freaking out about LaPoya, the tight end they drafted in the second. He's like, a fucking tight end? God damn it. I was like, is that Tony?
Yeah,
well, they traded Hawkinson.
Oh, that's right. Who did he go to?
Byron Young,
Minnesota
Vikings.
Yeah,
Vikings. That's right.
Yeah, so they needed somebody.
All right, who's up now? Let me see where we're at. We are at 8th pick. Raiders took Byron Young, defensive tackle out of Alabama.
We had
That's my fault.
Ain't he an edge?
Isn't there a Young for Tennessee?
There's 2 different. There's
Thanks.
Young. There's 2 different Youngs. Actually, there's 3 Youngs and 2 Byrons.
Bryant Young.
Oh, we got Young. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Saints
If
went
I
running
was
back.
the 2, they all should have had the same name.
I'm actually
just to confuse everybody.
I totally forgot Foskey was still on the board when we picked. So when the Saints picked him, I was like, fuck. I like Foskey.
Look at this. Appreciate it, Donna B, on that like button. We appreciate that. We have been, last night we had our 10th draft party. Go ahead.
what's the TV? What's the show saying? Like, who's the best left and all that stuff?
Oh yeah, here. Somebody's got to have it pulled up. Pickle, you're our guy here.
Who's got the best draft?
No, who's best?
No, who's the best left?
Oh,
available.
yeah. Let
me
go back to it.
I knew Hooker
right
was
now.
still
Right now, to be honest with you, Jalen Hyatt's available, tennis wide receiver in
Nice.
Tennessee. Now I'm
Trent
gonna
Simpson.
go down the list. Okay, I'm just gonna go down the list. Joshua Dobbs.
Josh Downs.
Josh Downs, the wide receiver from North Carolina, is available.
Yeah, but we're not taking no wide receiver again, are we?
Nah.
Here's one, Kelly Ringo, the corner from Georgia. Now I like him. He can play safety or corner. I like him.
Get a Mingo and a Ringo.
He's questionable.
Yeah,
I know.
Ringo.
Gringo.
The tight end, Darnell Washington's still out there, folks.
I can't believe Tallis picked the other tight end over him.
Yeah. Now I wouldn't, especially in the third round. Oh yeah, give me Washington.
Kev,
I'm gonna skip the wide receivers. Oh, and Antonio Johnson, the safety from Texas A&M, still out there.
Who's that white corner that people like?
Riley Moss.
Cross. Yeah.
Riley
So
Moss,
what if we got Mingo? What if we got Mingo, Ringo, and Moss, and they said Mingo, Ringo, and the Gringo?
Wow.
That'd be all right.
Trenton Simpson's on the board still.
Yeah, so they're saying
exactly.
Trenton Simpson. What does he play? See, this is where I need
Linebacker.
Cody.
He's a middle linebacker, Tony.
From Clemson.
Oh, see, this is actually. Oh, well, we won't get him.
Exactly.
We're rooting against that pick. Fuck Trenton Simpson.
We don't do Clemson.
No, but this actually, you know what? To be honest, linebacker. We haven't mentioned it, right? We talked about the need for our edge. We talked about how we could add corner. We talked about how we could add depth at offensive line. But you really can get some value at linebacker in the mid rounds, right? Because it's kind of like a running back of the defense. It's important, but it's not the game changer that you draft in the top 5 usually. Is that you can find ways to replace those guys. So you want to find you want to find the next Devin White.
Let me stay on. I got to go switch out an earbud.
All right, go ahead now.
Hey, guys, Henry Tuatoa from Alabama is still available.
Oh, yeah, he's still available.
Nah,
I don't know if they're easily replaceable because we saw them replace Luke Kuechly.
Yeah.
Oh,
and the best part about linebacker is we got Luvu, and some people I feel don't understand this. Luvu's so flexible. If we draft an inside guy, he immediately goes outside. If we draft an outside, he immediately goes inside.
Yeah,
so
he's gonna be like a Son Reddick to me in some ways.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you guys. Let's do this little game here. And I want to take 2 names off the board. I want to take Bryce Young's name off the board, and I want to take Cam Newton's name off the board. What was the player that we drafted that you were most excited about in Panther? Like when you heard their name, you were all in on that person. Who you got?
Kelvin Benjamin.
Oh, wow. Poor guy. I was the opposite.
Yeah.
Of that. Oh, okay. That's a good one, Cody. Christian McCaffrey.
Oh, wow. I don't like this question.
I was extremely excited when we got McCaffrey. I did want Fournette, though.
Me too. I know. I was I thought Fournette was like the next Bo Jackson.
He fits the whole
I got a better one. D'Angelo Williams. I was really excited.
Oh, yeah. I saw him play in college. He was nasty. Thomas says Luke Kuechly. Mossy Man 789. Yeah, Julius Peppers. Julius Peppers' pick made me a Carolina Panther fan. I wasn't even really a football fan. I decided to get into football. He had played right down the road from us, and I said, wherever he goes, I'm going to cheer for them. I may not be a fan of that team. I'm always going to cheer for him because I watched him in college real closely. But then when he went to Carolina, it was just like, this is perfect. And that's why he's been my first love. So, all right, so we've got Kelvin Benjamin, Christian
McCaffrey. I know this is a recent one, but Icky, just because we didn't take a quarterback, and we just desperately needed to build up this offensive line. And in my opinion, he was the best tackle in the class before the draft and definitely after the first season.
I would agree with that. I think everyone loved that.
To be honest, Tony, the first guy that I immediately screamed,
like
"This
excitement."
is my pick." Yes.
All right.
You may be the only one to know this guy, Eric Shelton.
Oh God, that's way back.
Yes.
Is that corner? Was he a corner?
He was a running back. We got in the second round.
Oh, running back.
And he was so bad he didn't even practice good.
Yeah, some of those are guys that you latch on to because you liked them for some reason before.
Yeah.
Oh, look, Mossy Man's got some good names here.
Yeah.
John Beeson is a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mine is kind of embarrassing because I don't like him now.
Yeah.
Fox.
Benjamin?
No, I did not like Kelvin Benjamin is one of my
D'Angelo Williams.
No. Kelvin Benjamin's actually one of my worst because I wanted that year. I had two guys I wanted. I wanted Bradley Roby or Allen Robinson, and then they said
the dude from Ohio State,
the cornerback.
Roby?
Yeah, went to Denver. He's had a decent career, not great though, not incredible. Somebody's got some background noise going on. Mine is this, embarrassingly, is because I've been so hard on him over the last few years, is Shaq Thompson. And the reason I was so hype on Shaq Thompson is because I thought that, look, as I learned what we learned with Luke Kuechly, you know, when we drafted Luke Kuechly, we were like, oh, we don't need a linebacker. We don't need that because we got Beeson, we got Thomas Davis, and I wanted Maurice Claiborne that year. And so I thought I was like, oh, this is awesome, man. We're drafting for the future. We're going to put in a great talent with a great core, and they're going to just be the next, and we're going to keep rolling. And I also bought into Shaq Thompson being, and what Dave Gettleman sold him. Yeah, Dave Gettleman sold us as the OG Isaiah Simmons, like the freak athlete that can do everything. And I don't think it's and maybe I've been hard on Shaq. But like it's like maybe the expectations that I had for Shaq, like of this game-changing type of player, maybe that has something to do with it. And then the other thing is he's just recently. Yeah, he has. His a rookie season was his best season, and then the last 2 years have been pretty good.
You know, another guy I was excited about that didn't work out, Dwayne Jarrett.
Dwayne Jarrett. What about Deshaun Foster?
I thought him and Steve Smith would be great together.
Deshaun Foster or Brad Hoover.
Oh, I love this. You know what? I love Deshaun Foster. You know who wrote Joey Riolano loved some Deshaun Foster back in the day.
Deshaun Foster. Brad Hoover, Chris Mangum, 7th round pick.
Speaking of Deshaun Foster, Tony, did you see the Shy Tuttle give the hit up to the media the other day and about questioning about what was Deshaun Foster's first jersey number?
Yes. Is that what that was?
Yeah, and half of them didn't know it. I mean, media guys went like 40. Somebody said 46.
I can't even remember it. What
30,
was it?
And he said no, 20.
20.
Yep.
20.
Yep.
And they started talking about his play, and then Shy Total said he was going to start bringing him up. He said I was a Panther fan since I was a child, but where the last place I was at, I couldn't admit that to anybody.
You know who was the thing is that Deshaun Foster would be among the greats of Panthers if he didn't
volunteers receivers off the board now. Both receivers.
I used to slay with Deshaun Foster.
Yep. You know what though?
I used to slay with Deshaun Foster in Madden. Madden like 2005.
Oh, did
Tillman is a better.
My bad,
Cedric went to the Browns. Oh, poor Cedric. He got to play with Foster. Cedric Tillman's a better wide receiver. Cedric Tillman's going to be a better wide receiver than Jalen Hyatt, y'all.
Yep.
People don't know that.
He was better than him, wasn't he? Before he got hurt? He was better than him before he got hurt, wasn't he?
Yep.
For real though, I went to that to LSU Tennessee this past year, and I really thought that that's when Cedric Tillman wasn't playing, and I was like, oh man, I think we got it. And nah, Jalen Hyatt fucking went off, but Cedric Tillman's a dog.
Yep. Jalen Hyatt went to the Giants. You know, on a strict go route, you can't let him go. I mean,
they're getting closer. Getting closer.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Look,
how many picks are we over now?
19.
Here's Jordan Rodriguez. Jordan Rodriguez must be in the Rams war room right now. She said Rams traded numbers 69 and 191 for 73 161 with the Texans. Can't tip as a reminder. So I guess she's sitting in there, and they kind of know hearing who they're targeting.
You know, that's funny. The Rams went from fuck them picks to we need them picks.
Well, you know what?
We need them picks.
It's kind of one of those things that, you know, was it worth it? And I would say yes. They got the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
it was worth it.
That's y'all's
in their
hometown.
hometown.
It was. I don't think it was, but that's all right. That's.
I thought it was a bonsai.
So, yep.
I mean, that was their first Super Bowl
in
Carolina. It wouldn't be worth it.
All right, so
if
the
your
Falcons
big toe
pick
hurts
is in.
and if your big toe hurts and you cut your foot off so you don't have to feel your big toe, then I guess that's considered a good.
Well, if you went a Super Bowl, man, I know it kind of would be like this. Would you rather be a continuous playoff team that never wins a Super Bowl, like they're 5, 6, 7 years in a row? Or would you rather win a Super Bowl and then go 10 years in the desert?
I would rather no. I don't want to go 10 years in the desert.
No, that's too much.
Me.
That's
That's me though. And
I want a Super
maybe
Bowl,
that's
dude.
because I don't know. So
Rocky.
Who's done it? Who's done it? The Cowboys, maybe.
What's that?
The
10 years in the what? Continuous or
continuous
both?
Super Bowl
Yeah.
winner? That'd be the Patriots. Maybe the Cowboys had a run, and then anybody else.
Yeah, I mean, I think you would
Steelers
probably
in the '60s.
Yeah.
The Bills, but that was in the back in the day. I mean, the
They didn't win
Cowboys.
nothing.
The Cowboys. Yeah, I know they ain't win shit, but I'm saying the Cowboys when they traded for Dion, they went and got the coach. They went and got a bunch of players. I mean, they won the Super Bowl, but they were still irrelevant after that. I mean, they weren't horrible. I mean, they're still going to playoff games and such or whatever. I mean, so
Yeah, it was a dynasty, but there haven't been that many over the past 30 years.
are you just talking about straight dynasties?
Yeah, Pickle was.
Oh yeah, I mean,
because the main one been
the
taken
Patriots,
over.
the Steelers,
Yeah.
maybe Steelers.
Yeah, Steelers,
Steelers.
The
Raiders.
Chiefs are the new one.
No,
Yeah,
Raiders.
Chiefs
No.
are the new one.
Chiefs are the new one.
When Madden was there.
Yeah, but I mean, we're also
that's
talking
back in
about
the day.
teams that were consistent and actually won the chip. I mean, I'm almost thinking of teams that
Yeah.
are like the Chargers, who just were there every year and never got there, right? If you could kind of think of almost like maybe
The Chargers would have got there. I know you'd be killing Phillip Rivers, Professor, but the Chargers would have got there if LT could actually stay in the game. Every year they go to the playoffs, LT's pulling a hamstring. Oh, he's got a toe situation, ankle. And here comes Phillip Rivers playing on a torn ACL in a championship game, and he still only loses by like less than a touchdown or some shit. You know what I'm saying?
they missed the kick at the
You don't
end
remember
of, I
that?
guess-
You don't remember that?
Yeah, I think they missed the kick in the AFC Championship game that would have sent them to the Super
Yeah.
Bowl, right? So, yeah, but like I think if you could take away Green Bay's Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers, they were kind of like that team. I'm trying to think of somebody else who's consistently been in the playoffs but never got there. I guess my question, would you rather be the Bucks, who had a Super Bowl in 2000 and then another one 20 years later, and then you're walking in the desert like hoping for manna from the sky? I don't know. It's kind of a tough question, to be honest. We want both. Is what we want.
Yeah, everybody does.
Exactly.
Today's NFL, though, it's probably less likely.
Hey, JJ, Zach Harrison went to Atlanta.
Fuck! I actually thought we might be able to get him.
Yeah, I like Zach, man. This is a solid dude.
Man, he was inconsistent, but I thought maybe in the later rounds, if he fell to like the third or fourth, he'd be a solid pickup.
Hey,
Just for, like,
who's that safety? Out of Ohio State.
oh God, don't bring up the secondary. It's garbage.
What's his name?
Oh my God.
Dude.
Are you talking about the Adamalawawa or whatever? He's got the weirdest last name ever.
I love JJ, bro. I love JJ. All right, now the real Byron Young just got drafted to the Rams. Let's see. Hang on, JJ. I'm gonna figure it out.
Somebody sideshow said
44?
Ronnie Hickman, maybe.
Or are you talking about number 22?
Ronnie
I don't
Hickman,
know why with
sideshow.
Ohio State. I just like using the numbers.
I feel you. Latest? Let's see, because I just followed him a couple. Oh, Cade Stover.
Don't recognize him. Hold on.
Number 8. Number 8.
Oh Lord.
I say if Ringo's there, we take Ringo. He's a good cornerback. We need another one to replace Dante.
Shit
ain't gonna happen now.
Oh my God, he's piss poor.
Dog, I'm ready to be on the fucking clock. Oh my God.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
I know. I kind of wish that we would have done some moves like
so we could end this show before midnight. I think we're gonna.
Did they shorten the? Did they shorten the rounds? Is it like 5 minutes yet, or
7?
Let's go 10 minutes.
7 minutes.
7-minute rounds.
Yes.
Damn.
So tomorrow we'll go to 5 minutes. Probably.
What was his name again? Caleb. Yeah.
Cade. CADE. Cade Stover.
Oh shit, Cade. Or hold on. Unless I'm thinking of the title on offense. Cade Stover.
Figura and Mowgli. Figura. Mowgli.
It's nice as shit in California, bro. You've been in California?
You're talking about a tight end.
Oh, he's a tight end.
Yeah, I was like safety.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we won't pick him.
Nah.
Is the Washington guy still out there, just slipping?
That's what I want to know.
I don't see his name
yet.
Who?
He didn't get drafted yet. Darnell
Yes, Darnell Washington is still there.
Oh,
He'll start. He'll be tight end 2 for us. He'd start over Ian.
Would you take him, bro?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we need defense.
I like Washington a lot, but we've got to get some defense, guys. We still want an edge rusher. I want an edge rusher.
I was hoping Byron Young from Tennessee.
If we get a linebacker, I'm good with that. I'm real good with that.
Who's still on the board for linebackers?
Let me look real quick. I'll tell you.
All right.
I'll tell you exactly. Henry Tuato was on there.
Say it again.
Let me see. Trent Simpson's there. Washington State's Dinah Henley's there.
Oh.
Henry Tuato is there.
there
Nick,
you go.
Her big guy. I can't pronounce his name, so I'm. So
the Wisconsin linebacker, Wisconsin, Horpik, is that it?
Wisconsin, yes, he's there. He's there. The Wisconsin linebacker, Nick, Herbig.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I said Horpig, and my fiance was like, "What'd you say about my mama?"
No, Oregon linebacker, Noah Sewell.
You can only say that after you're married.
Oh boy.
Touche.
It's facts.
Right now, she's a lovely lady.
Right now, yes.
Noah Sewell, he can play middle linebacker or what?
When we drive up to Charlotte this year, I'm gonna bring her with me.
Here's the outside linebacker.
I hope you mean your fiance, not your mother-in-law.
KJ Henry's out there.
I'm starting to like the Ringo pick if we pick him. We really need some.
Andre Carter's still out there.
Oh, Tony, I love it.
Andre Carter is still available?
Yeah.
Oh,
wow.
Is he from Boston?
Let's take him.
Yeah.
Leave the whore pig at home.
Yeah, see, we need to draft that dude, y'all. We got to draft him. Whore pig.
Oh, you know what? Some people are talking about this in the chat, which I think is a good point, is that while we continue to say we need defense, we have some players on this team that we didn't get to see last year with Amari Barno, Brandon Smith.
Yeah,
that's
true.
But at the same time, they're now learning an entire different. I've got two strings.
Well, so is everybody else, though.
Yeah, exactly. But I like them. I hope they do great. I just think it's a mistake if we just rely on them to take care of it. You know, if you say, well, we don't need to because we got
wow,
Barno.
Josh Downs just went.
You know, so
where'd he go?
Indianapolis.
Oh,
they are in Josh Downs.
About Josh Downs.
Yeah, out of Carolina.
Yeah.
And you know, if he would have been a lot more. People would have been more hype on him if that Carolina team just went off the rails this year so much. Like if the guy that's the Carolina Cade May, what's his name?
Cade May.
Last year he would have gone higher in Drake May. Thank you. Cade Mays is the guy we got. Drake May would have gone higher in the draft last year than he would have gone this year. And it's not necessarily because he's a worse player, but because that team overall just was not good. I wonder how much Josh Downs
happened to Samuel Howell too. He was going to go higher, but then they had a shit year. Yeah, a lot of people left, and he had a shit year.
You're right. If he would have gone the year before, he would have been the top. He would have been at the top.
Oh my God.
But the chat brought up a great point. You know, is Amar Bono, is he lost in the sauce? Is Brandon Smith, who I really liked in the preseason last year, he made some big plays in the preseason. Is he lost in the coaching change? And are they going to fall victim to a new defensive coordinator, just like Matt Corral is probably going to fall victim to the head coaching change?
Is Brandon Smith the one that ran a 4.3?
Yes.
I don't know about
No, Amari Barno is the one that ran the fastest time for a defensive end ever in the history of the combine.
Fitty
What's
moving?
it called? I think
we got a trade. Carolina traded.
That's what I'm hearing. That's what somebody in the chat
we
said.
trade
I'm trying
up or down.
Well, look,
to 89.
So, man, really? All right. Not a big jump.
Not a. I
We
wonder if we had to
up.
get rid. What was our fourth round? 114.
Ooh, I hope not. I hope we didn't have to give up that.
Because it was what,
Maybe it's a fourth
114 and then
next
what,
year.
156? 145.
It could. Oh, we have 2 fifth-round picks. It could have been that. One of those.
All right. Oh, the pick is in. Oh no, we're at 80.
Oh, 80. Okay.
Yeah, no, we're the pick is in right now.
For us?
Yeah, for us.
Oh man, now we get to get out of here too.
Oh, I love you guys.
I know. I know.
Facts.
Man, we don't have to go right away. I gotta go get my
93 to 80.
Yo, we traded up.
Traded up 13 spots.
We're about to find out right here. This is.
What are we getting?
Oh, I see it.
what if
I see it.
Oh, okay.
Give me something good.
Right now, this
DJ
is
Johnson, edge rusher from Oregon.
or linebacker. I have him listed as a linebacker here. I don't know which one. Maybe he's an outside linebacker. Could be an outside linebacker. Could be a linebacker. DJ Johnson. I'll look him up real quick in the Beast.
Any from? Oh yeah. He's like 6'5", 270.
Whoa!
Big one.
And he is Oregon. Okay, so he's 6'4", 260 according to Dane Brugler. Yeah. 1 year starter at Oregon, was a stand-up edge rusher.
Like
so we're talking 3-4. So he's going to be listed as an outside linebacker, but he is a defensive end. And played in a 3-4 scheme. His development in college was stunted by several position switches and was essentially a two-way player in 2021 before becoming a full-time defensive starter in 2022. Led the Ducks in sacks, A member of Bruce Feldman's Freaks list, Johnson is balanced at the point of attack and flashes the ability to leverage the edge. He is explosive through his lower body, pin his ears, but he relies on speed and strength. Overall, Johnson has only averaging. Okay, they try to play him down. Let's see what his measurables are here.
I mean, I like him. I'm open for him.
He runs a 4.4940.
Wow. There you go.
Wow.
He is.
Yeah, I just got the notification on my phone.
6'4", 260 runs a 4.4.
I watched some videos on him. He's very
Natural knee bender.
Yep.
Can I say, can you get Cody on so I can watch him cry? Just pass up
'cause-
another Clemson player.
Who did we pass up this time?
Trenton Simpson. He's a linebacker.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Big name.
you know he's gonna go off on that, y'all. He just is. I'm gonna try to find some videos of him.
Where did they trade up?
Sounds like
for?
they drafted this guy on the trades.
Yeah. Well, that's how they drafted the guys last year. Just
9
pure
sacks
talent
last. Oh wait, no, 6 sacks last year. 2 pass defended.
What did they trade up for? What did they give away?
Good question.
Great question.
Very great question. Details.
They gave up the 93rd pick and the 132 pick.
Oh,
So
wow.
We got one more
So is
pick
this
left.
the end of our draft, or we got one more after that?
We got 145.
Wait, what did we give up? What did we give up?
Or 132
We
basically.
had
swapped.
4 drafts. We got
114.
2 more drafts. We had 2 4th-round picks and a 5th-round pick and a 3rd-round pick.
Yeah, we got 114 and 145.
Yeah, let me go to. Let me find out real quick.
What did we give up though?
132. We gave up our 132 pick and we swapped our 93 for the 80.
Okay. All right.
Oh, okay.
So we
Okay.
got a quarterback, a receiver,
We
and
have
an edge.
1 4th-round pick is 114, and we have a 5th-round pick at 145.
Okay, so we could still get my man.
So we still got we got 2 picks tomorrow, so we can still get.
Yo, Miles Sanders, Terrace Marshall, Hayden Hurst, DJ Shark, Jonathan Mingo, Adam Thielen. Wow, Shark.
But
Damn, man, it's not Shark.
But the way this is setting up, folks need to remember we will definitely need these guys we drafted last year. So they need to be ready to play. I need another year of development. No, you ain't got that. Pull your pants up and act like a man and get out there on that football field and play that damn football. That's
Well,
just
you
what
tell
I
them,
think.
Pickle. You tell them.
Yeah.
Fucking tell them.
You don't want me and G Baby come down there and smack your ass.
Dude, I love
They've got some
Pickles'
big body
energy.
wide receivers to go with a small quarterback.
I love Pickles' energy.
Yeah,
For sure.
We need let's see, it says so they've parted way with one of their 2 4th-round picks to move up and get Johnson.
It's
I
not
think the
bad.
good thing, Panthers got both of those picks in the McCaffrey trade. So this is
Yeah.
Can you show a video, Tony?
yeah, put it in the link in the private chat.
Yeah.
It's easier for me to get the one.
Yeah.
I like that more. It would go better with that.
But we're putting some big body receivers around our small quarterback. I like that. So it's, we got some speed, agility. We got some power on the outside, on the edges. LaVisca, Mingo.
Don't
big guys.
forget TMJ, bro. Mingo and
TMJ.
They
I know. I think
he's
that's
big.
nice this year. They about to be
He's
so
big.
nice.
He's strong.
Like, I know people want to talk about DJ Chark and Adam Thielen, but those are depth
Yeah.
pieces, and Thielen will
No,
play
I
the
think
slot.
Shark is just a home run hitter, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
No, that's
Speedster.
Demir Bird. Demir Bird's a home run hitter.
Our
Yeah, we got
receivers
him too, man. I forgot about that.
Look,
Our
he's
receivers are
up
big,
top.
too.
I think he's up at the top there.
Yeah, he's up at the top.
Yeah.
I believe.
Look at that big boy move.
He wears number 2. Poor Matt Corral ain't gonna have a number to go to.
This is a 3-4 player. This is perfect for our scheme.
Yes, exactly.
That's a scheme player right there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's a scheme move, and that's good though. You need to build to players that are going to fit your scheme, not just players that are ranked high overall.
Yeah, I feel like we've got like 4 nose tackles. Who's picking now, guys?
Titans. Tajay Spears from Tulane.
Okay.
Tajay Spears is a dog.
Yeah, I've definitely heard the name before.
Yeah, he's a dog. He's very underrated, but he's very shifty.
What position, bro?
Running back.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, running back out of Tulane.
What do you think about Atlanta taking Bijan? Do you think he runs for 1,000 yards next year, bro?
Yeah.
Bijan, yeah.
Bijan. Yeah, dude, and then God, I hate to say this because I'm a diehard Panther fan, but I love Bijan. I love Bijan. I wish him nothing but the best. Very I don't know how to explain it. He's just a lovable dude. I listened to him on the Pivot podcast, and man, he just seems like a very humble guy. So I wish him nothing but the best, except when he plays us. Then I want Burns and Barno to screw him up.
Shut it down. It down. Yeah. If you think he goes for 1,000, does he go for over 1,250? Does he have that good of a year?
No, I don't think so, because that O-line I think is trash, right? In Atlanta's
No,
O-line is
hold
trash.
on. They have a great run scheme, you know. Tyler
They do.
Algier was rushing for almost 5 a pop. Patterson was doing good when he was healthy, you know. Even though what's his name, Algier, he had 1,000 yards and was only starting like 11 games. Like, we know that Bijan is a beast, okay? Bijan will take some of them 4 or 5 yard carries and will break some of them tackles, make them 8, 9, let alone the big runs he's going to have. I think he could honestly go for 1,300.
Hey, very interesting. Joe Person says, how freakish is DJ Johnson? He played tight end and edge for the Ducks in 2021. He had 28 reps at 225. He ran a 4.49, and he stands 6'4", 260.
So he's as big as YGM, but way faster.
Way faster.
Way faster.
You know, and I think you were talking about some players that are going to get lost in the coaching sauce there. I think YGM probably is the guy that, you know, leans more towards a 4-3 fit, you know, so he's not probably big enough to be in a 3-4 and not fast enough to be an outside linebacker. And that stinks, but you know, those are old. You're going to also see, and we'll watch this. We'll see this over. We saw Matt Rule slowly purge people from the previous era. And very few. It was just Shaq Thompson and Ian Thompson that survived that, really. Maybe Dante. Trying to think of anybody else. DJ, I guess.
Dante is booty, bro. I'm so tired of him. Please, we need a cornerback.
It's too late now. They better trade for one
with our next pick
or sign one. Nah, it won't matter. He won't start.
So what do we do with 114 if Darnell Washington still falls?
He played tight end too for the Panthers. I know that.
Yeah, I mean, bruh.
They're also saying Chuck was on earlier, and he was saying that the production shouldn't be we shouldn't have focused in on the production because because he's playing on the other side of the Brockers guy or whatever.
Brock Bowers,
Yeah, Bowers. There you go. And that is how are you supposed to be an exciting tight end when they got this? What people are saying, the next generational talent. So
mega weapon. And tight end, yeah.
So
But his
right
highlights are crazy.
Yeah. So the Broncos, they're on the clock, or their pick is in. And then we got the Dolphins on the clock. So it's going to go Dolphins, Chargers. Still got a little ways to go in this second round here. Oh, the 49ers closed out. Look at this. The 49ers. Look at their comp picks. How the hell do they do this?
I hope we do it.
Well, they did it. They did it because they were smart long before anybody else did it. Because
who did they jettison?
D'Amico Ryan.
D'Amico Ryan. They lost a couple office folks to and they get 2 for those. So they're getting two comp picks for everybody they lose because they're minorities. And if you look at what we're trying to set up now, if everything works out and they stay here long enough for the offensive coordinator, we'll get comp picks.
Oh, Riley Moss went to Denver.
Oh. I was hoping he'd hang around.
All right, Coach Kurt, you're on the.
Him because he was white. He wasn't really a good safety anyway. He just wanted him because he was a white safety.
Coach Kurt is joining the Friday free for all. You're muted right now, and I'm praying because you got the C3 tag in. You're one of us with no cam.
Yeah,
here.
Kurt's cool.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
I'm good.
What's up, my man? How you feeling about this draft? How you feel about this draft? The Panthers just move up. They get a freak athlete. This is this guy is somebody that Matt Rule would have liked. The RAS score for this guy must be insane. This guy that we just got. How you feeling about this draft, Kurt?
I'm stuck with this right now.
Not too good.
Nope.
Not great.
Y'all hear me?
All right. Now we can. Now we
can.
can.
All right. Sorry about that.
It's all good.
Say, we got our quarterback. We got a big target. We got our edge rusher. And Gross Matos, don't you come back no more. But,
I feel bad for him.
Man.
You never know, folks. I was all right when we drafted him. He wasn't the guy I wanted in the second round and I wanted her.
Mingo?
No, he's talking about YGM.
But you don't know. He's going to play a different position. They're going to line him up. If he's still on this roster at training camp, I just want to see how that works. I want to see. You don't know. Some folks look better in a 3-4 than they do a 4-3. So. And at the very worst, he looks good enough that we get a pick for him.
Man, I'm telling you, he's in that contract year, bro. Don't be surprised if he has like 6 to 8 sacks this year.
If tomorrow tomorrow says we can trade YGM for a 6th, I'm with that. We trade, I'm with all this, but I don't want to.
All right, we got controversy right here. I'm taking a risk. At least he put his camera up, saying his name, Zesty D.
You don't gotta worry about me, man. I'm a Panthers fan till I die, baby.
What's
Nothing
up,
to
my
worry
man?
about here. Yo, all right. I forgot who it was, and I've been hearing it like multiple shows from multiple different people. We have to cut the Dante slander, boys. He's gonna be back. Shut up. Get out of here, man. He's on our team, man. We got to root for him. We can't just sit there and degrade him, man.
No, we root for him.
We have JC Horn to lock down the #1 corner. And then what about all these speedsters everybody always wants, all the highlight reel speedsters? Dante's our guy to shut that down, boys.
At least for 6 weeks.
Yep.
Stop that!
Right.
Listen.
No, I like him. I do like him. I like this.
It's not about bashing him.
You'd be your best. You love Dante.
Hold on. Go ahead,
When
JJ.
Dante's on the field, you got to remember, nobody really be having big, long breakaway plays on us that will go to the house. He's able to catch up. He's a reliable attacker sometimes out in space. But at the same time, not just does he get injured, he gets out. Damn it. He just doesn't have that physicality to match
because
up
he's
with
a tiny
lot of
little
wide
man.
It's that.
Yeah, he's a corner.
Well, whose fault is that? The wide receiver or Dante's?
Yeah, but like that's the type of player you need to put on a Zay Flowers. That's the type of player you got to put on these shifty
But there's
guys.
not many. He plays the outside though with that reliable speed, but he also gets cooked and outmatched a lot of times. Like he'll get routed up and rely on his speed and athleticism to make up for it, just to make the tackle. He doesn't have like fundamental technique. He doesn't push you up front.
I don't know. I think that's probably the old Dante. That's what Dante was in the beginning. He's really become such a more constant. The problem is now there's just been the injuries. It's just been being on the field. He's and I think his open field
ball hawk.
His open field tackling has been so much better in the last few years.
Yeah, absolutely.
My question is this: if you said this is that he plays the outside and maybe he's not lined. Does he need? He's too small to play the nickel, maybe, and have to go up against. Maybe he should be a free safety, dude.
People have been
saying
fans have been saying that.
Yeah, to lock down the back end, play zone, and lock down the back end for sure.
Because he has the speed to go side, like from hash.
He has the eye recognition and ball.
Yeah, and he's got the hands. Yeah, I agree. All right, Zesty, what do you think about the other than us having to get into this argument over Dante? What do you think about this draft so far, man? We got a quarterback. The future is bright.
What's it called? Like, I don't know, man. That was so up in the air. Like, I didn't care what quarterback. I just know we needed one, and any quarterback we got, I would have had faith in, or at least root for, and then the shocker for freaking getting Mingo. Oh my goodness.
You like that pick?
I love it, man. I love it. Well, just because I think it's kind of funny too, because everyone was all bashing Tepper yesterday, saying, he said we don't need a receiver, give him a hand, and then boom, and then what's it called? So I'm from Utah, and so I followed Steve Smith from University of Utah to Carolina pretty much forever ago. So that's where I kind of became a Panthers fan. And then when seeing the video of how was Steve Smith's call for Mingo, that's pretty sick. I think it's super, super cool. So yeah.
What's going down with this? What is he fighting somebody?
He fucking a fan, like I guess, said something to him and sucker punched the shit out of him.
Oh, the fan hit him?
No, the fan said something to him, and he sucker punched the fan.
Oh,
is that our defensive end?
Yeah, that's
DJ
the new
Johnson.
guy. Yeah. Well, you know what? You don't want your defensive guys to be nice, right?
Yeah, right. Maybe the fan. We don't know what the fan said. Maybe that fan said
was
something.
The guy who bombed the show earlier.
Exactly, earlier, and I punched him too. So you don't know what the guy said.
Yeah. All right. So somebody put, I think, Saj said that he had a 9.86. RAS score, so he's just a freak athlete. Yeah, and I think Zesty, you're right. Is for me, it wasn't about one or the other. I mean, I like I said, I got a type. Is that I'm going to be rooting for Anthony Richardson because a lot of people say he's not going to be able to do it and this and that. So I'm going to be rooting for him. I had no problem with CJ Stroud, and I don't think it's unfair for me to say that. Look, is that Bryce Young is. His size is just something to think about, and his arm is not a bazooka. But man, I'm so glad we have a North Star to chart our course to now. Is like now we have a stability at a place that you need it more than anybody. 8.39, Ras, excuse me.
You want to hear G-Baby's? You want to hear G-Baby's comment on that last pick we just made?
What's that?
Yeah.
He says, y'all can have all the good feelings you want, but I know college football, and that was a dumb pick. I blame this on Burns.
Okay.
Player development.
Do you guys think the Burns injury is something serious, or think it was kind of something just minor?
What was it?
He's asking this.
He'll be ready.
All right. No.
Nico,
well,
who were you saying that about?
That's what G-Baby said about our last pick.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Johnson.
All right, Zesty, I think there's yes and no to your question about Brian Burns. I don't think that the injury is going to be a significant long-term problem for him, but I do think it is problematic for us and for him because we're really 2 months away from training camp, and they set an optimistic timeline for his return. I think he's going to be ready. He's going to be playing, but he is in a contract year. He needs to get 11 sacks this season and sign the big ass deal. And he just hasn't, he needs to. Let me see if I can get this. Let me see if I can change views here.
They'll just rest him through the preseason, Tony, is what I think. Just like they did Shaq last year, they're going to do the same thing with Burns this year, bro.
This is DJ Johnson, tight end, and
this is the way we can get around getting dinged too. How about this?
There we go.
This is how we can watch film and not get dinged.
This is him playing tight end.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the very
Look at that hair.
The very next series or very next drive, he played defense.
Yeah, and it's against Ohio State, by the way.
Oh, good. Hell yeah.
Wait a second.
I was at that game.
Where's the hair?
Oh my god.
Oh.
Yeah.
You were at that game?
Yeah, that was CJ's first.
I love a two-way player. I want to see a two-way player in NFL. Awesome, man. I appreciate it.
That'd be cool.
The link to that video is in the private chat, if anybody wants to look at it.
Word. Thanks, man. Thanks, Chad, for that. Let's see. So where would y'all put Mingo? 2, 3, or 4 receiver? Mikey Beeman's asking.
He's the number 1 on this team.
Wow. I didn't even know about him before today.
He's just gonna be looking like everybody else. He's gonna have to show up in training camp and work for it. You don't get drafted.
Like, I get that.
This is the second round and get handed a job.
I get that. What I'm saying is, by like week 2 or 3, he's gonna be the number 1 on this team. He's the best talent by far.
JJ, I hope you're right. I really do.
Well, isn't Terrence Marshall Jr. truly the best talent?
I heard that when we drafted Terrence Marshall Jr.
He's the same height. He's a bit more physical. He can match up better because he has that physicality. He's more agile.
Yeah.
He's probably just as good, if not a better runner after the catch and a better route runner. He's probably just as good at breakaway speed to get downfield. Like I'm just being honest. It's not like we have good receivers, honest.
Oh, Trent Simpson went to the Ravens.
I'm not trying to be mean. They got enough linebackers already. I'm not trying to be mean. I've heard it. I've heard it every time we draft a wide receiver in the 2nd or 3rd round. Or even the 1st. He's going to be the next superstar receiver. He's going to be the number 1 wide receiver on this team. I've heard all that. I want to wait and see. I want him to prove it.
You heard those words from them, not me.
Yeah.
What position?
Told me that,
what is this?
CJ Stroud would be the 1st overall pick, and he wasn't.
I'm gonna be honest. I would have.
What is this pick right here with the San Francisco 49ers? Look at that position. It says SAF. What the heck does that mean?
Safety.
Oh, okay. Why don't they just put S? I thought they used to just put S.
They used to, but Tony, the nowadays generation, don't understand just S.
Well, I thought S and SS made a lot of sense for me, or SS and FS.
Yeah. Well, it goes back to people say, "Well, he's not a true free safety. He's a strong safety, but he's not a free safety. So you can't put safety in this." Yeah. I think what you're talking about, I think always made sense, but
yeah, I feel dumb now for saying what is that.
Everything complicated.
I was like, what's SAF?
Mingo and TMJ about to go for 1K each, bro.
Hey, when I first read it, I Googled it to see what it was. Didn't have to look it around.
Right,
I didn't figure it up the long way around.
Jaguar. I think the Jags are just picking all defense in this draft, probably.
And I think we're done for the night.
Yeah.
It isn't fair, though, to compare like our weapons with Sam Darnold versus our weapons with Bryce Young, because you got to think TMJ is going to have a way better year this year with Bryce Young than he ever had a chance of having last year with Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield, PJ Walker.
And he was in Matt Rule's doghouse.
Oh, hey! Cody, tell these youngins or oldies about Mingo, bro. Let them know.
I mean, I like Mingo. I like him, but I'm gonna be real with y'all. I'm not like
I love him.
No, I love Mingo, but like I feel like in comparison to recent years, I'm not like jumping up and down for joy over this year's draft.
Why? Because you just love TMJ.
No, I mean I don't know, man. I mean I like
see him
Mingo.
as a threat. You just see him as a threat, don't you?
My problem
It's just
is not
like you're
with
just like a girl,
Mingo.
another hot girl walks in the room. It's a threat.
No, I'm just saying we have a lot of like my thing is we added a lot of depth at the wide receiver position. And I don't know, the fact that we didn't come away with like one of the premier edge rushers, I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm kind of disappointed. Yo, what up, Twan? Is that Twan?
What's up, guys?
It is Twan. Hey, Twan.
Hey, what's up? How y'all feeling, man? I just came over here to contact Cody primarily, man. But shout out to everybody. Hey, man, first shout out to CK. Congratulations, man.
He stepped away, but we will tell him.
Yeah, but look, Cody, we let Riley Moss slip through our fingers.
I know, man. To
Oh,
Denver.
did he get taken?
Yeah,
Oh,
he
yes.
went to Denver, man.
He was at white safety. Everybody's screaming for.
Did you?
Well, they must like this guy. They traded up for this dude, though.
Did
So
you
they
hear
must really
how
like him.
excited? Did you guys hear how excited the commentators were to talk about this guy? They were
About Riley Moss? Yeah, that's y'all's guy.
Hey, I'm gonna be real though. That DJ Johnson dude, I have not seen one snap of his. I have no idea.
He was in college for 6 years.
Yeah, he was pretty decent. I looked him up here a couple weeks ago.
I mean, I
pretty
know
decent, but
I know
he's a little raw.
6'5". I know he's like 6'5", 260 pounds.
He's like Barno. Well, maybe,
yeah,
but
that's what
heavier.
I'm saying. Like you already have Haynes and Barno. Like I would prefer to see what we have in them.
Cody, let me tell you about this guy though. He's 6'4", 260. He runs a 4.49 40.
Yep, he's fast.
He played tight end and defensive end. And they say the problem with him, that here's the strengths according to Dane Brugler: natural knee bender. Those are some words you like to use. Coordinated athlete in space, explosive out of his stance to shock blockers, forward lean and bend, help him convert his speed to power. Generates a violent bull rush when he extends both hands and uses long arms to go through blockers. Works laterally and does a great job of stringing runs outside to make stops near the numbers. The weakness is not a refined pass rusher, prefers force over setup and sequencing, shows hints of tightness and often finds himself far up the field. He is a 3-4 defensive end, right? I mean, like outside linebacker. So he is a scheme fit guy here that we are bringing. And it says they said that here's the problem with evaluating him. His development in college was stunted by several position switches. He was essentially a two-way player in 21 before becoming a full-time defensive starter in 2022. He led the Ducks in sacks. He's a member of Bruce Feldman's freak list. Johnson is balanced, but basically he is going to be an outside. He's a Hassan Reddick.
He's a dog.
That's a lofty comparison.
Nah, he's not
Hassan Reddick.
Why not? Why not?
Hassan
Reddick is smaller.
I think he's more of a Greg Hardy. I think he's more of a Greg Hardy.
Well, I felt like Greg Hardy was more of a traditional
4-3.
You know, he could go. Greg Hardy could go inside and play defensive tackle.
Who's doing the comments?
Me. I'm just trying to keep up. Why, they're going too fast?
No, I didn't know who was doing it. I didn't know.
I'm trying. I'm so far behind. I forgot for a minute.
My job is hard, isn't it, Tony?
Oh, you want to know how hard it is? Is that we already had some racial
slurs being thrown.
Yeah, I heard about this, man.
And then the other thing that nobody else saw, only CK saw it, but thankfully I didn't get to fall. Somebody came in with their cam on. I was like, what the fuck? And it was in the green room. Total dude with a beard, cross-dressing in the background. But like, I didn't get fooled by that. And then I was starting to be mean. Like I was starting to be mean. No, I was like, Zesty D. That name is already. His name's Zesty D. And he had his tab
poor
on.
Zesty, bro.
I know.
Man,
You're
I
a
love
victim
it,
of
man. I
circumstance,
love
bro.
Hey, you're cool with me, Zesty. I know you're not in here trying to pull
No,
some
not at all,
shenanigans, bro.
No, what's up? I gotta dip out. I gotta go back to work. I'm gonna keep listening. But I just got one more question for you guys before I dip out. Like, so we have plenty of receivers, plenty. We got our defensive end, or what seems to be our defensive end. Like, what's our next position of need? Are we thinking linebacker, cornerbacker, something definitely on the defense, or someone
All
on
of
the
it.
line, correct?
All of it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think we're on that lineman here, corner. We could use help at corner. And are we ever going to get a linebacker? Or maybe it's Brandon Smith. Maybe we got the linebacker.
And look, man, Kevin wants to talk shit and say wipe away those tears, no Clemson players. But the fact that Trenton Simpson was sitting there and we could have gotten Trenton Simpson.
We knew you were going to be mad.
Man.
Zesty, you go back to work. We'll
fucking
cover the
hate it,
question
bro.
too. While you
Love you guys.
Thanks for being on the
Great
show. Thanks. Oh, thank you for joining, man. We got the thunderstorm out here, man, and it is thunder and lightning in Panther Nation as we. All right, so you're not you're not on cloud 9, then, Cody.
No, man. Like, listen, I'm not even trying to be down on Jonathan Mingo. I kind of feel like a lot of people had him lower than the 39th pick. So you might even say that it was an overdraft a little bit. Again, I'm not trying to shit on dude. He has a tremendous upside. I know
he's our AJ Brown.
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like he doesn't necessarily separate from like on verts. He doesn't necessarily create a lot of separation. Like he's primarily a yards after catch receiver, which I love that. You know, that's we're gonna have to have more of that. And he's a lot faster than a Laviska Shenault. So he adds more to that type of role. But I don't know, man. Hey, no, I mean
Smitty.
that's another. I know Smitty loves him. And by the way, like if you've been following like the amount the people that the Panthers have had in the building, Jonathan Mingo has been rumored to be one of our players for a long time now that we've had our eye on.
Has Kaylee Ringo even been drafted yet?
No. Man. Riley Moss went before Ringo.
And the tight end is still there.
Is that what Moss is? A corner?
Man, we missed out on Moss.
Moss is a safety. Also, that Florida safety still out there.
Moss is not a safety.
They're just trying to put Moss as a safety because he's a white boy playing cornerback, bro. Come on, man.
No,
it's true, man.
Let him know, Cody.
It's true. Twan, am I wrong? That man's a corner.
He's a corner. He's gonna play corner, bro.
Straight up.
We missed out on him, bro. I'm trying to tell you that dude's gonna wreck the league next year. Me and Cody.
But also, like, knowing that we have YGM, knowing that we have Marquise Haynes, knowing that we have Amari Barno, maybe I'm just a Debbie Downer. But
yeah, you are because Marquise Haynes is like 31 years old, dude.
I would have preferred to have gone corner at that position.
Okay, I mean that's fair. I mean that's a fair point. I mean it's just it's not. I got you.
Normally I'm the optimistic one that's over the moon trying to hype up everyone.
I'm more excited about the Mingo pick.
Yeah,
that's what I'm excited about. I think that's going to be one of those guys that turns out to be better than the draft people gave him credit for because they want to be super smart and dissect everything. And then sometimes you're just big, strong, and fast, and you can fucking play. And I think that's what I'm hoping he's going to be. AJ Brown was the same type of player. If you go back and redraft stuff, he's in the first round now.
Chad's dumb as hell, bro.
That's funny. I think he had a good visit.
No, he's like being cartoonish.
And White Chocolate Espresso will not let you.
I know, man. He needs to shut his ass up, bro.
Cody is a
like, this man donates $2
just to talk shit. I love it.
Just to shit on me, bro.
I know he could have come on the show for free, but instead he paid to talk shit.
Hey, Tony, bro, they not allowed on this Mingo train, bro. Everyone wanna not hop on this train now, bro. Don't be on here when he
I'm all in.
folks.
Mingo's gonna be a beast.
He's gonna be a dog, bro. Like
Anthony, don't flash your dick, bro.
He's got the perfect. Yeah, please don't do that. He's gonna be real
He's
good.
walking
man.
like an Egyptian back there.
He's got the physical stature that you
He on
want.
skates?
The athleticism to do it all.
I think Chad's off an edible right now. I think.
Is he on skates, bro?
Chad's girl has been puffing him up the whole show. He's on cloud 9, dude.
All right, guys, I'm gonna head out, man.
Oh my God!
Show y'all some love.
All right,
Swan.
I'm about to go to bed. I'm gonna be done for the night, man. But whew.
Yeah, been a long couple of days for Panther fans, but fun.
We got rid of a DJ, and now we got 2 more.
Yes. Can I be real though? Jonathan Mingo is like a bigger version of DJ Moore.
Yes, and maybe even a little faster.
I mean,
I don't think they're the same player at all.
He's a
possession receiver.
I think he's a more physical Terrace Marshall.
Oh,
Jr.
he's so handsome.
You hear me, Cody?
What?
I think he's a more physical Terrace Marshall Jr.
Hey man, shut that shit up. I ain't trying to hear that.
Yeah, 4.46, right? That's probably about what Terrace Marshall Jr. ran.
No, Terrace Marshall ran a 4.41. I mean, both of them are fast.
Oh, you're right. My bad.
Both fast. They're both fast. I'm not trying to like.
I could have sworn TMJ ran a 4.39.
It was around that.
That makes sense, though. You've got an accurate quarterback.
Go ahead, Deez.
I was going to say, we've got an accurate quarterback, and we're adding big, physical wide receivers that can go up and get the ball. We're trusting Bryce to put the ball in the right situation, in the right position for these guys to go up and make the catch. I mean, it makes a ton of sense to me. They're fast, they're tall, they're athletic.
They play on
it
the
makes
outside.
a ton of sense.
Yo, shut your
They
ass
play
up,
on the
man.
outside. Absolutely.
Yeah, like we don't want Bryce to be going.
Yo, we didn't pick up Cam Smith, so be upset.
Cry. We got JC Horn though.
We should have taken Trenton Simpson over that guy though.
Nah.
I
agree, Anthony.
Yes, we should. As much as you hate
agree.
Clemson players, Kevin, let's keep it a buck here. That guy you could have gotten in the 5th round.
That linebacker's not going to be anything.
Oh my
He's not going to be anything.
DJ Johnson's not gonna
He's a
be
bust.
We should
I
have
guess
took
30 teams
VJO
can't
over
like him either.
Ojari over
Cam Smith is
over
Yeah.
Mingo.
Yeah, we let the
Cam Smith
Cardinals
is
pick
trash.
up Ojolari.
Let JCS go. I thought he was going to go top 10.
Who?
JSN. I thought he was
JSN is better than.
He went to
South Carolina. Bro.
JSN went to Seattle.
We have
Well,
more
he's gonna be a
first-round
third or
picks
fourth
than
receiver.
Your school had like draft picks, bro. Be real. Like
We
come
got
on,
draft
stop talking.
picks.
No, y'all don't. Y'all had like 4 people come out of South Carolina this year. Calm down.
With the Ravens drafting.
The Steelers got Darnell Washington.
Oh my God, that team is having a draft.
Damn.
With the Ravens
Really?
drafting Trenton Simpson, the
they
Carolina
have
Panthers are now the only
Freiermuth.
team that's never drafted a Clemson Tiger.
Freiermuth is a dog
I
too.
fucking hate, dude. It's bullshit, dude. We literally share a history with the Clemson Tigers.
That's a bad history, Cody.
And we can't
They
draft
want to forget
one.
it.
Yo,
They
shut
wanna
up, man. I'll
forget it.
fucking kick your ass out of here.
Oh, I mean,
Kevin's
on the
talking
bright
like
side,
the
we
South
have
Ca-
the LSU
Hold on,
Tigers
Kevin's
on
talking
the
like
team.
the only South Carolina players we've ever had like aren't undrafted. They are bums. Like,
Hey,
be
who
real.
do y'all think? Hey, I'm back in the building, so I'm taking over hosting duties. Damn
Yes,
it.
sir, Cody.
Who would y'all say has had the best draft overall so far? Like, what team has stuck out to you as kicking ass?
I think the Steelers have. That's my opinion. I think the Steelers
Why?
have had a really good draft because
Did they get a
boosted
corner?
their
Oh, they did.
they boosted their O-line. They drafted Joey Porter Jr. And here, let me pull up who they drafted real quick. But
yeah,
Kenny Pickett's a quarterback that if you give him some time, he'll be able to make some throws.
Yeah.
Forget time.
Dude,
He's already good.
for me, it's hard not to say Philadelphia. Like Philadelphia.
Well, that's the most obvious one. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, what, dude? They grabbed a bunch of dude. If you look at the players they drafted,
they went to
they
Georgia,
got value at every single pick.
guys, and they were all the big name motherfuckers. Listen, all right,
Yep.
I'm not here for none of that. Bryce Young torched those Bulldogs. All right,
You know who had
They
the
ain't
worst
shit.
the worst draft?
We'll beat their ass. All right. So clearly,
Houston.
our draft is superior. Yes, Houston as well.
They had the worst draft because
Dude,
CJ Stroud could be a bust.
I think the Lions have had a pretty piss poor draft.
I think the Jets have had a shitty draft, man. Aaron Rodgers
Yes,
is doing the
Jets.
same. Or the Jets are
Lions
treating
have
Aaron
had an
Rodgers the
okay
same way.
draft. Their worst pick is Hendon Hooker, though. Like,
Yeah, dude. In my opinion, Philadelphia has had the best pure
Shut up, JJ.
draft out of everybody.
Yeah, their worst pick
out
is
of every
Hendon
team in
Hooker.
this draft.
You just hate Hendon Hooker because
I really
he's
don't.
better.
No,
Then
wait,
who?
let's be honest.
Cody.
All the Tennessee players
Then
went in the
who?
third.
Oh yeah, I
fucking
forgot
round.
Hendon Hooker went to Detroit.
Cody,
Yeah,
Carolina has never drafted a Clemson player.
never, bro.
Okay, so I guess you could actually say that real Tigers get drafted by Carolina.
You know what, Chad? You know what?
That little weak ass
You know what?
walk off.
Oh
I
yeah,
expected more of you, Chad.
JJ, Sacramento.
I expected more of you.
I'm kidding, bro. I'm kidding.
Anthony,
I'm kidding.
How about them
No, you're
Kings,
not.
baby?
Yeah, bro. I was about to say that they're kicking ass tonight. Holy crap!
They are.
You're not.
Man, I
And
thought
you know
they would
you're not.
exchange games over the past. I
It's all
thought the
love,
road
bro.
team would win 5 and
It's all
6.
hate for me.
So.
I thought Golden State would win in 6.
No.
No, man,
I
don't,
still
don't,
think
don't
Golden
get me
State will
started
win
with
Game
JJ
7
on
though,
college
but
football, bro. Me and JJ will stay up
relax,
until 3 in the morning.
relax. Anything the biggest thing to come out of LSU over the past decade was a Buckeye before a Tiger. Just remember.
All
that.
your Buckeyes are bust.
I thought you were gonna
They
say.
all
Jordan
Oh my
Rose
God!
Davis.
You're a South
They
Carolina
all
fan. You're not
bust.
even
No,
at the big table.
bro.
Make the playoffs
No,
before you
Bust.
talk to me.
Whoa,
Make
hey,
the playoffs
Stroud's
before
gonna
you talk to
bust.
me.
whoa.
Fight,
Make
fight,
the playoffs
fight,
before you
fight,
talk to me.
fight.
No, JJ.
He's gonna bust like
Right.
that busted test.
Make the
Joe
playoffs
Burrow
before
was
you
to
talk to
Ohio
me.
State, but
Mr.
who made him
18%.
into the
Make
monster
the
that he is?
playoffs before you talk to me.
Join the
Who
SEC
made him
before
into
you
the
talk to me.
Make
made
the
him into the
playoffs
monster?
before
Who
you
made
talk
him
to
into
me.
Joe
You know
Before
what?
you
Burrow?
talk to
Ohio
me.
State,
Make the playoffs.
Ohio State was as tough as you wanted him to be,
Make
JJ.
the
They would be in
playoffs,
the
bro.
SEC, but they're
They won
not.
nothing.
SEC
So
this,
therefore,
SEC
since they're not in
that,
the best conference
SEC
in
this.
football, they suck. They
Pickle,
suck.
hold on, Kevin.
Uh,
Hold
No,
on.
the-
they
the
hold
only-
on.
Alright,
They
we're not
suck.
gonna have
The
like
best
a
team,
They
the
conversation
suck
and
best
you're just
just like
gonna make
you
the
suck.
noises,
best
bro.
team,
Only
That's
SEC
enough.
teams matter.
hold on.
Come on, bro.
The
That's right.
best team the
Exactly.
SEC has
There's
to
Washington.
have. Hold on, the best team the SEC has to offer is Georgia. They
Lies.
whipped everyone's ass in the
Lies.
SEC.
You dumb as
Except
shit,
Oh,
bro.
Ohio
I'm
and
sorry.
State.
who
Thank
is
you.
Ohio
Thank
State
you.
beat?
Outside of
Michigan?
Alabama
Really,
last year.
Connecticut? You
Nobody
tough.
cares about them
Outside
Ohio
of
State Buckeyes.
outside
Alabama
of
last year was a
Alabama,
one-man
Ohio State
rodeo.
outside
Suckeyes.
of Alabama,
Ohio State Brown
the
Eyes.
only team to even
Darnell
give
Washington
Georgia
got drafted to Pittsburgh.
I know. That's why I said
outside
the
of
Steelers have had the
Alabama.
best fucking draft, man.
Damn,
Bro,
man.
SEC,
Yeah.
SEC
No, you're right.
teams, they
They have
cheat
had.
so much.
They
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 have
do
had
not
a.
even beat Ohio
They've
Wait,
State.
had
hold
a
up,
good
hold up,
league.
hold up. I'm
Yo,
trying
we're
to
talking
listen.
all the. Hold on, I'm trying to have a conversation with Cody for a second. Yeah, dude, this is why I said like they've had great value. I wasn't Darnell. This is also why I think mock drafts are a little bullshitty because Darnell Washington was like ranked way. Wasn't he in like the 40s or 50s? Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, but Steelers already got a tight end.
Apparently, Washington has fallen because teams are afraid that he had a knee injury, and they don't know when he's going to be able to play.
Okay,
I mean Steelers got a great tight end right now.
Can we
Yo,
go back?
when is Stetson Bennett getting drafted?
He's going undrafted.
He's going undrafted.
He's going undrafted.
Oh, R.I.P., bro.
He's gonna get picked up by Bill Belichick, and it's gonna be the new era.
Come on,
Bro.
man.
You know how, well, let me make sure. Has Henry TuaToa been drafted yet?
No.
Yeah. I still want to talk about
it'd be
this
a good guy to
SEC
pick
and
up in
Big
a fourth
Ten
round,
shit.
though, to be honest.
There's
That's
nothing
what
to talk about.
I
There's nothing really to talk
I
about.
thought he was drafted, Pickle. I'm not.
I don't think.
What do you gotta say, Chad? Here, let's let Chad guys say what he got to
There's
say
nothing
about
to
this.
say.
Oh no, man! I'm just saying. I want Ohio State to come down to Baton Rouge and deal with these crazy ass freaking Cajuns because after we whoop y'all's ass in Columbus, bro, we won't have anything to talk about. LSU is coming back onto the map, and I promise you,
till we
see
have
y'all in the
Aaron
playoffs
Norland.
next year.
Is LSU playing Ohio State?
To get to the playoffs, we gonna whoop y'all ass.
No, Henry Tuto is there, and that big
LSU not doing shit.
that Wisconsin linebackers out there too.
Just like talent level, bro.
Oh,
talent
Nick Herbig?
Aaron Norland.
Yeah.
Hold on, Chad. Who do you have to guard Marvin? No one. All right, that's 14 points.
You got
Denver Harris, bro.
No one.
Y'all got no one to guard Marvin Harrison Jr.
Hey, everybody,
No,
welcome
he
Eric.
cannot.
Hey,
He
everybody,
cannot
welcome
guard
Eric to
Marvin.
the stream. Eric, what's up, dude?
Marvin Harrison wouldn't know what to do with an SEC defense, bro. He plays Big Ten Northwest.
He was torching Georgia.
Thank
He
you.
was torching Georgia.
Everybody.
All right, kids, quiet down.
Yeah,
Quiet
Tony,
down,
you're
kids.
supposed to be in charge.
Yeah, and I let you come back. I let the kids. Eric, what's up, my man?
Hey, what's up? How y'all doing?
Good. How you feeling
good,
about
man.
this Panthers draft, my friend?
I love it. I love it. We got Bryce Young. That's all that matters to me.
Yeah, I think that's how I feel as well. Like it doesn't like Mingo's a good pick, but the Johnson guy is a little skeptical.
Yo,
I don't
Anthony.
think we needed to trade up to get TJ Johnson.
No.
Yo, Anthony.
Yeah, come on.
somebody in the chat called you Daniel Radcliffe.
Yeah, that was a little
Yeah, no,
questionable
so-
in my opinion, but
Yeah,
I don't
dude,
think it's a huge detriment to the draft.
I love the pick. I
Yo,
love
Daniel
the pick.
Radcliffe gets laid, bro. That's
Hey,
that's
dude.
a-
Yeah, facts. And
He's a magician.
I had to fucking get glasses 2 days ago. So yeah, I was like, I want to wear the
dude.
Harry Potter
Get the Harry Potter lightning bolt tattooed on your forehead. Yeah, that'd be
I'm
perfect.
sure there's somebody out there with that tattoo.
I want to do this real quick. I want to shout out our new member. New member shout out, man. Thanks for being a part of the C3 Super Fan Club, man. You're the best. Nick N joining for $1.99 a month gets to show his loyalty to Panther Nation and get some access to all the additional content. Well, not all, man, the additional content we put out right now. Cody's been doing it with the draft. We'll continue to do some things going forward, and we've got some good ideas about some real I guess at location events we can do, maybe at training camp, a game this year. So a lot of people, a lot of things are getting cooked up by the C3 Panthers podcast. We appreciate it, Nick. And the Friday Free for All is the place where you guys get to share your opinion. And it's been a lot. There's been a lot of opinions, but this has been probably the least controversial draft that I have covered as in the entire time that I've been doing the Panthers podcast. Because yeah, and the reason being is this is just like Eric said when he came on, we got our quarterback. Like it's house money from there on. You know, we can debate about whether this guy, we like this other guy. I did think somebody brought up trading up for this defensive end might have been a little rich. Like, why wouldn't have he potentially been there? Maybe you could have waited a little while. Those are some things to think about. But I really like our first two picks in this draft, and like I've said, is once you get a quarterback, and I don't even care if the quarterback truly works out. I mean, I do want him to work out, but you're always searching for you're just building pieces until you have the quarterback. Now we're building a team around a quarterback.
I always say every time, a lot of times when I come on this show, it's hard to build a roster. It's easy to build the roster around your quarterback. And I've said
I think and I've used this analogy a lot in my writing recently of charting a course, right? Is like our North Star to chart the course to. Is that if you're in a boat and you're sailing and you're going a direction, you eventually you're going to hit land, right? You're going to get to a place, a destination, but it's a lot easier to be have a direction to a destination, to have a course that you're charting instead of just bobbing in the ocean, hoping that you find the new world or something to that extent. And again, accumulating a bunch of pieces without a quarterback is neat. Yes, you can give me a couple of rosters that have won in the NFL, that have been good teams or have won Super Bowls with average quarterbacks, but you can't give me a team that's been a consistent threat year in and year out without a quarterback they believed in. And it's more about having a quarterback you believe in rather than even, who knows if he works out? Who knows? But now we have direction. We're charting our course. And I like the name of the show. I didn't even mention it, Cody. If loving Bryce Young is wrong, I don't want to be right.
Somebody put early on before the show went live that I should have put, if loving Bryce Young is wrong, I don't want to be right. Like
that's a good one.
Nice.
That's a real, yeah. Ooh, that's a real good one. We're gonna have to do something with that this season.
Yeah,
so,
but listen. As someone who didn't have Bryce as his number one, I've come around, man. Like, I see the vision. I see how you would want to build around him. We have a good offensive line. I thought we were going to add some more potentially, but I feel like we're in a good position for Bryce to come in and be successful. And now we have so many different players for him to distribute the ball to. Terrace Marshall Jr., DJ Chark. Now you add Jonathan Mingo, Laviska Shenault, Adam Thielen, fucking Tony's favorite person ever, Damiere Byrd.
I don't think Damiere Byrd's going to be a part of the passing game this year. I think Damiere Byrd's there in case
big plays this year.
Or maybe if somebody gets hurt, maybe if you go 5 wide and you're trying to put 2 downfield threats or something there. I mean, and again, I like players. It's okay to like players and not think that they're going to be the most special person in the world. I just root for Damiere Byrd. But I think that this Mingo pick, I'm really excited about this. And again, that I am also there's some anxiety for it because we have been trying to pick a great receiver in the second round for years. Decades of trying to nail the Brandon LaFell, the Devin Funchess, the Terrace Marshall Jr. is another example of a second round player. You think we got a guy who's going to be a gem. And at some point, I guess if you keep betting, at some point, maybe you're going to win. I hope it's here. But I would like to see an offense where Terrace Marshall Jr. and Mingo thrive together.
Yes.
Not an either or, and so I don't really feel a threat to this. I think that you could go out there and you could do this you could put Mingo on one side, you could put Terrace Marshall on the other side. You could then move Thielen into the slot. And then when you want to go 4 wide, you can put DJ Chark out there. And I'm sure that they're not going to just automatically, Chark has got a lot to prove. He's in a contract year too. He's on a 1-year deal. So he's not going to just going to be sitting there though saying, "Oh, I want to be on every third play" either.
Can I say this? And again, the draft is not over, so I reserve my judgment until all the picks are made. But after this point in the draft, this is the most underwhelmed I've been with the Scott Fitterer draft.
Same. I think they got too cute because of Bryce Young, and then they just said, "Fuck it, we don't need anything else." I'm just playing. I'm playing though. Like Mingo's
you guys are saying that because we didn't get that Clemson linebacker.
It has nothing to do with a Clemson linebacker and everything to do with
just because he's from Clemson.
JJ.
But
it's positional. Let me finish, man. It's positional value. The positions that we're most in need of. Listen, I like Mingo. I hope he's going to be a good player for us. But that was not the biggest need on our team.
Yeah,
you could have had. But by the way, Isaiah Foskey, he went to the New Orleans Saints. That would have been a fantastic pickup for us.
Is that a short-term view, though, Cody? Because
I don't like that because he keeps saying positional value while an edge and a corner may, in theory, be more of a need. We don't have a proven wide receiver worth of shit, and I'm tired of saying it.
And
Like,
we
we
also
have
don't
a
have
little bit of
Mingo is
depth.
more proven.
no here, but
We have
Cody,
a
here's
bunch
the
of
thing.
wide receiver threes, bro.
No,
None
we
of them are
don't.
proven.
Adam Thielen is a 2.
All right, but
Adam
here,
Thielen
listen
is
to me
old
on
as
this point,
shit,
and
Go
I think
ahead.
I'm onto something. I think I'm onto something here. Is that while it feels like we have a lot of players that can get out there this year, if you look beyond this season, DJ Shark is only on a 1-year contract. Terrace Marshall Jr., I think, is in the last year of his rookie deal.
Yeah, true.
Thielen is an aging person who you want to be a contributor, but you can't. It's not like he's going to be the leader going forward.
Right.
Who is the guy? While it feels like we got players to go out there this year, if we think in the longer range of it, we're not really that deep at that position at all.
Is not even just that. Just think about the Bengals. We know none of these guys can compete with Jamar Chase or T. Higgins. Are they even better than Tyler fucking Boyd, who has put up 1,000 yards as the number 1, who has been consistent as hell as a number 3, let alone Adam Thielen having 706 touchdowns as the number 2, with the best wide receiver in football next to him, bro? He's not even producing at that level no more.
I just don't like how we pretend to already know. I don't like how you pretend to already know what we have in Terrace Marshall Jr.
He has 2 years left, by the way.
Because you saw
hold on.
No, because you saw half a season. You saw half a season of Terrace Marshall Jr. and everyone wants to pretend they know what we have in him.
It wasn't
all right,
half.
fine.
It was 11 games for 500 yards and 1 touchdown, which I saw in person and was vastly impressed with. Listen, Cody, I love TMJ. I think he's better than most people give him credit for. But at the same time, are we really going to say he's proven? No. Fuck no. 25 catches for 500 yards and 1 touchdown.
Like
He
if
has
you want
potential,
proven,
that's not proven. No,
you should have
Cody.
traded for DeAndre Hopkins.
Exactly.
No,
there you
oh my
go.
God.
There you no.
So you don't
talk
have
about that.
options
All right,
at
bro.
proven no more.
Let me talk
There
about
is
that.
there's no more
For the
proven.
old guy who wants a new contract. No, Cody, that's not smart. When you have a young defense, young offensive pieces, and a brand new quarterback. Yeah, let's
You
get
want
the
to have
fucking
it both
old wide
ways.
receiver.
You want someone that's proven, but you're not willing to go
I
out and
didn't
get a
say, I
veteran.
said
Like,
we
what does
don't
that
have
even mean?
proven. I said we
But-
don't have proven, so let's address it in the draft, which is drafting Mingo.
But can I ask, is DeAndre like off the table still, or is that still an
He's
option?
not.
Oh,
but
dude, if
still.
we
off
draft,
the table now.
he has to be off the table.
How many receivers do we have on this team? Like
That's what
I know,
I'm saying.
listen,
dude.
none of them are necessarily that proven. But the thing is that you had to here's my thing. I actually like the Mingo pick.
DOJ issue. Deal. Go ahead, Anthony.
Okay, so I like the Mingo pick. I think that they got him because he's going to be on a rookie contract, and his ceiling is probably that AJ Brown tier, which is awesome. My problem is with what Cody said, positional value. I'm telling you guys, I just think that we could have got that DJ Johnson guy at with one of our 4th round picks. I think there was just a lot of solid players on the board. The position of
you think it was a reach, which I understand that, but at the same time we did address a need, which was edge, and I'm fine with that. That's why I'm not too harsh on it. And I mean, like, really, when we look at the draft, we got everything that was a need. We got a potential franchise quarterback. We have a guy with traits to be a potential franchise wide receiver to go years on end with. And now we have another edge that has some promise upside to pair up with Brian Burns. You got to remember, we're not looking for the beefiest motherfucker ever. We're looking for a guy to complement Brian Burns.
But how about this? Look, Jalen Hyatt, he went, number 73? And he went to the Giants.
Can't fuck with Mingo.
No, you're not understanding me. This is, JJ, this is where you're not understanding me. If you needed an edge rusher, that needed to be drafted higher than a receiver, especially after you already signed fucking 4 of them or whatever in free agency.
Exactly,
That's my beef. Position value matters. And I feel like in years past, Federer has been good at that.
Edge.
That's
we
not
don't
this
have
one.
a number 1 wide receiver. Wide receiver is just
we have
as
one edge
valuable as
player.
an edge.
We have one edge player.
I'm telling y'all,
franchise edge. He's top tier, and you know that.
Okay, JJ, that's the thing, though. We still ranked 28th in sacks with Brian Burns. He's the only dude on there that does anything. Like,
and where did we rank with receiving?
That was not a majority.
Like 29th.
Exactly. We've already upgraded.
Guess what, though? Core. Guess what? Receiving, though, matters on who the fucking quarterback is. Edge matters on who you're actually putting on.
Not when you have a dog of a wide receiver.
Well, how about this? Let's stop arguing.
No, hold on, Tony.
I know. I think Mingo is the truth, dude. I'm excited about him. No, what I'm saying is let's move on from Mingo and focus, because I guess, Cody, you said you're underwhelmed with this draft ultimately for Scott Fitterer, right? Out of all the Scott Fitterer drafts. You didn't say it was like you're underwhelmed with the draft, but like just from what Fitterer was able to do. If this third round pick is different, though, does that change the story, right? Yeah. Like, is that edge? I mean, I think that's the debate point, not Mingo as much, but who you could have gotten around there. It seems like they really traded up, and the move trading up, you wonder why they felt like they had to get to where they were. The Bucks picked a defensive end, Yaya Diaby, 2 picks later. Diaby.
Hold on.
So I think this is the guy that is the debate point. I don't think we need to overflog Mingo pick anymore. But now talk about this third round.
When he says positional value, we have teams in the first round drafting a wide receiver 3 with the Seahawks, bro. We don't have one. Not one. Not a single reliable.
No, now you're just being disrespectful.
So
now you're just
right. I don't think we have a number one receiver.
Listen, if you want to say we don't have a number one, fine. You don't need a number one.
You
straight up, you just don't.
That's a lie.
You don't. You just need serviceable. You just need serviceable.
Cam Newton had a lawn firm in his MVP season.
When did
who was Patrick Mahomes' number one?
When did Jalen Hurts? When did Jalen Hurts step up?
No.
When did
Jalen Hurts break through?
He has 2 wide receiver ones.
But when did he break through? He got AJ Brown.
Exactly.
You guys listen. Me and Cody.
It's not just the wide receiver in that flat out position. It's also what he's going to do for Bryce Young and the entire offense.
I'm not arguing against the Mingo pick. I'm just saying, in terms of the DJ Johnson, what you're telling me is that this guy has to at least start this year. You're throwing him out that you traded up for him when there were so many other guys on the board. Like, you can't tell me I'm crazy for saying that.
I don't know that he's a better fit.
Crazy.
I don't know that Johnson's a better fit than Amari Barno.
I can tell you're crazy. We traded up for Terrace Marshall Jr. He didn't start his first year.
Amari Barno had better RAS numbers than this Johnson dude.
No way.
Yeah.
The Johnson guy has pretty awesome numbers too.
Dude, look at Amari.
He's not
Barno.
big, but this guy weighs 20 pounds more than Amari Barno though.
Yeah, but we're talking about an outside linebacker.
It looked like 30.
Like, dude, you need to rush the passer, and like right now,
what's Von Miller weigh?
I'm fit like 135 pounds. I mean,
Von Miller.
235, 240 pounds.
I do want to say this to JJ. JJ, I texted you in the chat and I said, when JSN went to pick 20, I said, let's just trade up to pick 20. If our 2 picks were just Bryce Young and JSN, I would probably feel a little bit better than how.
But I think Mingo could be a better wide receiver than JSN.
And you're talking to a guy who's and JJ's an Ohio State fan.
Like, I love JSN, but like, he doesn't have true number one, get that fucking job done kind of. He can go multiple games. You can throw it up to him. He doesn't have that kind of threat to him. He's a yards after the catch, safety blanket underneath, reliable guy. I just feel like the Mingo pick was the right guy. We need to help Bryce Young.
I just think we should start Mingo. I think we should start Mingo then. He should be on the outside from day one. That's my opinion.
Fine with it.
Yeah,
fine with it.
Well, here's my opinion.
Go to D's.
Here's my opinion, JJ.
Go ahead, D's.
Listen, what I see is a quarterback in Bryce Young who's renowned for being able, even though he's small, to throw the ball over the middle. And what the Panthers are doing are bringing in a variety of big-bodied wide receiver, LaVisca, Mingo now, TMJ. All these guys can go over the middle of the field and post routes and in routes and catch the football. And I think that's what Reich is setting these guys up for, because you think that we're only going to run outs and drags, but that's not the case. We're going to go over the middle of the field and let Bryce step up in the pocket and throw the ball behind big old Bozeman. That's what's going on. And he's just giving them a good diversity of targets to find out who he has chemistry with. And there's nothing wrong with that.
I think Mingo will be just
That's a
fine.
good point. No, that's a good point.
I think that we come back in 3 years and Mingo could be the number one receiver in this draft. JSN, guys, the guys that you're calling for to trade up, he's only 6 foot. He is 196 pounds. Well, they say 6.6, like right under 6 foot.
It's all right.
6'1".
It's not that big a deal.
But that his 40 time, 4.52. So he's not incredibly big. He's not incredibly fast.
He definitely plays faster than
okay.
40.
But it's like, but why is he so elite that it's worth trading up for?
Because all right, hold on. Think about this, Cody. So like, he's a mismatch nightmare in the slot who's able to create separation. He can even line up on the outside. He's got surefire hands and great athleticism to adjust and go vertical to try and get over a guy. And after the catch is I worry about his injury history or injury concerns for when he gets tackled. But outside of that, he can make guys miss and just go after the catch. That's really what it is. It's like what he brings to the table. He's so good at it is what makes him so high of a value.
Listen, my problem is not with Mingo. My problem is we're all saying, hey, man, the Panthers theoretically could be a contender next year. I'm gonna be real. I do not see to make a playoff push. I do not feel like this defense is ready to be a playoff. Maybe I'm the Debbie Downer. We are not equipped to rush the passer.
Who's the player that would have done it differently? Who's the player you add that all of a sudden you walk out of here and he's going to
White at 39. Keir White at 39.
No, let me tell you. No, there are 2 players. One of them went to our division rival, New Orleans Saints. They picked up Isaiah Foskey, the defensive end out of Notre Dame. I really liked his film. Then you had B.J. Ojolari out of LSU, who I felt had a much higher physical upside and ceiling at the outside linebacker position. I feel we're going to be having the same conversation about Brian Burns, because Brian Burns, once again, is going to be our primary pass rusher. We're going to depend on him for everything. And then fans are going to complain why he's not getting 15-plus sacks a year when he's the only one getting a consistent pass rush.
And Cody, hold on. You know what that leaves you with? The same question. So you know what the exact priority going in the next draft is? Another D lineman. And we'll get a better D lineman with the first-round pick than we would with any of these guys.
But did you hear what you just said, though? Next year. Now you're saying the Panthers are not going to be a legitimate contender on defense unless they go up and add like a Leonard Floyd or something.
Get ready for GDB to shit on Brian Burns again.
This defense is
100%.
solid, but the offense has been the problem over the past couple years. And so what you do is you get a quarterback, you get a wide receiver who can make a pairing that can put a bigger impact on the game than any defensive edge in this class, if we're being real. A connection between your quarterback and a brand new wide receiver can do that, especially when they're a game wrecker or a game changer. I'm not saying they're that yet, but when you have to take that kind of chance.
Now you're going to be depending. All right, my last thing. Now you're going to be depending on Bryce in his first year to put up 30 points every Sunday.
Stop, because this defense was not that bad. This defense was not that bad.
We do not have
the Denver Broncos. The Denver Broncos did not have any pass rush last year. One of the best defenses in the league. It seems like this Ejiro Evero's system is really kind of contingent on building a very dynamic secondary, right? And I would say this, and again, I know that, look, I'm not trying to, I think you guys all have good points. When it comes to these defensive edge players and whatever you call, now they're offensive outside linebackers now in this case, unless they're the super elite, man, it takes them time. So it's like if you draft BJ Ojulari, he might not even start. And I don't know if you, I mean, remember, you liked YGM's film a lot too out of Penn State. And again, it's like this is like, it's, you know, you're not ready to pierce the lineup this year. Then we give you the second year. And if you don't just take off, we're already tired of you. So I feel like I do think this is that the wide receiver at that second round pick can make a more immediate impact than the edge. It's like, would BJ Ojulari actually even pierce the, or would it be Marquise Haynes there?
I hear you. I feel we are undervaluing how difficult it is to switch from a 4-3 to a 3-4. You need the necessary components to be able to do so. And as of right now, I do not feel like we have those. I like Brandon Smith as an inside linebacker, but we needed another inside linebacker.
We're trying
Shaq
to win
Thompson's
now.
getting older.
So we need
you needed another edge rusher. And now you picked the dude now you picked the dude that punched a fan in the back of the head. Like, what the fuck?
He likes anime though, Cody.
Oh, we don't give a fuck about that.
Well, Cody does.
Hey, I like anime.
Hold on, let's go to Anthony. Let's go to Anthony now. Anthony, you got the mic.
Yeah, no, I like anime too. I'm just saying that's not a reason to draft him. But anyways, listen, the point of free agency is to address major holes. That's to put in plug and play starters. So, like I just said, why am I upset with this pick? Because if you're not asking him to start, then we're going to have the whole Brian Burns situation again, literally, where there's going to be no one consistently rushing the passer on the other side of him, and it's going to get fans upset. And listen, I'm telling y'all, I know Matt Rule was in charge of the team at this time, so it's hard to say this, but letting go of Hassan Reddick was a major mistake because we had the money to pay him. We just paid Dante Jackson. And Dante
the whole
Jackson,
reason we had him was Matt Rule, though, because he went to college with Matt Rule.
Okay.
We still had him, though.
So we still had him. But then if you don't sign a Leonard Floyd or a Ngakwe, you're just banking on Evero's scheme.
Well, maybe that's what this is suggesting to us, though.
Yeah,
that's got to be in the mix, actually.
Maybe, but
all right, we're going to D's next. All right, hold on.
Do y'all want to watch the press conference?
Wait on a second. Let's get D's. Hold on. Let's give the mic to D's. Anthony, you finished with that point?
Yeah.
Okay, D's, get in there, and then we'll go to the press conference.
Yeah, picks beating all around the bush right here. Think about last year. What did we do? We went from a 3-3-5 defense under Phil Snow and switched to a traditional 4-3 under Steve Wilkes. And you guys are pissed off because the defense underperformed. Well, yeah, no joke. Of course the defense underperformed. We switched scheme during the middle of the season after 4 games. These guys didn't know what they were doing or what position they were playing. And then the coaching staff for Wilkes was next to nothing. And now we've got an elite coaching staff and the best defensive coordinator in the league taking over. You're going to see guys overperform. You're going to see Brandon Smith emerge, possibly, I hope. You're going to see Barno emerge as an edge rusher. We may already have these holes filled. Now, the secondary holes, I think, is a whole different situation because I still feel like Chen's going to play the star role. Chen's going to cover backs and tight ends out of the backfield, and he's going to occasionally dip into deep coverage when he's essentially a linebacker in the system, playing out there. So I think we don't completely understand the scheme. They went through a lot of changes last year, and all that affects how we perceive the defense as compared to how Evero perceives this defense.
Hold on.
Great comment. Great comment.
Quick.
Hey, let me put the.
Let me get this quick one out there.
Hold on, let JJ go real quick. Then we'll pull it up because he's been waiting.
Well, we're gonna miss the whole thing. They're talking about.
Oh, it's live. Oh, it's live. Okay.
Oh shit.
Okay.
Maybe receiver wasn't going to be a big need.
My bad. I didn't know it was live.
No, you're good.
were you worried about kind of forcing it with Mingo too, like you did, like you were talking about with
Forcing
No, you have to look long term. Like when we're building this, there's one thing
Told
about
you.
talent evaluation, then roster building, and then there's also like just value. Like he was one of our highest rated players on our board. He's a great talent. So all that came together. He was a guy that when Frank and I sat in there with Dan and our staff this morning, kind of pointing him out as a guy that we're going to target here at 39. And like I said, it went clean off the board. We were fortunate he was there. He was kind of the guy we're shooting for.
Did you guys bring both of them in, and any cool stories on either of them?
I will say this with Mingo, we had a really good visit with him when he came in. In fact, I was talking to Coach Jefferson about that. I was not in the one particular meeting with Coach Jefferson, and when he was one-on-one with him, but apparently from talking to him today, it was a super dynamic meeting. There was a genuine bond and connection between the two of them. So I think very excited to work together.
You got Bryce in today and a lot of fanfare around. I don't know how much you got to watch him. And
Who did he say the connection was with?
Stood out that we didn't see that impressed you and what you saw.
Well, I'll say this, and Scott, I'm not sure with Scott, but with me, I didn't get to see much of the fanfare stuff because we were working, as Scott said. But kind of after some of that stuff before he left at the end of the day, he kind of came in and just had to sit. All the work was done, right? All the fanfare was over. He was just in Panther gear, just kind of relaxed and kicked back in my office for a half hour, just talking a little football, talking a little bit about a vision for the offense, a vision for this team, really catching him up a little bit just on some of those things and just talking back and forth. It was pretty cool.
He said today that, being drafted number one, that doesn't get him to write for anything right now. He's got to go out and earn it. So what does that say about him from what you've seen in him?
I mean, he's a class act. I mean, that's what you want. That's why one of the things that made him such an attractive pick to us, and he will go out and earn it, right? I mean, that's kind of, he's done that his whole life. So he understands that's just the next step.
Yeah, I thought one of the cool things that he talked about today wasn't about, he talked a little bit and kind of acknowledged last night. It was fun. But today was more about, okay, getting ready. He's turning the page now. We talked a little bit about, mini camp coming up, and Coach talked to him about, getting with the playbook. He's business now, and you can tell that with him. That's kind of the cool part about this guy.
Lakers are cooking.
He can throw to whomever. Is Mingo like
Lake Show
a good fit with Bryce Young?
Yeah, like the size itself, the long speed. He's got tremendous ball skills. He's a really strong guy. Strong after the catch. He's strong on the ball. He's going to be a really nice fit with him.
Hey, Frank, I know you probably talked about this with your local guys during the process, but when you think about the staff that you assembled and project that, how you envision that with Bryce and developing him and supporting him, can you shed some insight on the particular people you brought in as support for him?
Yeah, no, there's no doubt, right? I mean, it's kind of in the quarterback room. There's a lot of power that goes into that room, a lot of work that goes into that room. Really the main voices in that room are Thomas Brown, our offensive coordinator, will be Josh, and myself. There are other people in the room. Parks Frazier, will be in the room as our pass game coordinator. Jim Caldwell will be involved. And really what we do is kind of divide and conquer. Everybody gets kind of assignments on the work that needs to be done to help prepare the quarterback and really help prepare our offense. But then we try to streamline the communication. So, it's kind of a process we've done for a long time. It's been kind of vetted and feel good about how we do that. You don't want too many voices, too many cooks in the kitchen, as they say. So we're pretty much like most staffs. We kind of split up the work, but then consolidate it all, and then it kind of all goes through Thomas as the coordinator, myself, and Josh as the quarterback coach.
Hey, Mike, you have anything? Yeah. Scott, Frank, was Mingo the guy you talked about last week that you had a great meeting with?
We had a great meeting. It was. He was the guy that he came in the office. Dan Morgan and I sat in there, and he just has a vibe about him, like kind of a toughness and He's all about ball. He's got a little country to him, and totally different than I thought. But that was the guy. He was really cool.
And then Frank, I mean, when you watch Mingo, he's used everywhere. For a guy who's known for being a creative play designer, like, what does he bring to this offense from a creativity standpoint?
Yeah, you can move him around. You can move him around. You know, we put all of our pass game into kind of different families. And we just, as I said earlier, we just see him as a really good scheme fit. We run a lot of shallows, crosses. We want to get the ball vertical. He's been very effective there. And the thing about a guy, like Scott said, when a guy has elite ball skills and you got a super accurate passer like we do, that's just a really good combination. You know, just get it near him. Like Scott said, he's got strong hands to the ball. You know, he'll be
This man is spitting facts.
Both of these guys a little like Arno and Smith last year in that their traits and skill set may be a little more impressive than their college production.
I would say with, you know, DJ, when you look at it, that's the first thing that pops out is what's on paper. But then when you watch, when he just knows what he's doing, he's getting off the ball, he's got some power to him, and which is different. A lot of guys have speed, and they may not have the power to do that. But now he's got that ability to long arm. They're going to work with him, teach him some technique, but he's got some knockback, and he's just not like a one-trick pony.
Kind of going off of that, is it kind of like you talked about needs versus best player available sometimes? Does I guess later you get into the draft, does sometimes those physical traits play a big factor into picking a guy over somebody else that may be a need?
Yeah, I mean, it's a balance. It's case by case. But when you do take those traits, guys, you believe that we have the right coaching staff. We have some really good coaches on this staff. And you have to look at the background of these guys. Are they someone that's been at the position for 3 or 4 years? Are they 21 years old? And, you know, was it a position switch? There's a lot of different factors, so it is case by case. But you know, you trust that they have the traits, and in our program with our coaches, they'll develop them and they'll play them the right way.
Guys, DJ Johnson, you know, he had that incident with the fan where hit somebody in the back of the head. Like, how did you weigh that? What did you talk to him about? And obviously, you're okay with it because you traded up.
Yeah, yeah.
What was the thinking?
So we're aware of that, and we talked to him about it. And then, you know, our coach, our scouts do a great job of getting to know these guys and vetting them and working through it. And you know, we think he's grown from it. Like there was remorse, and I think he's grown from it.
Scott, do you think
he's sorry, guys?
Take 2 tomorrow, or what's your plan?
I think it's fluid. You know, it depends on how it falls. Yeah. You know, if there's players there on the board, maybe you move back a few spots. I don't know if we'll move forward, but just the way our board lays out, we have plenty of options right now. And there's still some good players out there.
When you look at the roster you had when you got here, so what Scott's been doing the last couple of years trying to get it ready, how ready was it, and how much more ready is it now after what y'all done this offseason?
I mean, we've done a lot of work, a lot of really good work. You know, started in free agency. You know, talking about our, you know, obviously drafting Mingo, but before that, you know, signing the receivers that we signed, Miles Sanders, Hayden Hurst. That's why getting Mingo today was incredible, because we already felt good about this room. I mean, we just had, you know, we've had 3 weeks with these guys, and it's been dynamic. And then last week we got out on the field, and I look at that receiver room. It's great, but you can never have enough playmakers. And when you got a quarterback, you know, like we have, you want to give them options, and we move guys around. We spread the ball around. I'm excited to get all these guys involved. And, you know, so we did all this work. Scott did an amazing job in free agency. And now in the draft, we just got to finish this up with a strong day tomorrow. And then, but everybody's going to have to earn it. Even Mingo, he's going to have to earn it, right? He's just not going to be anointed to go in there and step right on the field. He's going to have to earn his spot as well.
I want to ask you one more Bryce question. As gracious as he handled everything today during the stuff you didn't see, seems like that's the stuff he really doesn't care about, and be almost awkward for him. Almost like Scott out there having to, last night in front of the crowd, probably didn't want to deal with it and wanted to get back and work. How would you describe that in him?
Yeah, I think that's a good description. You know, I mean, I think he's a pro and he's an extremely good communicator, but listen, this guy's been on a mission his whole life, you know, to become the player that he is, and wants to still get better and become. So, but in this business, as he's learned, because he's always been at the highest level, it's part of it. You have to play that role. There's something you have to do there. You have to embrace that without burning too much energy. But he's a very focused individual. I could tell today at the end of the day when all that stuff was done, man, he opened up even in a different way. And that was cool to see. So it was fun.
Scott, Mingo talked about how that at 39 he kind of had that his eyes on you guys, that you had told him that you were to probably take him, but but he said that he was also watching for tight ends and an offensive line is what he was told. Is that something that you guys were also considering?
Yeah, I don't know if I actually told him that. Maybe he got that from scouts or wherever. He is a guy that we obviously liked quite a bit. We have some options in there at different positions, but in the end, like we said, he was one of the guys we were targeting going into the day, and it felt just right for us.
Scott, as a former scout, tomorrow's kind of your day. It's Cole's day. It's Dan's day. Getting those guys from the late round picks, the undrafted free agents. What's your philosophy on undrafted free agency, especially when you don't have a lot of picks tomorrow?
I think it's really important. There's different ways to do it. There's, as you know, every year there's guys to fall through the draft and make 53-man rosters that become good players. And so we have different strategies of how we're going to sign these guys. Maybe throw on the board. Maybe we'll guarantee some P5. Maybe, higher signing bonuses, different things. But our scouts do a tremendous amount of work on these guys. And it is, a day that we trust them to do their job and, highlight the guys that we're going to go after. And we'll get the numbers from the coaches. How many, tight ends do we need? How many linemen do we need? We'll fill those in because, roster-wise, we're a little bit low right now. But there's going to be some, good players that fall through the draft. There always is. And so it's a big day for the scouts.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
I want to
There you
suggest. Did you hear me?
No.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to. I said I think we should try to draft Keely Ringo off of round 4, just because I know people aren't that. Yeah, and I know people were saying don't draft him in the second round, but that comes that value, right? He would be a great value pick for our 4th round.
Hey Cody, can you close it out, man? Or you about ready? It's 4 hours and 30 minutes. Yeah, my kid keeps bothering. She's like, "What are you doing?"
No, man. No,
All
we
right.
can close it out.
All right. Well, look, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here, man. You guys, appreciate everybody who's been on. It's been a great night, lot of good conversation, guys. Love you. Go check out CarolinaCatChronicles.com. Yeah, man. Cody, love you, brother. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Yeah,
Love
you
you,
guys.
man.
Peace.
All right, peace and love. I'll let you guys get your final thoughts and opinions in, and then we're gonna get up out of here, man. If you haven't done so already, 143 people still watching right now. We appreciate the hell out of y'all, man. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe, hit that notification bell for every single time the C3 Panthers podcast goes live. Hey, who's live more than us, man? We're out here, bro. We're doing it. We appreciate y'all for being here. Anthony, you're first up on the docket, bro. Peel your eyes away from the Lakers for just a minute and tell me your overall thoughts, man.
Lake
and,
Show.
Man.
Your final thoughts.
I like the Mingo pick. I think he'll eventually be our wide receiver 1 in the future.
Sir.
I think if you're asking honestly, I'd say we went 2 out of 3 so far on these picks. That's just my opinion. But if they like the DJ Johnson guy that much, then you gotta he's gotta earn the starting. I want to see a real threat on the opposite side of Brian Burns. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah. Heard that, man. I heard that. My brother D's happy to be here with you, bro. You've become one
not
of the most...
Not as happy as I am to be here.
Hey, I was about to say, you've become one of the most diehard members of the C3 fan base. We definitely appreciate you, brother. Give us some final thoughts on your.
Yes, sir. I've been diehard. I just been diehard in the chat. Now I'm a little more diehard in the podcast, but I still love the chat. And I wanted to say shout out to all my people in the chat, Riz and all Y Big Jordan. I see y'all down there chatting it up, and I'm watching too. And I appreciate the help from the chat as well. The chat is so knowledgeable. I promise. The C3 chat is amazing. Absolutely. So. What I saw from the press conference was pretty much what I was trying to say. It looks like we're putting together some big body guys to run across the middle of the field to assist our brand new quarterback, Bryce Young, and throwing the ball over the middle of the field. Frank Reich is putting together a complicated offense, and as well, Evero is putting together a complicated defense. We may not understand all the moving parts and picks to it right now, but I still feel confident that with this coaching staff, things are going to come together just fine for Carolina. We're in great shape to take a hold of the division, just as C3 is in great shape to be the #1 Panthers podcast going into next year. If you're not already a member, please like and subscribe and become a C3 member and hit us up, man. We're on Twitter all the time. Cody and me definitely, and Pick and JJ, we all have a problem on Twitter. So if you like the C3 Panthers podcast and you want to chat a little bit more about football, come on out and hit us up on Twitter. That's all I got. Love you guys. Peace out.
You're the man, brother. I appreciate you. Next up, we're gonna go to my man JJ. JJ, I know you were a fan of this draft. Give us your final words, man.
I may not be the biggest fan of that last pick, but I'm definitely a big fan of the Mingo pick because outside of JSN, I didn't really think there was a wide receiver that was just like worth taking in the first. Let alone many guys who can even play the outside. But I think we got one of the two, and I think Mingo was just better than Quentin Johnson. I'm not a big fan of him. And to your whole listen, I understand the positional value logic, but we're not trying to have Brian Burns and OG Alari, whatever the guy's name from LSU is. We're trying to have Brian Burns and Will Anderson. We're trying to have that type beat. And the thing is, I just don't think those guys, like while an edge is more valuable than a wide receiver, I don't think those guys were better at an edge than Mingo is at the wide receiver. And I also think the wide receiver position is a little undervalued in some scouts' minds because at this point in nowadays era, we're talking about people putting up 30, 40. You know, you can't even stop the Kansas City Chiefs even if you do have a good defense. Like the Eagles had 70 sacks and let up 38 points. Like, let's be real. You just some nights, you're going to have to fight fire with fire. And I think Mingo, at the value you got him as in my opinion, the second or third wide receiver, I would lean second. I know some people would disagree. Capable of easily being the best wide receiver in the draft. I just think he was the right pick. I think passing on the edges in this class that we're at that we could have got at 39 were just not worth it considering it's a big need and we're going to address that next year. I don't think like, us not having Alarie over Mingo is going to be like a 3-win difference. I really don't.
Okay.
But it's all love, you know, at the end of the day. So, and everyone in the chat, like and subscribe. These guys work their ass off every Tuesday and Friday, no matter what. And even sometimes they pop up on another 2-3 days in the week. Shoot, in the season, there was days weeks where they was going 5-6 days strong. These guys put in content and hard work all the time, and they're super lovable, man. I've been tuning in since 2020. I started hopping on free for alls and even getting in tune with cat calls this past season towards the end of it when Cody was on talking about, we should go with PJ Walker and Matt Corral next year, but that's aside from that. Yeah, absolutely. We're trying to grow the C3 gang, and every supporter is needed.
JJ, you're the man, brother. I appreciate you. Yeah, it's all love. You know, I like to feel like every Panthers opinion is welcome at the C3 Panthers Podcast.
Absolutely.
We don't tell anybody how to be a fan, man. So whatever you feel about your own squad, feel free to say it here on C3. Last but not least, Eric, I appreciate you for joining, brother. Give us your final thoughts before we jump out here, man.
Yeah, I appreciate you having me on here as always. And I'm a big fan of the draft, and there's still one more night to go, so I'm excited to see what this team will do. And let's try to get C3 to 10K subscribers, everyone.
Yeah,
hit that like button, hit those post notifications.
Yes, sir.
Before the show today, we were only 16 subscribers away from 7,000. So I don't know what the number is right now, but if you would like to help, hit that subscribe button, man. Be a friend. Tell a friend. If you know some Panther fans that are thirsty for some Panther content, well, you already know the podcast to point them to, C3 Panthers Podcast. We welcome all comers. And once again, gentlemen, I appreciate y'all, man. Sorry I was absent today. I had to do some work for Draft Tech. But that's it. My work is done with Draft Tech.
Yeah, Cody, when you absent, you're not even absent, bro. You see the work these guys put in?
I mean, yeah, man. Like I had to take care of some business. But hey, man, I was with y'all in spirit. I miss my free for all boys, man. So I appreciate y'all. My name is Cody Lashley. Love you, boys. I appreciate y'all. I will be back. We'll be back on Tuesday night at 9 p.m. I'll be on Black Cat Panther Podcast on Monday. Check out them. I see him in the chat. I see you, Q. Appreciate y'all, boys. And then, that's it for me, man. We're gonna get up out of here. C3 Panther Nation. Love y'all. Keep pounding.
Keep pounding, C3.